A sign fell that was right near Ybor.
On I-4, a driver
Yeah.
died on I-4 as a sign fell there on I-4 in the overnight hours as well. So we've got 3 deaths now tied to Helene. Again, as the sun comes up this morning at 7:21, we're going to get some more assessments, some more water rescues definitely going to be happening today as well. As we want to take you to some more video from Hillsborough County, some trees that were down and toppled in this storm as well. You're going to be waking up today. If you're not seeing flooding, you're potentially going to be seeing a lot of this. Trees down as well. Again, as Caitlin mentioned, the ground so saturated this summer. We were over our rainfall totals, as I'm kind of like eyeing Mike Prangley here. Yep, giving me a little head nod.
Yeah.
We were inundated. This was near 50th Street and Adamo Drive. That area is flooded, by the way. That area near 50th Street, near Adamo Drive, if you know that area right near the crosstown, that area is flooded right now too. And that is the story this morning, folks, as you're waking up, as we reset here at the bottom of the hour at 6:30. Want to welcome you in and joining us here on 10 Tampa Bay. I'm Jamison Euler with Caitlin Lockerbie. As we've been covering Helene since yesterday into the overnight hours, you're waking up this morning, massive, catastrophic, historic flooding happening all along our coastal communities.
Yeah, we knew this storm surge would be the largest part of the story, and unfortunately it is, and unfortunately it caught some people off guard who were hoping to ride it out in their homes, but instead got stuck because the storm surge is just too powerful. Some people saying that it came pouring into their home, like feet of it, in just 5 minutes,
In a matter of minutes,
last night. So we're going to be staying on top of the aftermath here. Swiftwater rescues in place up and down our coast. We want to start you off with 3 things to know as we come up to 6:30 this morning. We are awaiting the sunrise around 7:20 this morning, which will give us a much better sense. But right now, multiple rescues in Citrus County. We've been watching them live on air here on 10 Tampa Bay. Our Jen Titus is up there. We had the sheriff talking to him earlier. I know they were looking for an 86-year-old woman who was running out of oxygen at the time. Some issues really dire in the area. Some others just tried to wait it out, and some woke up to water in their homes. So that is an ongoing fluid situation in Citrus County. The good news is that those airboats are working. The crews are working together to get people to safe and dry ground.
Yeah, and as you can see some of the top headlines there from overnight as you're waking up this morning. I want to go to our Miranda Parnell. She's been in Pinellas County and in St. Pete for us this morning, where she's been going from area to area, just seeing flooding no matter where you seem to go, Miranda.
That's right. I'm finally on dry land right now, Jamison. We've been riding around, like you said, and a lot of that riding around has been in the darkness, not just because of the hour, but because we're not seeing any lights from homes because a lot of people lost power. Now we're out here with Ann McGovern from Duke Energy. She tells me crews are working around the clock, and they have been. Today's not even the first day. They started yesterday. Tell me about what you all have been seeing.
Sure. So as of this morning, we've got about 230,000 customers without power just in Pinellas County. And as you mentioned, our crews have been out since yesterday restoring power. So more than 50,000 customers have already been restored sort of prior to the storm as we were seeing those initial impacts. So crews have been out working. And today I think you'll see a lot more folks on the road, a lot more Duke Energy trucks out there really working to get customers' powers back on.
And we have already seen yesterday, like you said, and also this morning, a lot of those trucks moving around, trying to get that power restored for folks. Now, I know we talked about some of the hazards and hurdles that you all face. Tell me about what those issues are and what you're facing when the crews are out in those bucket trucks.
Sure. So the first thing we always keep in mind is safety. So our crews will start traveling when winds die down below 40 miles an hour for safety reasons. And so once they're able to get out there and start assessing damage, really a lot of things we see after storms are flooding. So water obviously is not compatible with electricity. We, are also mindful of down trees and other hazards that might need to be cleared before we can restore power to homes and businesses.
And I understand that you all are not just using kind of the local crews who are typically holding things down for us here in Pinellas County. You have outsourced other people to come help because you already knew that this was going to be a storm that would be kind of knocking out power for folks.
Absolutely. So that was part of our preparation process. We've got more than 8,000, damage assessors, line crews, other support personnel staged throughout the state of Florida, through all of our service territories. Of course, there are a lot of folks here in the Pinellas, Pasco County areas because we have a lot of customers here. But we've definitely got folks from Duke Energy. We actually had some of our crews from the Midwest come down to support us, contract crews. So it's really all hands on deck. We definitely have the resources we need to restore power quickly.
Truly is all hands on deck. We see some of the crews that are starting their shift. Like she said, they're working around the clock. We saw some of them have their luggage. They're seeming like they're just getting here and ready to get to work. So we want to stay out of their way. We want to clear the roadway so that they can get to work, bring that power back. And Ann told us earlier also, it helps if you go ahead and turn off things so that when the power does come back on, you don't have a huge surge of energy. So that's something you can do to help. Stay off the roadways and go ahead and turn stuff off. Maybe leave a little lamp on so then without having that whole power surge with everything in your house coming back on all at once. So send it back to y'all.
All right, Miranda, thank you so much with that update. 230,000 people there in Pinellas County without power this morning. That's slowly going to go back on as the day goes on, hopefully sooner rather than later for you. We've been going up to Citrus County all morning long with Jen Titus, where it's been water rescue after water rescue. It looks like we have another one happening live right now. Jen?
Yeah, we just had 2 boats come in, and of course they come with the pets as well. Guys, here's one unloading that you can see happening as these water rescues take place. And the sheriff said this is what we are going to see. As people begin to wake up, they're going to notice how much water truly came into their homes, and they're going to want to get out. And the only way to get out in much of the area around Crystal River is by boat. And that's why they have so many of the airboats out right now, and not just from the Citrus County Sheriff. That's a Sumter County Sheriff boat right there. We know one of the local tour boat operators, he's been in and out as well doing water rescues. And this is just really people that tried to hold on for as long as they could until they realized they couldn't hold on any longer and that they needed to call 911 for help, and they needed to get out of there. We're gonna watch them. There's a dog coming out of this boat again, guys. Like, that's what we've been seeing all morning long, is the pets coming out with these people. We've seen young children, we've seen cats, we've seen dogs, we've seen so many tears because they wanted to believe it wasn't going to get that bad, and now they were able to grab what they could. I've asked people, what have you grabbed? They said, anything we could fit into this backpack, because that's all the time that we had as that water just rushed into their homes. Here we go. I think they're pulling another dog out of this boat here. There has to be, at this point, we've seen dozens of people rescued, and I would have to say probably dozen plus airboats that they have launching here on the main, guys. This is the main street in Crystal River, the main corridor here. This is the street, and now it's literally become a lake that we are seeing boats go down to make these rescues. Up, one of the dogs getting out of the boat there, getting away a little bit as these rescues take place and happen. And if we walk over here, you can see how many people have been evacuated. I was just talking with the sheriff about this, that it's all ages. We know we're looking for a person that was out of oxygen. That was one of the main rescues that they were trying to get to. Over on the other side here, there's a transit van that keeps coming, a big bus that keeps coming back and forth to take people to higher land. And you can see many of them waiting over there. I talked to one guy, he has a broken foot, so he's laying down in a stretcher right now. Some people in wheelchairs, as they wait to be taken to shelter, to be taken to safety. They waited as long as they could. One lady telling us that 3 feet of water in just a matter of minutes. And just imagine, Jameson and Caitlin, that this is the middle of the night. This is darkness, that you're waking up in the dark. People are out of power, and all they see is this water gushing in, and that's why the 911 calls are up right now as they continue to make these water rescues and continue to get to these people that are in need, that are looking for any sort of way out of their home because there's no other way out right now besides the airboat.
Yeah, Jen, you just feel for those people. You just see them sitting there realizing they've all been rescued on a boat from their homes all morning long, and we've been seeing these water rescues live all morning long, and they're waiting some type of medical assistance over there and a ride to a safe dry spot, maybe where they can get warm, because that flood water is freezing cold, folks, when you get in it. And some of these folks were dealing with flood waters. They came in by 3 feet in 5 minutes is what some of those folks are saying. I'm seeing some folks that we were talking to an hour ago still waiting to get a ride there. All of them in evacuation zone A. A lot of them looking as though they need some type of medical attention. Hopefully that guy who broke his foot didn't break it in the process of the flooding there and the weather.
But you really feel for these families.
No,
Jen,
it's all casted up.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You do. You feel for these people, and you think about it is that some of them have their personal items in their backpacks. So some of them don't even have clothes. The only clothes that they have right now are the clothes that you see them wearing, and it's all they were able to grab. What are you thinking about in those moments that the water's rushing in? It's dark. What are you going to bring? What are you going to grab? You're going to grab your kids. You're going to grab your pets. You're going to grab yourself, and then making sure that you're getting on that boat that's here to rescue you.
It's a state of desperation. And I have to wonder, Jen, watching these airboats come in, we've had so many pets this morning, and I know they're pet-friendly shelters, but I wonder if that's part of the reason people chose to stay, that they felt like they didn't have anywhere to go with their dogs or their cats, and so they just hunkered down. I certainly know, pet lovers certainly understand they are part of the family and you don't want to leave them behind. They certainly didn't have to do that, but it's a feeling of desperation, and I understand that. And I think a lot of people here clearly hunkered down with their dog or cat at home, hoping for the best. Obviously, the worst happened in the area.
And Jen, is this an accurate observation, Jen, as I'm looking at it? Because earlier this morning, where you were standing and where these folks are that we're seeing right now, that was underwater. So it seems as though the water is starting to slowly recede there.
I would say it's slowly receding, yes. I think when you saw us at 3, we were actually able to stand more near that airboat right there, no problem at all. But then about an hour or so ago, I think we were showing you guys how high this water was. I don't think I could have stood here an hour ago. So I do think, Jameson, that is a good observation. I think it's receding a little, but it's not receding enough for these people that are down by Kings Bay, that are down near downtown Crystal River. We're hearing rescues near the high school. We're down in Homosassa. We're hearing groups of 30 people. You guys hear that? I don't know if you guys can hear that, but that's the sound of the airboats. It's like a constant sound here of these rescues taking place. So I bet any minute we're going to see another airboat come here. You can see they're probably just fueling this airboat up here. The airboats have had to come back and refuel a little bit. That's probably what that one just did. Now, as it gets ready to go out, we know that the 911 calls are continuing. The sheriff is asking you, if you need to be rescued, if you need to get out of your house, if you are listening to this on the radio right now, call 911, because the only safe way is by boat. There are power lines that are down. They do not want you getting into a car and driving. You don't know what is underneath this water. I'm going to hear that right now. I knew another one was coming. You could hear it getting really loud because this is just, the heartbreaking scene here in Crystal River. Yeah, see it? There it goes, coming in right now. Another rescue.
Heartbreaking scene, but Jen, I kept saying, and it's true this morning, that loud noise of the airboat motor is just, hopeful. It's like sound of hope right now. It's desperation for these families that are trapped. So to hear that motor coming their way,
you hear the cavalry coming. I'll tell you.
Relief.
You hear the cavalry coming. You hear that noise. You're in good shape.
I think you nailed it too, is that it is a sound of hope. We were talking to the sheriff that once they get out there, are they noticing that there's even more people to be rescued, just not that first person that called 911. He's like, yes, people hear that horn and they're like, you know what, we're not chancing this any longer. They're going up on their roofs, they're going outside, they're waving their arms to be flagged down, to be rescued.
Yeah, this woman getting off now. Do we have any update, Jen? I know that you've been working to do that, but the woman who was out of oxygen, any update on whether or not they've been able to reach her yet?
Sheriff, did you guys find the lady that was out of oxygen?
Yes.
You did, yes. The sheriff
okay,
just
good.
confirmed that they were.
That's great.
She got on an ambulance and we took her to the hospital a little bit ago.
Okay, so the sheriff just said that they took her on the ambulance to the hospital just a little bit ago. So great
That's
news
great
there, because I
news,
think that's
yeah.
something we've been following for the past 2 hours, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you just confirmed that she was taken to the ambulance, and then you have seen, I guess probably, what, 20, 30 people over there that are waiting for that transit bus to be taken to a shelter. And it shows you, we have this family that we just saw got pulled off. You have the animals that are all there with them as well. I mean, it's the pets, it's the children, it's, you know, they were waiting to see how bad it was going to get. And you said, you know, are they staying because of the pets? Why didn't they leave? And I think it's hard for people to leave the home and the area that they've called home for so many years. You don't think it's going to get that high. Idalia was a big awakening, but maybe it was only got 2 to 3 feet of water, and they thought they could do it. This of course is much worse than that.
Oh.
Here's a family coming off, another family coming off of a boat.
Yeah, we're so grateful
Here.
that they're okay. Just
As another
such
rescue
a scary
takes place.
situation. We heard from that woman earlier who had cooched the dog. Who the dog loved you, Jen, just wanted to be near you. But she was saying it was almost like a panic attack, waking up in the morning to that water inundating her home. She just felt in total fear. Woke up to the water waist deep in her home. So I'm sure neighbors are experiencing similar situations where maybe they were. There's the loud boat.
I think.
They were
Yeah,
hoping
I
to
think
ride
they
it
were,
out just too deep.
100%. And you know, we have seen some smiles, we've seen some thumbs up. I'm able to talk to some of these people being rescued, which is great to see, because I think some of these people are smiling, because when they're not smiling, they're crying, because they've literally just lost it all. They thought that they were going to be okay, and they realized that it wasn't going to be okay. They needed to get out of there, and now they are all just wondering what's going to happen once the sun comes up, that water goes down, and the devastation they're truly going to see once they can get back home.
Yeah, really, the crux of this story today, that storm surge. And Jen, you've been doing such an incredible job out there. So glad that you are safe, and so glad that those families surrounding Kings Bay are back on dry ground. What an incredible effort by those rescue crews this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Jen, we're going to check back with you all morning long as we get more boat rescues. We've been seeing these water rescues all morning long in every single one of our counties. This is all happening in the dark, so you know once the sun comes up right around 7:20 this morning, we're going to see some catastrophic and historic flooding that we've told and been told, and you can tell by the video that we're seeing in the overnight hours, is going to be pretty devastating when that sun comes up this morning. We're going to get you a better vantage point from that, as well as we show you just a little bit of video from Sarasota, where we had a lot of flooding down there, as well as our Nick Volturo was down there this morning, where we have several just derelict boats at this point that have just kind of, you know, washed ashore, and they're kind of all over the place, going over seawalls at some points, even as we can see right here.
Yeah, no match for the power of Helene coming through the area. Nick Volturo was live there near the boat earlier this morning, saying you could see the anchor was just ripped right out of the ground and tossed. These are they look like toy boats at this point. They're just, it's the power of the storm here. We saw 2 of them, that one there too, in the park area. Obviously, with the storm surge, just pushed right on over the seawall there.
And no county spared from any of this flooding.
Right, no, we're all seeing it.
The water rescues we keep telling you about all morning long. HCSO just sent us some new information just minutes ago, saying they've received 2,450 calls since 2 p.m. yesterday until 5:45 this morning. So that has just been going all morning long, in the overnight hours as well. Everybody calling in. We even heard from Hillsborough Fire Rescue earlier today, Town and Country. People were stranded on top of the rooftops. Waiting to be rescued.
Talk about desperate, yeah.
Yeah, and people along the Little Manatee River in Ruskin, and some areas of Apollo Beach also had some issues as well. So they're working on structure fires, as a matter of fact, at Tampa. And we saw a lot of structure fires in the overnight hours It's probably starting from electrical issues.
And unfortunately, because of the flood water, sometimes they're
can't
just
get
going to
there.
have to let them burn if they
burn to the
can
ground.
get to the house, especially if somebody were inside. But it does appear when we talked to rescue personnel earlier that they didn't have any injuries associated with these fires that we know of yet. So that's the silver lining there, that hopefully these were empty homes.
Hope so.
And unfortunately, they're a part of this story this morning and these floodwaters. Now, our meteorologist Mike Prangley standing by for an update here. The storm has moved past our area. Of course, we're still seeing the impacts here this morning.
Right.
But tell us where exactly it is now. It's moved up in Georgia.
Yeah, we now have Tropical Storm Helene. Okay, that was as of a 5 a.m. update. And the new information out now is that tropical storm moves away today. It's going to be a slow, gradual improvement on our water levels, but I do have some good news. Our new information in from Cedar Key showing that the peak is over. So you see right here in the purple, where you see the purple, that was major flooding. Historic flooding we have not seen in Cedar Key. So we've been showing you rescues this morning. We had officially a peak at about 9.3 feet, but notice we've gone from the purple to the deep red to the yellow. So this yellow, this is the minor flooding range. So we've fallen quite a bit, a good 3 to 6 feet from the peak that we saw overnight last night after midnight. So Jennifer Titus was showing you that water coming down. Of course, we're checking on you and your families, and the good news is this trend is going to be our friend, but damage has been done. We're on the wrong side of history this morning because, as you see, Cedar Key, that 9.3 feet, breaking the old record, not even close. Usually when you break records in weather, you make by a little bit, but this time around it's like 2 to 3 feet higher than we've ever seen. So notice the last time we saw this was during Debbie, but only at 6.89 feet. St. Pete, we saw the water rise, unbelievable. 2-3 feet in a matter of minutes, and you can see why. We just shattered that old record of just under 4 feet for that, which was last 1985, and then 6.83 officially as we went into overnight last night. East Bay, 7.2 feet, so you see this, just 4.5. And then Clearwater, I've been getting some calls on my phone from Clearwater. A lot of folks are in the dark there. Folks that aren't used to losing power during storms. So Bel Air Beach, Sand Key, I think you're streaming us on your 10 Tampa Bay app. That's why we always say download the weather app and the 10 Tampa Bay app to get the latest information. So I appreciate you streaming on your phones this morning. Unfortunately, the temperatures in some of those areas are 80 degrees in their homes. So today, my concern is as it gets hot outside, we're going to turn sunny, going to be 90. Make sure you find your cool spots because that can be very dangerous. The post-storm, the after effects of the storm can be sometimes just as dangerous. So find your cool spots, especially for those that have lost power. As we take a look at some more numbers, Clearwater Beach, good news, you've dropped 3 feet from the major flooding. So I know a lot of you are in the dark and streaming us here on your phone this morning. The good news is the water is going to come down, it's going to stay down. Bad news is it's going to be very hot out there and we've got to be careful. And we take a look at St. Petersburg, we're talking about another major flood here. So that's the historic flood, the highest water we've seen in more than 100 years, and is now coming back down into the minor flooding range as we head through this morning. As we take a look at the tides, yes, we have a high tide, but the good news is the big tides we saw last night were really driven by the wind. Now that the wind's lightening up a bit and lessening and decreasing, we're going to still see those falls of about 1 foot every 2 hours. So despite the high tide, I still expect the water levels to slowly and gradually decrease. We're not going to see another big bump in that or another crest. In fact, verifying that, we've got our 10 Tampa Bay app and we've got our 10 Tampa Bay cam. So look at this. This is the parking spot. I usually park right here. There's a little back in the outhouse there. So earlier this morning, this was full of water. 3, 4, 5 feet of water. Now that water is down, and that's the reason why we evacuated here at 10 Tampa Bay. We were in Zone A, so we heeded our own advice, okay, and it's a good thing that a lot of folks did as well. As we take a look at our current conditions, this is pretty amazing. Right now, it feels like 100 outside. We said that heat will be a big weather impact today for those that have lost power because 85 with that dew point of 81, it doesn't really get much higher than Tampa. It's just stifling out there with those triple-digit heat indices. As far as rain, I think the heaviest rain is over. We'll still get these brief 10, 15-minute showers. They're not going to last long. Not expecting any flooding from the rain today from Hillsborough County to Pinellas up into Pasco, where it's about cleaning up and checking on our neighbors. We take a look at wind gusts, the wind that at times reach 70, 75, even near 80 miles per hour. Well, we're going to be down into the southwest range at about 15 to 25 miles per hour, especially as we head into this afternoon. And there's that hot sunshine coming in. So as we look at our weather impact alert, in effect through at least 7 o'clock, okay? So the big thing is we're watching still the high water Okay, we're still seeing some water rescues, of course, debris in roads, so you've got to be really patient after the storm. Remember, there's 3 parts of the storm: the before, the during, and the after. And we're going to be here for you until we can give the all clear and make sure everybody is safe and sound. Need? Well, we got to stay out of the water today. There's some dangerous things in that water. Power lines, marine life, and wait for the all clear. So that is the key. The next 12 hours, yes, we're talking about temperatures back up near 90, but I like this. We're lowering that rain chance to just 20% and lighter winds, again, helping us in a big way. As far as the latest, okay, on our hurricane, well, it made landfall here. Helene last night at 11:10, just an enormous eye wall here coming ashore near Perry, Florida, 140-mile-per-hour winds with the 938 millibar pressure. So when you see that pressure that low, you know it's very intense. And really, if you look at the H storms in the history book dating back to the 1800s, this one's right near the top of the list as far as the sheer size of it. It was the size and the intensity that brought that record-setting storm surge here at home. As we go through today, we're going to have we're going to have tropical storm force winds all the way up into the Carolina mountains. Pretty amazing, up into Tennessee, as it does a little loop around our upper level low. So a very slow moving storm, and those mountains are just going to squeeze all that moisture out. They're going to set a lot of records, unfortunately more history being made in the bad way all the way up to the north. So as we look at our 7-day forecast, let's get to it. We're still in the red today. All right, patience after the storm, and we're going to be here for you at 10 Tampa Bay. All right, so we've got that 88 degrees. We're going to lower that rain chance. No worries there. For the weekend, yes, we're going to keep temperatures on the hot side. So I'm still worried about folks that have lost power. Very humid, so these are going to feel like triple-digit heat indices here. But we'll continue to lower the rain. In fact, by next week, how about we just call for some nice, good old-fashioned sunny weather, especially by Wednesday and Thursday.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I know we're really going to have a whole lot of work on our hands and going to need some dry, sunny days to get that done. Waiting for the sun to come up this morning. Coming up on 7 o'clock, we've got about a little less than half an hour to go before the sun rises. I know Tampa is working on getting some drones up to be able to assess the damage there. We heard just about an hour ago from Mayor Jane Castor, who was telling us that that is their priority right now, to be able to assess that, as well as, of course, get to people who are in flooded areas, Davis Islands, especially right now. You can't even get to it with the high vehicles. You have to go by boat.
And this is video from Tampa right now that you're looking at some of that flooding. Mayor Jane Castor telling us this morning, just about an hour ago, Bayshore, Palmetto Beach, Davis Island areas, all dealing with some issues when it comes to flooding. Flooding in South Tampa, all throughout South Tampa, an area that is prone to flooding, but is not prone to flooding like this, as people are waking up this morning. They had to do 87 water rescues in the city of Tampa alone in the overnight hours. So that is what they are dealing with.
They also said 150 calls from flooded homes. They needed to get help, which was not necessarily as expected there. You know, Bayshore is going to flood. It's notorious for that, but that water came up and it was really strong. The surge there pouring in. You could even see it on Swan Avenue too. So our Jenny Dean was in the area earlier this morning saying obviously some homes are flooded in the area. Now this storm, as you heard Mike say, moves up to Georgia. 2 confirmed deaths in Georgia right now, about 1 million people without power throughout the state. This is video out of Atlanta this morning.
Yeah, and this is what they are dealing with here as well. We talked about the sheer size of Helene. Whether you went east to west, north to south, you were talking a lot of damage. And as it makes its way to Atlanta, they're dealing with, you know, their own issues up there. This morning, they were dealing with flooding issues in Valdosta, as well as we saw some heavy rain in Augusta. There were even tornado issues yesterday in South Carolina.
You know, this video, laughable is not the word because there's nothing to laugh at here, but I even had friends that thought, I want to get away from the storm here in Florida, I'll head up to Georgia.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people were thinking, I'll head that way. Well, the storm took its wrath right there with it. It's like people were trying to get out of the area right into its path.
Georgia was in the cone of uncertainty the whole time when you were looking at this too. I think a lot of times the best thing you can do is go up. Go west.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, because eventually this thing goes up to the north and the northeast, and you got to get out of there in time. So all you're doing is dancing around this thing all day long, just trying to figure out where to go, and it's a guessing game at that point.
Speaking of dancing around, I know a lot of people are trying at some point to get around the area, still landlocked at this point because the Gandy Bridge is still closed right now. I do know that crews are looking to assess it, make sure that it is at some, structurally sound this morning. You can see this is a live look on the bridge. These cars getting turned around because the bridge is not open right now. I think some people hopeful maybe that they could get across. That's not the case yet. And that is still the story as well for the Howard Franklin, for the Causeway, Courtney Campbell, and the Skyway as well. So we were told yesterday by FDOT once they closed those bridges that they were going to remain closed throughout the remainder of the storm and wait to be assessed afterwards. So that's still what has to happen today. At TPA as well, airport is still closed this morning. You made the right call too, is saying that even if it was open, if you were stuck in St. Pete, you're not getting there.
You're not going to get over the bridge to the airport.
Unless
so,
you got a ferry.
Yeah, exactly. That's what everybody's going to be dealing with today, and we really don't know when the bridges are going to reopen, because the next issue is so much water was lapping over onto the bridges. At some point, they're going to have to remove a lot of the debris today. That's going to take some time. We saw after Tropical Storm Debbie, they shut down one side of the Howard Franklin, and the next day everything was sunny, but yet there was debris there, and the bridge still hadn't reopened on the southern side, the Pinellas County side of northbound I-275 as you're going from Pinellas County into Tampa. So again, that's going to be another issue today. So traveling around today is not really going to be a really great opportunity for you. There's really no way to kind of get around this.
Yeah, and again, we're taking a live look at the airport now, where you can see no flights taken off or landing right now. They are doing a damage assessment to make sure that it is safe for flights to take off at some point today. Still waiting on an update right now, but at coming up on 7 o'clock this morning on this Friday, that airport remains closed, as well as our other airports in the area. I also wanted to remind you, if you're just waking up with us this morning, because this impacts a lot of St. Pete, 40% of St. Pete, 70,000 people without sewage. The sewage treatment, the Northeast St. Pete plan had to be taken offline, so that means no drinking water for them this morning, no showering, no doing laundry,
no flushing your
toilet. Yeah, that's probably the lead of that.
Let's talk a little bit about that, because that sewage treatment line in Northeast St. Petersburg that was taken offline, as you said, about 70,000 people affected by that. No water, you can't flush the toilets. That's in the area of, it's north of 30th Avenue North, just north of 30th Avenue North, east of I-275. So kind of do the math in your head, kind of visualize where you are. If you're in that area and you go to flush the toilet today or turn the water on, don't learn the hard way, because you might not be able to use that for 24 to potentially 48 hours is what they're telling us. A lot of extensive flooding in St. Petersburg, and they were worried about some saltwater intrusion there to the sewage treatment facility there.
Right, so a good day to rely on those water bottles. Again, that hurricane kit, so necessary during the storm season here in Florida. The hope is that you have a gallon per person per day, so just use that sparingly as you need. Stay hydrated, of course, but when it comes to brushing your teeth, when it comes to doing all of those things, use the water bottle this morning.
And that also reminds me, talking about water issues, Manatee County just a short time ago issued us an alert that they wanted to get out to our viewers, telling everyone to limit their water consumption there in Manatee County. We're trying to get some more information about that. It seems there may be an issue there as to why they're sending out that emergency alert to tell everybody in Manatee County to limit your water usage, your tap water usage today. So if you have bottled water or whatnot, maybe go with that if you can make do.
Yeah, we're coming up on 7 o'clock right now. Thanks so much for waking up with us here on 10 Tampa Bay. We've been in wall-to-wall coverage throughout the night. We've been here since 2 o'clock this morning, taking care of what we can here to give you some sights of what's happening in the Bay Area, being your eyes and ears. We have an incredible crew of reporters up and down our coast to do that for you. Our team of meteorologists as well, tracking this storm. 3 things to know right now. Storm-related deaths. We have 3 confirmed deaths, 2 in the state of Georgia, 1 here in Florida, unfortunately, here in the Tampa area after a sign fell. This was on I-4 overnight.
Yeah, the rescues also underway in several counties. Water rescues that are underway in several of our Bay Area counties. From Citrus County, you've been seeing those live all morning long. from Citrus County all the way down to Pasco County in the Gulf Harbors neighborhood. Hillsborough County has done multiple water rescues. Hillsborough County saying that they're using one of their Sherp ATVs, this like one of these massive ATVs that are going around. They've done a dozen rescues there. They've done 87 water rescues in the city of Tampa.
Yeah.
And as you go further south, it goes all the way down to Lee County. We saw video from there as well. Georgia is being impacted by Helene at this point too. As it came on shore, made its way into Georgia. It was a Cat 1, now down to a tropical storm, Helene. But again, they're seeing the impacts, and you just saw some flooding from Georgia happening there as well.
Yeah, we're seeing the power outages here. Georgia dealing with about 1 million of them at this point. I keep checking in with our sister station up there, 11 Alive, reporting about 1 million people in Georgia in the dark right now. So they're going to need their linemen, their crews as well. A big part of the story here is up in Citrus County this morning. Yes. Everybody has, every county in the area has experienced that storm surge, but Citrus County this morning has seen a number of swiftwater airboat rescues out there. People trapped along Kings Bay, lots of families, lots of pets, their kids, and our Jen Titus is there right now. Jen, we keep checking in with you, and each time we do, it's like another boat comes with more people. So dozens of this point have been brought to safety, thankfully, out of homes that have been inundated with waist-deep water, some of them.
Oh yeah, I think the guy we spoke to first this morning, early this morning, I think the first rescue was about 3 o'clock this morning. He was saying 5 feet of water in his home from Idalia a year ago. He had 2 to 3 feet. He thought he was going to be okay. And then he's like, once it got to that 5 foot mark, he hopped his family on a boat. They waved down an airboat and they got to safety. And since then, guys, we have seen the airboats just continue here with these water rescues. We're at dozens, I could say over 100 people at this point have been rescued here in Citrus County, whether it was Crystal River here where we are seeing boats launched. We know that there are rescues taking place down in Homosassa as well. It's just continuous, the number of these rescues, the number of the boats that are out there right now, and we've seen children, we've seen pets, we've seen elderly. The good news, we just talked about it a few minutes ago, is that we got confirmation that the sheriff told us they were looking for an elderly woman who called them saying she was out of oxygen. They needed to find her. They found her. They rescued her by airboat, brought her up here into the ambulance, and then the ambulance took her to the hospital. Across the way here, I would say there's probably 30 plus people waiting for the transit bus that is taking those rescued over to a shelter to get dry, to get a shower, and just figure out what is going to happen next, guys, because people are leaving their homes because they just could not wait it out any longer. The water just got too high. They tried, they wanted to, it got unsafe, and that's why the sheriff is asking anybody that needs to be rescued, if you have a family member, if you know that they are in a place that is flooded, call 911. The airboats are out. The airboats will rescue them. They are asking people not to get into their cars. You can see the cars down the way there. We saw somebody leave one of those cars, get out of their car with an animal and wade through the water because their car was stuck. And you can see just how high the water is. The sheriff says there could be down power lines. Oh, that was something I want to mention, guys. That was kind of the good news. We always talk about the heroes of the storms, heroes of the hurricanes. These guys, all heroes out here for sure, but then we had the linemen. We saw one of the power trucks make its way through this water, make its way through down there, starting to work. So we know that those guys are already out there because there are thousands of people here in Citrus County, we know right now, without power. So that's why I keep saying, if you're listening to us on the radio, listening to us on the app, and you need help, the help is here. Look at all of them. They have their airboats out. They have the ambulances waiting if you need that. They are literally coming up here with the airboats. They are wading through the storm water, and they are taking people to dry land. All of these guys all night long, they have been out here. Nobody has slept. Nobody has slept. I don't think the people who waited in their homes had slept because they didn't know how high it was going to get. And the sheriff saying it hasn't been this high for 103 years. That's how high the water has gotten. People are comparing it to the no-name storm, to Idalia. The sheriff says, no, it's never been this high. People who waited out Idalia, that 2 feet, that 3 feet of water, they say they could not wait out this any longer. And that's why they called to be rescued. And it's not just, guys, the area over by Kings Bay downtown, over by the high school. We know that rescues are taking place, and groups of people. I think around here, neighbors talk, they chat. This is a community of lifelong people, people who have been here for a very long time, and they talk to each other. We're going to be okay. Let's do this. We can ride this out. And now they've come together. We can't ride this out any longer. We had a group of 30 people that were rescued here by airboat because they thought they could make it. They've never seen their place flood before, and that's what we are hearing. We are hearing that the water just gushed through their homes in a matter of minutes. The one lady, guys, you heard us talk to just about an hour or so ago, said it was literally minutes that 3 to 4 feet of water came gushing in, and that's why they are out here. That's why these airboats are out here, because they knew it was going to be bad. It's why you had those mandatory evacuations for Zone A. Why the sheriff emphasized, please get out, go somewhere safe, because this water, these storm projections of 10 feet high, this is higher than Idalia. Idalia was 7 feet. Helene, I'm hearing about 10 feet of water, the sheriff said, in spots. He said record numbers that they had not seen, that they are measuring in areas throughout town. And then as the sun comes up, unfortunately, he says it's going to be devastating what they see. These businesses, these homes, people still hadn't even moved back in yet from Idalia. We've talked to people who are still waiting on remodels, on construction from Idalia. Still has not moved in. Here we go. I think we're going to have another airboat come this way, guys, because of another rescue. You just hear these airboats continue to just echo in the distance. You continue to hear these airboats make its way throughout the road. This is 5th Street. This isn't a lake. This isn't a pond. This is 5th Street. This is a street that now they have become a boat launch of airboats just launching as we see these water rescues come through. Yeah, here's a boat coming right here, guys. Another rescue, and it's been eerie all day watching these. You're all morning long. Your heart breaks for these people that are literally just grabbing anything they can. They have the clothes on their back, and that's what they left. Here's another boat coming up here, guys. As this rescue comes on in here, and we've seen it all morning long. You'll see about 10 of the firemen come along, head towards that airboat there. There we go. Here's another rescue happening. We've seen it all morning again. Kids here in Crystal River, pets here in Crystal River. Just continuing to get dropped off when these boats come on in. Here we go. Let's see. Let's see here. There we go. Another rescue, guys, taking place here. And that's really just been the story here in Crystal River, guys. And look at right behind it. I told you. I said, look, there's the linemen somehow making their way, wading their way through the water. Wow. The linemen behind the rescue boat. Look at that, guys. Wow. All right. And that's really what we continue to see, guys, here in Crystal River, in Citrus County. Stay inside until the sheriff says it's okay to leave, because the water is still high and these rescues continue to take place. For now, we're live in Crystal River. Jennifer Titus, 10 Tampa Bay.
Thanks, Jen. I'm Jenny Dean in downtown Tampa. I'm at the Convention Center and just across the way from Tampa General Hospital. Of course, we're getting our 6 o'clock update about an hour ago from Tampa Mayor Jane Castor. And Mayor Castor says they've already had to do 87 water rescues. Now, that doesn't mean they've had to go out on boats. It means that they've had to go out and rescue people stranded, maybe that their car got flooded in some water. But it also means that they have had to use boats. I'm going to step out of the way here just so you can see Tampa General in the background at Davis Island, because that is where they are really focusing on right now. Tampa General, all good. You can hear the generator that they have there working as it's supposed to. The patients there are good. Tampa General has been posting on social media. Everything worked as it was supposed to with the aqua fence. And so the patients there, the medical attention that everyone is receiving there is what it is supposed to be, and it is doing okay. The rest of Davis Island, however, is an issue. Many people did not evacuate, and there are a lot of homes out there, homes that were flooded. The power is out. The only reason you're seeing power at Tampa General is because of their huge generator. The rest of the island does not have power. So they don't have power, and they don't have a way to get off that island. Even the high water rescue vehicles are not able to get across Bayshore and get across that bridge. The water was simply just too high. So they've had to use boats to go out and get people off of Davis Island and bring them to shore. Harbor Island looks pretty good. We were able to drive over the bridge into Harbor Island. We didn't go exploring too much, so we don't really know how flooded some of the outer parts of it are, but the bridges to Harbor Island open. Now, I can tell you this too, where I'm standing, the water came up to this level where I'm standing. There is debris kind of all around and up by the Sail Pavilion, which is at the bar, kind of the outdoor bar right across from the convention center here. So it was definitely high, very high at one point, and it has gone down significantly. When we got here, probably about 3:30, 4 o'clock this morning, it's gone down about a foot since then, the water has. So it is receding slowly, probably slower because we're coming up to high tide, and it's going to take a while. That was what the mayor was telling us, of course, that high tide was still expected. The light of day is now finally starting to come, and you know, so many people, it's so much scarier at night when you're dealing with severe weather, with flooding, with storming. I think, you know, while the light of day does bring some reassurance to people that they'll be rescued, that things will work out, it's also going to really show us the damage and all of the flooding and the stark difference between yesterday and sunny skies and the idea of what could happen and people out taking social media posts to a very different reality today when we're looking at flooded roadways or what's left over from homes that have been flooded, from people's lives simply being washed away in storm surge. So it is a very serious situation and something that everyone, first responders, rescuers, city leaders are all still trying to assess right now as they get ready to get out and start to make repairs. But yeah, they really have to just determine where the damage is, what's worse, and then prioritize. They have to get those people rescued first to make sure everybody that needs medical attention or rescue gets that, and then they can start looking at, okay, where do we begin? What do we fix first? How do we get the city back up and running? How do we get the beaches back up and running? As you know, all of our bridges to Pinellas County currently closed. I've had many friends already early this morning who've been up for a very long night. I've had one friend who lost a home in Newport Richey, an entire home. Another friend who is stranded in St. Pete. They were in an evacuation zone, and they did not heed the evacuation warning in St. Pete, and you know, they're kind of stuck right now. They have their hurricane kit. They're going to be okay, but the reason, you know, city leaders and county leaders tell us to evacuate is so that we are safe and that we don't have to worry about getting stranded somewhere and worry about our car getting flooded. And now we're seeing fires pop up because of electric vehicles and lithium ion batteries that are in vehicles. And so we just really need everybody to listen to your city and county leaders right now. They're urging people to stay inside, stay off the roads, let them get out, let them assess the damage. Just because it's light out doesn't mean it's safe for you to drive through any of these flooded areas or flooded waters. Don't be getting out in your golf carts parts. A lot of them are electric, and they can be a fire hazard as well. So really just want everybody to heed that warning. We're going to continue to monitor things here in downtown Tampa. We've gotten word that Curtis Sixon Park was flooded pretty badly along the Riverwalk there. So we're going to head that way now, and we will show you what it looks like down here so you don't have to get out and take a look at it for yourself. For now, live in Tampa, Jenny Dean, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Jenny Dean reporting live for us in Tampa. She's going to make that move so we can kind of see around the city a little bit more. Mayor Jane Castor telling us around the 6 a.m. hour of all the things they've been doing in the overnight hours, 200 different medical calls, 87 water rescues, lots of downed trees and power lines, stoplights out all over the city, issues that they're dealing with.
Flooding really the major story right now. We also have at 9 o'clock this morning an update from Governor Ron DeSantis, so we'll bring that to you as well, awaiting that information this morning. We have a team of reporters out being your eyes right now. I'm watching the clock here because we asked our meteorologist earlier. We're stuck in the studio, but the sun's going to come up a little after 7:20 this morning, and that really is going to give us much better perspective as to the extent of the damage in the Tampa Bay area. That storm surge really inundating a lot of homes. You saw Treasure Island inundated with that in Pinellas County, up in Citrus County. We've had the airboats doing multiple rescues, more than 100 people up there along Kings Bay, some in really dire situations. We had an 86-year-old woman who was trapped running out of oxygen. She thankfully was rescued, taken by ambulance away. So a lot of people just really waking up kind of in a panic overnight, now assessing the damage and the extent of this storm and the cleanup that is going to be underway for quite some time.
And waking up in a panic because here's what happened overnight. If you woke up this morning and your house is fine, your property is fine, you're very lucky.
Yeah.
A lot of folks in our area from the northern side to the southern side are waking up to what is being called catastrophic and historic flooding levels they have never seen before in recorded times, at least dating back 103 years is what Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins was telling us this morning. Those numbers.
Sticking with me this morning is he was saying overnight that really nobody in the Bay Area has seen this kind of flooding before. And unfortunately, I think people have that false sense of security because you haven't seen it before. You thought, well, I'll be okay this time around. And unfortunately, a lot of people have decided to stay in their homes, even in those Zone A evacuation zones. We've had to see a lot of swift water rescues, a lot of flooded homes, a lot of emergency calls overnight, even fires, a big part of the story as well.
Structure fires,
yeah. Structure fires because of, well, you mix water and electronics, doesn't go very well.
That's it, yeah, a lot of electrical fires. The biggest problem is that the water line was so high for so many of these counties and cities where these structure fires were that they couldn't even get to them. So these structures, these homes, buildings, they just burned to the ground. There was no way for them to get to them. They can't even get a fire truck safely to them. That's how high the water was. We saw water rescues from Citrus County, Hernando County, Pasco County, Hillsborough County, Manatee, Sarasota, down to Lee County. They were even doing water rescues down there.
I do want to say, and of course, this is preliminary information, and so we're going to wait for the sun to come up and more data and more information to come in. But right now, I think the good news in all of this, because there's so much devastation right now, we do know there are 3 confirmed deaths. 1 life is always too many, but three confirmed deaths, 2 in Georgia, 1 here in Florida. A sign fell near Ybor City on the roadway there.
On I-4.
Yeah, I-4, 1 person was killed in our area. So very sad news to report this morning. But when you look at the flooding, the extent of it, and the fires as well, I asked earlier, right now, no injuries reported with the fires that we've seen, and we've seen multiple fire calls. So if there's any somewhat good news right now is that it always could be worse. You know, this feels awful right now, but lives certainly matter. You can replace your belongings, you can replace your homes, but getting people to safety and to higher ground is really the name of the game right now.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to talk about, because you talk about death toll, experience tells us that number is going to go up post-hurricane. It will be attributed to the hurricane. And it goes up post-hurricane for a series of reasons. Stoplights out, people driving through intersections, car wrecks that are fatal, people with their generators on in a non-ventilated area. That is another area. People walking through floodwaters and getting injured or touching what is a down power line and a live line.
Yeah, Sheriff Prendergrass was saying biohazard in the water.
It's true. And so we're hoping that if folks didn't heed the warning about that this was going to be historic flooding and to get out and evacuate from Zone A, if you didn't listen to that, please listen to this. They're telling you just stay inside today. If you don't have to go outside, if you're living in an area where streets are closed, streets are flooded, power's out, there's no reason to go out if you really don't have to.
Yeah, and if that's not enough for you right now, just think about how non-mobile we are right now. Our bridges are closed, the airport's still closed, we're still awaiting damage assessment there too, and there's so much debris on the ground, even if the flood waters have receded, and they have in some areas. Even our parking lot, we're in our backup studio in the Tampa area because our station off of Gandy Boulevard was in a flood zone, so we evacuated just like many others did, and we saw, for good reason, we saw the cameras this morning, that floodwater has receded a bit, but we had a very flooded parking lot outside of our studio. And
Our
so
cars would have been totaled.
Yeah, they would,
if we were there.
They
So
would be done.
thank goodness
for
we
it.
moved. Yeah,
That's true.
Without a doubt. But you know what? So many cars were not so lucky. We've seen video all morning long of dozens of cars, especially I believe we have a live camera right now. We have dozens of cars parked on the Pinellas Bayway, the bridge to the beaches.
There we go, yeah.
These are folks who wisely got their car to higher ground, parked it, and walked away from it. You know, that's remind you here as you see this bridge, the Skyway, the Gandy, the Courtney Campbell, all closed. Access to Clearwater Beach closed. Everywhere you go, access to the barrier islands closed. So this is what we're going to be dealing with today. Mayor Jane Castor talking about, you know, the city of Tampa as well as all of our area counties are going to get their drones up today because that's going to be a real help for them.
Right about now too.
Yeah, right about now.
22. So sun should be rising out there.
Good morning, because we definitely need it because in the overnight hours, folks are waking up to floodwaters potentially rushing into their homes or coming right up to their doorstep. And this morning the sun's coming up and you can kind of take a look and see what's going on out there. I know first responders especially were waiting for daylight because they know there's going to be more rescues in the daylight than there even was in the overnight hours.
Well, speaking of the daylight, let's see if we can get a peek of it. Miranda Parnell has been in Pinellas County in the St. Pete area near Gulfport too, and you are near the power crews, and a lot of people, we've been talking to Jen Titus up in Citrus County. We said the sound of those airboats like hope for people who are in a flooded home. The sight of those power crews, hope for people who are in the dark right now, Miranda.
That's right. I know you all were mentioning how you might be driving around. If you are driving around or had to for some reason this morning, you might have seen a lot of those stoplights not working. They are working to get this back going, and things have really started to activate out here as you see kind of the bucket trucks going up there. Now that the sun is going up, they seem to be getting even more activated out here. Now, we did speak to some folks from Duke Energy, and they told us that they have been working around the clock since yesterday to make sure that folks have the power that they need. But they did have to kind of subside those operations as the storm was coming through. The trucks can't drive safely when wind conditions are blowing at a certain miles per hour, so they did have to kind of wait for that to finish up before they could head out again. But we've seen these trucks as we've been riding around the county this morning. We've seen these crews kind of getting activated, bringing in their luggage because many of them are from out of town. They told us that they have 8,000 people on hand to help restore power after this storm. And we know that as we were riding around, it was pitch dark in a lot of places because people just don't have that power. They're just asking folks to be patient. They're asking people to stay off the roadway so that they can move around freely if you don't have to be out. And they're also saying that, you know, if you do have or if you have lost power at your home, try to turn things off. Make sure that they're turned off so that when the power does come back on, you don't have a surge, because then you might have more problems if everything comes back on at once. But again, these are folks from all over. They're not all from Florida. They're not all from our area. And you know, that makes a difference as well, because it's not just us that are impacted. I'm talking to my mom in South Carolina. She says she just lost power from this storm. So this is going to be kind of a regional thing, but they have brought in thousands of people to help us in the aftermath of this storm. But again, these people have been working so hard to get the power back on. They're just asking that you be patient. They're trying to get over to you. This was a bad storm. It was a big storm, and they're trying to work to make things better right now. In Pinellas County, Miranda Parnell, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, thanks, Miranda. Yeah, that is a really good piece of advice. If you're at home right now and you are streaming us, I know some people were able to power up their phones, but you definitely want to turn off all those other items in your home if things were on. That's a good point. You don't want to have a power surge right after you've dealt with an outage for quite some time. Many people in the dark all night long. That AC even more important too.
Yeah, and Miranda, they can't get really out there until some of these floodwaters recede, because obviously some of the streets that don't have power right now are flooded. So I kind of see some of them standing around. They're just waiting for their to-go orders, essentially. They're ready to go for their marching orders.
That's right. They were saying, like we mentioned with the bucket trucks, they have to wait for the wind with those. But like you just mentioned, it's also the flooding as well. You know, they have to make sure that they can see. And so we're thinking that now that the sun is up, they can get kind of a better lay of the land to decide where it's safe to go. And I know these trucks are lifted, but they still don't want to risk it either. That's why we say just stay out of the flood water, stay at home if you can. But yeah, we know that as the sun comes up, it is going to help get things back on track. But we also know that folks are going to want that AC. So they are working to get that rocking for you. And hopefully, again, if you can just be patient, if you can stay at home and kind of wait it out, they are working around the clock to get that power restored to folks here in Pinellas County.
All right, Miranda Parnell reporting live for us in St. Pete this morning. At last check, Caitlin, 230,000 people in Pinellas County without power.
Yeah.
So certainly,
a lot of work to do.
Yeah, a lot of work to do, and folks are going to be happy to see them coming down their street and coming into their neighborhood this morning. Up in Pasco County, in Newport Richey, another area that was prone to flooding, and then when you add historic flooding on top of that, the Gulf Harbors neighborhood was one area this morning that I know that deputies were up there doing water rescues as well. Our Angelicia Bruton has been in Pasco County for us, northern Pasco County for us all morning long. Angelicia, what's the latest there?
Yeah, right now we are in downtown Newport Richey, and as the sun starts to come up, starting to notice that there's a lot more traffic in the area. Officers are out helping direct traffic, waiting for some of the street lights to turn back on. Some have turned on just in the past 5 minutes in this area. Crews have been working really fast. You can see there's some crews working on the power line behind me. They say there's about 40,000 outages in this area. And although it seems like the water is receding pretty quickly in most communities, there's still a lot of areas that are experiencing a lot of flooding. That's why they're asking people to be careful on the roadways. If they have to come out, they still want people to stay indoors, but they've rescued about 200 people, just water rescues alone. And it's not even noon yet, and they're expecting that number to go up even more. Live in Newport Richey, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Angelicia, providing an outline of really what's been going on up there from Pasco County into Hernando County, Citrus County. We've been seeing the live water rescues all morning long. Angelicia, thank you so much for reporting there as they're working to get the power restored back there in Newport Richey as well as Pasco County as well. We're talking about water rescues all morning long. Some really unbelievable video that we got from the Coast Guard overnight, and this was something that I saw on Twitter that was absolutely amazing. This was a man who had to be rescued off of his boat
in Sanibel.
In Sanibel. It was an unbelievable video. If we can cue that up for you guys, because it is something else. As the Coast Guard sees his sailboat out there. Yeah, and literally they lower down and wait until you see this. Just watch this video here. I know it doesn't have the sound, but there he is. He's stuck on the boat with his dog. Here comes the dog.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, I'm so glad they're okay.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. We've seen so much of that. What sticks out to me too with this, up in Crystal River, so many people rode out this storm with their pets. They had their cats, their dogs, they're bringing them on the airboats too. They're part of their families and they're concerned about them as well. But oh my goodness.
What a rescue there by the Coast
Yeah.
Guard. Thank you so much for that one.
Wow.
And look at the boat just being tossed around like a toy out there in the ocean.
Yeah, I mean, it's no match for the power of the sea, and that's perfect perspective in that video there. You saw a video earlier this morning down in Sarasota. Our Nick Valturo is stationed there now, giving us some looks there, and you've seen massive sailboats that are down in Sarasota.
Just washed ashore.
Washed over the seawall there with the power of the storm surge and the winds there. You just see they look like nice, big, sturdy boats until you see the immense sea and Mother Nature.
Yeah,
My goodness.
yeah, and that's what we were dealing with all night long. And And we'll talk about that a little bit more this morning as well, because we keep using words like historic and catastrophic flooding, but it really was when we set high water marks for pretty much every spot in our viewing area overnight in the overnight hours. From all of the storm surge that we kept telling everybody about, a lot of folks in evacuation zone A did not leave, and that's why we're seeing a lot of those water rescues. A lot of times folks, we don't leave when we're in evacuation zone A because we saw this thing was far offshore. It really kind of sort of wasn't our storm when it came to wind and rain, right? That's kind of the mentality, because everybody says, oh, I'm from Florida.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, we don't understand storm surge clearly.
And we will now.
We do now. So when we start talking about storm surge from this point forward, we're going to start to understand what we're talking about now, because we're seeing this morning people whose lives are upended because they didn't leave.
Right.
They thought, the wind's not going to be that bad, the rain's not going to be that bad, I don't understand storm surge maybe,
Right.
so I'm going to stick it out. And when you stick it out, now all of a sudden you're putting first responders in harm's way too,
Right.
who want to go home to their families, who don't want to get hurt when they're at work. But as we're hearing all morning long, 200 calls just in Tampa alone, emergency calls, 87 water rescues in Tampa, hundreds up in Citrus County now.
Yeah.
I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And so
Hundreds
hopefully,
of people.
Yeah, hopefully we're going to learn
Most in the
something
Bay
from this
Area.
storm. And we're going to learn a lot more now that the sun is coming up and folks are going out to assess the damage. First responders are getting out there now.
Yeah.
And we're going to bring you that video, throughout the day. As soon as we get it, we're going to pass that on to you as well. Talking about boats down in Sarasota.
Yeah, let's go down to Nick Valturo, who's live for us now. And Nick, we were just talking about the boats that we saw earlier. And of course, you have been saying we were waiting for the sun to come up, and not such a sunny day just yet, but certainly the sun up is giving us a clearer vision of what's going on. So where are you now?
Yeah, and that's a great point, Caitlin. We're starting to at least be able to see some of the damage. And we're on Banana Place over here in downtown Sarasota. And as you can tell right now, this street is completely washed out. I mean, you could just see how deep the water goes. I'm going to just stand here for a second to just give you an idea of what we're looking at. We saw this cone that was actually out in a garage over there. It just washed out completely into the street, and that's what we're really seeing, right? We've talked about the widespread flooding that took place all over because of that incredible storm surge between 5 to 6 feet out here in the Sarasota area. And a lot of the downtown area, of course, was underwater, a lot of that standing water. And before, they had the John Ringling Causeway completely closed down. That's one of those main thoroughfares that people can access and get across to St. Armand's. That is starting to slowly open back up. But you can just tell by the water, right? Just taking a look at the water, how much there is. So you can still see it rushing through. We're starting to have a lot of those wind gusts still pick up. So it's still pretty strong out here. But we talked about it, right? The storm surge, the 6 to 8 feet, the abnormal water levels above sea level, and just how much of the area really was inundated with water. And Jameson, I thought you made a great point before when you mentioned a lot of people don't understand storm surge, and we saw so many posts from friends and other people on Facebook and all over social media about how they lived in Florida for years, how they weren't going to evacuate, they were going to stick it out in their house. And of course, you see a lot of those same people posting that they were stuck, they couldn't get out, they needed help. So many people underestimated it because there wasn't a lot of rain, wasn't a lot of wind early on in the afternoon. They really didn't know what was coming. And of course, now you're seeing just the repercussions of that. So many people out of power, so many people stranded, so many people needing to be rescued. So it's really just an unbelievable turn of events what we're seeing here this morning.
Yeah, and talking about people being stranded, Nick, you're down there in Sarasota. I'm kind of wondering how you're going to get back into town. We've got all the bridges closed down. So, hopefully you're set down there for just a little bit because, this is an area too, not downtown necessarily, Nick, but Sarasota County that had flooding after Debbie, and they were literally still pumping water out of some of their neighborhoods just a week ago. So hopefully we can get some updates on them as well. Now, are you surprised by the flooding that you're seeing even in the downtown area?
Yeah, and that's a great point, Jameson. you really are surprised by the amount of water you're seeing. And you talked about it, just the amount of people that had to clean up still after Debbie, that so many people were underwater, still pumping water out of their homes from out here to Azuna. So many places that were just inundated with water and with flooding. And as a matter of fact, we know that there were a lot of people who really didn't anticipate this to get as bad as it did. And of course, now they're going to have to pick up all those pieces after before. As for getting home, you know, that's a different question. I really wish I had an answer to. I'll tell you what I won't be doing. While I'm waiting to try to get back, I will not be watching a replay of the game last night, because I stayed up to watch that, and I don't need to see it again.
Yeah. All right, Nick reporting for us down there in Sarasota County. Nick,
the Giants lose last night?
Yeah, they did. So he's definitely
more
not
bad
happy.
news this morning.
Yeah, all right. We'll get you. Don't worry.
20 to 15.
20 to 15. Yeah, if you lost power last night, by the way, that was the score.
More bad news.
Yeah, for Nick. Yeah, exactly. Hey, by the way, let's take a live traffic cam right now, because we have some information coming in from the Pinellas County area, all the barrier islands from the Dunedin Causeway all the way through Tierra Verde. They continue to be closed to everyone, including residents. As you can see the traffic cam there at State Road 679, and you see everybody blocking that off. So again, the barrier islands from the Dunedin Causeway through Tierra Verde continue to be closed even to residents at this hour. So if you evacuated, you want to come back, you want to see the damage perhaps that was left behind, you can't do that just yet. You know, if we get some information as to when they might let residents back on, we will be the first to pass that on to you so that you can come up to that traffic stop, show your identification, and get back on. But at this point, you're being asked to stay put where you are.
Yeah, we're monitoring all our bridges right now, which are still closed this morning, just after coming up on 7:40 in the morning. Let's take you to Tampa Fire Rescue. They were putting out a fire earlier this morning on West San Miguel Street. Take a look at that and what they had to go through there, the flood waters, to get to it. As we've been telling you this morning, there were several structure fires, dozens of them throughout the Tampa Bay area overnight, and unfortunately, because of the flood waters, because it was just too risky to even take their trucks in, some structures they just had to let burn.
And that's a newer structure. That's one of the newer homes in that area,
right
on San Miguel. As you can see, kind of a newer home there. Yep. And so they were able to get over in that direction. Luckily, they were able to fight that off, because a lot of times in the structure fires that we've been seeing from county to county to county all morning long, they have not been able to get to them to put them out. They just got to let them burn to the ground.
Yeah, Fire Chief Barbara Tripp updated us at 6 o'clock this morning, saying that there were 200 medical and fire calls overnight, vehicles, homes, all included in that. So those calls, I'm sure, will continue today. Of course, water does not mix well with electronics, and that's part of the story right now. We also want to take you to Treasure Island. Boats piled up on properties there. We knew that this would be part of it as well, because we saw that massive storm surge. You know that pirate well as you come on
Yep.
to Treasure Island. Yeah, over the bridges onto the area. Look at these boats tossed aside in the front yards of people.
Whoa.
Wow, boat after boat there. This is going to be quite the cleanup over the next several days. And as our meteorologist has been telling us, we are going to dry out a bit. It's sure going to be hot over the weekend, but hopefully some of that cleanup can begin. This also, Safety Harbor, the pier is damaged out there this morning too. This storm surge just so powerful, inundating our area with more than 5 feet of it in some areas, 6 to 7 feet across the Tampa Bay area.
I'm just still amazed at the boats on everybody's front yard.
I thought at first looking at it, I thought, well, maybe they pulled that up, but no, I mean, this is just left from the storm surge and the aftermath
So
here.
I have to imagine those are boats that were in the intracoastal that went over the wall.
Pushed over the wall into people's front yards.
That's the only logical thing.
And the water has receded out in that area, clearly.
And there's the Safety Harbor pier that flooded. That sustained a lot of damage after Hurricane Helene as well. You know, you saw just how angry the bay was at a certain point yesterday, especially with the video that we got from Howard Franklin. I mean, that's as choppy as it gets.
I know. Pouring over, like massive, almost like Atlantic coast waves coming over the Gandy Bridge or the Howard Franklin Bridge. Yeah, a scary scene. And watching the video, I couldn't believe, and as they were closing it, just about to close it yesterday, I was watching the cars come over, and I thought,
yeah,
I mean, I can't believe these cars must be terrified, the drivers of them, because these were massive waves coming over.
Yeah, and they eventually did close it down. They eventually closed everything down. So again, if you're waking up this morning and you're thinking of traveling from one side of the bay to the other, you're not. All the area bridges are closed, and as you just saw, the Dunedin Causeway, even just trying to get over there on some of the bridges, that's all closed off as well, even to residents. A lot of storm damage assessment to be had this morning. It does not matter what city or county you're in. The only folks who seem to have really been spared here are the inland counties like Polk and Hardy, Highlands, DeSoto. They made out okay. It seems Polk County even sending some of their team up to the Perry area. That is where Helene made landfall. 11:10 last night is a Category 4 hurricane, a major hurricane with catastrophic damage, especially from the water and all the storm surge.
Yeah, we were watching that cone kind of move yesterday. We were worried about it because it had been ticking west and then it kind of was ticking east a little bit, and our meteorologists were tracking it very closely. It was interesting to me to wake up this morning because I was not awake when it made landfall, but right near Perry, about 10 miles away, that's exactly where they thought it would.
Almost spot on. And Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins was talking about how, you know, the Storm Prediction Center, you know, set this course out days and days and days ago, and pretty amazed at how it pretty much kept its line from beginning to end. It was pretty remarkable how they got the call on this right. They especially got the call right on the catastrophic storm surge. They were on top of that all along, and that's kind of been the warning that was going out for days on end. So, you know, the folks who did evacuate, hopefully you're going home to your homes today and everything's okay. Hopefully you're okay. You know, your possessions are okay. Thankfully you're okay. But we can
replace those.
Yeah, we can replace all that stuff. Hurricane Helene, though, caused quite a punch. And she's hanging up around Georgia right about now. Let's go over to meteorologist Amanda Pappas as we get the latest on Helene and some of the numbers that we saw come out of this storm, Amanda.
Good morning, Jameson, Caitlin. I've been on the phone with multiple friends, family members. I have family over towards the Panhandle waiting on their response at this point. We know this is our home. We were impacted. We warned you about the storm surge. That was the most deadly and also devastating part to Helene. Right now, Helene, currently a tropical storm. The 5 o'clock advisory showing us it's going to make its way towards western portions of the Carolinas into Tennessee, pushing into that Ohio River Valley. It's going to weaken, of course, because it's cut off from the water, its energy source. So those pressures will begin to rise, essentially meaning the system will weaken. Now, we do see that the cone overall still putting portions of Florida under the gun in terms of a tropical storm warning. That should be lifted here shortly. With that 5 o'clock advisory in mind, our next advisory will be at 8 a.m. here, so coming up soon. Right now, we do see, though, that the system moving to the north at 30 miles per hour. This landfall taking you back in time for a moment. Hurricane Helene last night at Perry, Florida. Look at the eye as it's about to cross over. We can see that this system was just something of just sheer magnitude. Look at the eye wall of Perry. This is Perry, Florida. Thank you so much to Storm Chaser Reed Timmer. This is Perry, Florida. The eye wall. Look at those winds gusting. You can barely see the visibility so low. That was what it was like to be inside of Hurricane Helene, the eye wall, the most dangerous part of the storm. That's where the surge is the worst, and those winds and rain are the worst as well. Look at that imagery. Very dangerous, but overall, we want to give you this imagery so you can see the sheer strength of this storm. Look at those palm trees holding on for dear life there, palm fronds. And watch this, that light, look at that red light. Keep your eye on it. Bam, there we go. We saw that all last night into this morning. Power going out because of how strong these winds were. So I want to take a look too at also the storm surge. So getting back to this, we do see that right now we have a little bit of a break in terms of the rain. Thank goodness. It's the outermost bands over towards Highlands County that are putting down a little bit of water right now. So speaking about that water, this was record and historic surge that we saw. We've never seen surge like this across the Bay Area. For Clearwater, we got up to about 6.5, a little over 6.5 feet there. East Bay, 7 feet of storm surge. Another almost 7 there for Old Port, Tampa, and St. Pete. Cedar Key, where Jennifer Titus is, seeing multiple people being rescued this morning because they had almost 9.5 feet of storm surge. Look at that previous record from Idalia. Almost about 7 feet of storm surge there. So this was something they'd never seen before. So a lot of people chose to not evacuate. We told you guys why, because we do see that the storm surge was the strongest part of this system. So right now what you need to know, the strongest winds are down towards Nick Volturo in Sarasota. Those winds are going to continue to die down, which is good news. We're here to bring you the good news now. We recap this storm, right? But the great news is that all the water levels are dropping quickly back to minor flooding or no flooding at all. That's for Cedar Key. We saw a 6-foot drop there. And in addition to that, we see Clearwater Beach. Those water levels have dropped as well. And even more good news, Old Port Tampa. For a lot of my friends over there, I saw multiple homes being flooded. We do see that those water levels are dropping quickly too. So the storm surge, what you can expect for the rest of the day today, every hour we will see, every 2 hours, we will see about a foot of that water go down. So that's good news for us. Now, as we do approach that high tide, the next one coming in right around 11 a.m., we will see that that water is going to slowly start to drop. So it's not going to come back and rise, but it'll just take a little bit longer for it to completely recede in those low-lying areas especially. So we want you to make sure you are not underestimating the power of water. Look at this, 6 inches of fast-moving water can knock you right off your feet. Another 12 can carry a sedan away. And if you think you have that big lifted truck and you're good to go, well, guess what? 18 to 24 inches of that fast moving water can take the storm. The storm can essentially just take the whole entire truck away. So with that in mind, another look from Perry, Florida, from Reed Timmer, you can see the sheer wrath of Hurricane Helene as it made landfall in Perry, Florida. Go ahead, and if you are able to and you have any cool storm damage footage or imagery, especially keeping your safety in mind. Your safety is my #1 priority, but if you want to go ahead and send that in to me, that helps proof the forecast and also your eyes in the sky as well and on the ground. We do see that this QR code, you can go ahead and send all that information to it. Looking at your local forecast, we see those wind gusts are going to begin to die down, especially after 2 o'clock. Your 7-day forecast still featuring, of course, a weather impact alert day because we still are dealing with the after effects with that surge still in place. It'll slowly go down, which is the great news after Hurricane Helene has battered the Gulf Coast. We return back to normal weather pattern heading into Saturday and Sunday into early next week. We're back.
All right, thanks, Amanda. We're getting more information. Really, at this point, it's a day of assessment. We're going to have to assess the damage across our area as the waters recede. Right now, we're getting word, too, they're assessing some of our bridges, the Howard Franklin, which has been closed since yesterday, the Gandy Bridge as well. TPA, they have an assessment crew out there at the airport, too, because the airport's been shut down as well. This is all about safety and getting everybody, back into some sense of normal. It's going to be a while before we're really there, but today getting people, stay home because they're going to be assessing before they can get you back on the roadways. Now in Gulfport, downtown Gulfport has sustained considerable storm damage. We've been showing you that video. Our Miranda Parnell was down there. You could see the businesses, the water. It was really starting to surge in the area prior to the storm's arrival yesterday too. So we saw that storm surge overnight. They're going to assess the damage in the area too. They're asking people in the Gulfport area to stay home, avoid the downtown area there too. Only essential personnel right now. And Florida Power and Light too, they are restoring more than 65% of customers affected by Hurricane Helene. So assessing the damage out on our roadways, assessing the damage to our power structures as well.
Yeah, and FPL restoring 65% of the power to the folks who had their power knocked out. Just on their power outage map here, I'm just taking a look here in Sarasota. 46,000 customers in Sarasota County, FPL customers, still without power this morning. Manatee County, right now, that number hovering right around 40,000. A lot of them have been restored. Manatee County, about 22,000 have been restored. In Sarasota County, about 71,000 had their power restored. So hopefully that is you. As we saw Miranda Parnell earlier, we saw power crews lining up down there by the Trop, getting ready to head out as soon as the wind dies down just a little bit, as soon as the streets that they need to get to recede, the floodwaters recede a little bit. They're going to get back out there and start to restore that power. We have power crews, Governor Ron DeSantis telling us yesterday and the day before, as a matter of fact, that power crews are coming from out of state to come and help us on this one. So we've got a lot of cavalry here.
More than 18,000 linemen.
Yes, trying to get this power turned back on for us. if you're watching us this morning on your phone or maybe a tablet with the 10 Tampa Bay Plus app, we say thank you for watching us through the storm. And as you go through the day without your power, hopefully you don't have too much cleanup to deal with. But we know that there is a lot of storm damage assessment, as you mentioned, that has to happen throughout the Bay Area. Citrus County, one of the worst that we've seen all morning long. If you're just waking up and kind of taking stock of everything that happened, historic catastrophic flooding from Hurricane Helene here in the Bay Area that we're dealing with.
Trying to keep up with all the news conferences that are now lined up. The first one we had this morning was from Mayor Jane Castor, as well as the police chief and fire chief in Tampa early this morning. That was at 6 o'clock. We're awaiting the governor, who's going to speak in just over an hour this morning at 9 o'clock. So we'll get an update across the state there from him. Also, Manatee County, too. They plan to have a 1 o'clock news conference. This is public safety in Manatee County. We've seen widespread flooding, so we're going to wait. By 1 o'clock, they should have a better sense there, too. More water receding in the area, so that's actually not bad timing for that.
Absolutely.
Hillsborough County too.
Yeah, Hillsborough County is going to have another one. Hillsborough County, that was one of the first phone calls we made this morning. We were talking about 2:15 this morning. We were talking to Hillsborough County Fire Rescue. Kind of set the scene here for you, maybe while some of you were sleeping last night. They told us in Town and Country they were doing some water rescues there. They were even getting phone calls of some folks who were stranded on the roofs of their home because the water had gotten so high. And they couldn't even get to them at that point. They told them to stay put as long as they could. They'll get to them as soon as they could. They were also experiencing flooding along the Little Manatee River in Ruskin, in that area. Saw some minor flooding as well in Apollo Beach. Lots of structure fires that they were dealing with as well. And that's been kind of the recurring theme all morning long, whether it's water rescues, structure fires, power outages. If you're waking up this morning and everything's fine for you, you're very lucky.
Yeah, that's the main impact that we've seen. A lot of people overnight. I mean, we talked about this yesterday, preparing for this storm, but it made landfall in the late night hours, the overnight hours. So the darkness mixed with that flooding, really a scary situation for so many families who tried to wait it out, even in those evacuation areas. So many airboat rescues up in Citrus County. We watched them play out live as families were pulled off those airboats, many of them saying that the water just rushed into their home so quickly. Within 5 minutes, feet of water were in their kitchen. They were, up to their waist. And so some were going to their second level or trying to get, on their kitchen counter, waiting out the storm, waiting for those airboats to come and get to them. But at the height of the storm, in the middle of the night, they couldn't do that safely too. So some people had to really wait it out for a while in fear.
And they had to do it in the dark as well.
Yeah.
So here you are in the pitch black, water's rushing in. You feel
no power.
You feel this cold water rushing in, and you're trying to get out. And as we saw from all those live airboat rescues in Citrus County all morning long, you saw folks getting out off the boat with either just a grocery bag of like whatever they could grab, of clothes, their phone, maybe a laptop.
Their pets.
A
lot of them
with their
pets.
A lot of pets. So, this is a prime example as to why when they evacuate, they say get to a shelter, maybe go a little bit further inland, go stay with some friends who might be in a safer location.
Right.
Because these airboat rescues that they've been doing, and they're going to do more today as the sun's coming up and folks are calling 911 again, this puts everybody in harm's way, including those folks getting rescued.
Yeah, but a reminder that you've said, and you've lived in the area for well over a decade. So many families have lived in the Tampa Bay area for decades. We haven't seen flooding like this in more than 100 years. So in your lifetime, you've never seen flooding like this in the Tampa Bay area. Really catastrophic for some people who are losing everything through this. Maybe didn't anticipate that being the case. A lot of people were we watched them able to get items out of their homes yesterday, literally move out of their homes, but that wasn't the case for so many people who seem to be caught off guard by this. That storm surge, not something that they're as accustomed to.
Yeah, and I think we're going to learn a lot about storm surge, from this point going forward here in the Bay Area. We're from Florida. We can get through hurricanes, but now we've learned a lot about storm surge going forward. So this is hopefully a cautionary tale for most of us. I'm going to go to a live picture right now at State Road 60 and McMullen Booth Road. As we've been telling you, this area, the Courtney Campbell, is closed down. So this area that you're looking at here, you can see is all closed off. You're not heading in that direction.
Look at the debris on the roadway too.
The mud and stuff like that. Yeah,
washed all up.
Exactly. You can see that, and that's going to be the other issue is, once this is all passed and the sun's out, you've got to get that stuff off the road. before folks can start going back and traveling safely as well.
Let alone just assessing the damage. That's the big thing, and that's going to be quite the undertaking.
The
with
structure
all
of the bridge,
bridges
you mean?
closed.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah, yes,
exactly.
Assessing to make sure that everything is okay, because of course you don't want to give people the go ahead and find out the hard way that the road is not sound.
Yeah, if you didn't see flooding and you didn't see downed power lines, you may have well seen downed trees in your neighborhood as well. We saw a lot of video of that from Hillsborough County from today. Some of that video that we were seeing online, a lot of great online video of some folks who have really been like reporters for us out there. Here's some pictures of trees down in the road in the aftermath of Helene.
Yeah, we've got that. And again, it's going to be moving that debris out of the way as the water recedes in many areas across our state at this point too. We've got a live image here. I want to take you to Gandy Boulevard if we have that right now. Gandy Boulevard, our station right off of it in the St. Pete area, and you can see over the extension there, cars stuck because the bridge is not open yet.
It's not. So if they're heading towards St. Pete, and that's what I'm assuming that they're doing.
The Selman extension.
Okay,
so this is traffic there. Maybe they're waiting for or in hopes that the bridge is going to open. It's not though.
Here's
And so
gonna be my
I think
guess.
maybe they've missed the memo that the bridge is
Yeah.
closed and are now sitting in standstill traffic.
Yeah. Here's my guess. That's the flyover there. Folks trying to head into St. Pete, and I'm guessing they're being turned around right at the base of the flyover, which, if this is true, I'm not sure why they didn't close off the
Earlier,
unbound ramp to the flyover. So, yeah. So this is, if you're trying to go out today and they're telling you not to, this is what you're going to deal with, because you're going to go down a lot of roads, state roads, and you're going to get turned around. And you're going to have to figure out a way to get to where you're going. So if you can not go there today,
Right.
maybe just stay.
Yeah.
Stay inside. You just wait it out one more day.
Not a good time to.
Not a good travel day.
Not a good travel day. Not a good time to test the bridges because you don't want to get stuck in that either. Certainly, you don't want to be stuck at home. You don't want to be stuck in traffic, standstill traffic on the bridge. Again, they have crews out assessing it as well. I don't know. We don't know. They haven't said whether they'll even open it today or what the time frame is on that. They do, again, have to make sure that it's clear, that it's safe, and that the structure is A-OK.
Something else you don't want to get stuck in is now Tropical Storm Helene, as we saw Helene make landfall and then head into Georgia, still causing issues up in that area as it continues on. Let's go over to meteorologist Amanda Pappas with the very latest as we look at Helene. Amanda?
Good morning to you, Jamison, Caitlin. We've been here all night long tracking this out for you, keeping you informed, prepared, connected, and most of all, safe and calm throughout this storm. There was no hype with this. It was all forecast facts. I told you guys yesterday, along with the rest of the team, storm surge was going to be our #1 threat and is always the biggest killer of any tropical system. And so at this time, we see Helene with the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center is showing that the system is pushing into portions of Wilmington. I talked to my mom not too long ago. I know that they're receiving tons of rain and wind already there, as well as South Carolina. The system then is going to track as we head into the next couple of hours towards the northwest. For right now, it is continuing that strength and moving to the north at 30 miles per hour. So the faster the system moves forward, that forward speed, the better off we are. It'll allow for it to weaken a little bit quicker. And in addition to that, it's going to continue to race off over towards portions of the Ohio River Valley, including Tennessee, and they could be facing some more isolated tornado threats, also flooding, catastrophic flooding, and a lot of rainfall coming to the rest of the southeast. Aside from that, a live check of our own parking lot. I've been keeping my eye on this closely. St. Pete, we've seen a lot of power outages, a lot of storm surge, so things are finally coming down in terms of the water levels. If you're just waking up, thank you so much for trusting us to guide you through this storm. Myself and meteorologist Mike Prangley have been continuing to go over the numbers all throughout the evening and morning hours, and we've been seeing a great indicator that the surge is finally coming down. Those water levels, I just updated them. They're dropping, which is wonderful news. Live look around shows us that we do see really great conditions over towards Plant City. We knew our inland zones weren't going to face the major impact. They were the ones with the least amount of impact. So things are moving along towards Plant City. We see those skies are opening up, a lot of sunshine over towards TPA. Hopefully they open that airport pretty soon. We do continue to see that downtown Tampa, that water receding now, thankfully. We had Jenny Dean that was there not too long ago. And taking us back in time for a second, if you're just tuning in and maybe you were asleep last night and we had the landfall of Hurricane Helene in Perry, Florida, to recap for you. And it's continuing to bring tons of rain, even as it's cut off from its energy source. So that landfall, again, Perry, Florida. So if we could pull up some of that video that we had from storm chaser Reed Timmer. He was in Perry, Florida in the eye wall, the strongest portion of the storm. So if we can pull that up, that video, it is insane to see the gusty winds, the sheer magnitude of the storm and the strength of it is insane to even think about. Take a look for yourself. This is the eye wall. This was Perry, Florida. Thank you so much to storm chaser Reed Timmer. Perry, Florida was where we saw the landfall of major Category 4 Hurricane Helene last night, and it brought gusty wind. Look at that. And tons of rainfall and a 20 to 15 foot storm surge, life-threatening and endangering surge. And realistically, I mean, it's just so shocking to even watch this video back to see how strong this storm was. Look at it. Just dangerous. And we know that there's multiple rescues, not just only to Perry, Florida, but also here at home, Citrus County. We've had Jen Titus also showing us that multiple people have been rescued and being picked up by those airboats because of how just impactful this storm was with the storm surge, how large it was. Watch that. You see that red light going out. We've lost power over there towards Perry. I'm also talking to my own family along the Panhandle and just getting us back to the graphics for you. We do continue to see that right now we still have the outermost bands of Perry. That's how big, or excuse me, of Helene. That is how big this storm is. So this is the aftermath of Helene. Thank you so much for trusting us this morning. We see radar showing us just some of those outermost rain bands continuing to race off to the northeast. So following around that flow. So now that we've recapped a lot of the devastating imagery and we've talked about it, we also want to talk to you about the water levels. So this was historic. The anchors have been saying it. And here's the proof in the pudding. We see that it was about 6.5 feet we had for Clearwater storm surge, 7 towards East Bay, another almost 7 for both Old Port, Tampa, and also for St. Pete. And Cedar Key was the one that completely just devastated some areas and people's homes. We saw multiple rescues because the last time we saw that much surge was Idalia back in 2023 in August. This time, not only was it 6.89, that 7-foot surge, right? Last time that made a lot of just headaches and devastation and destruction. This time we had almost 9.5 feet of storm surge for Cedar Key. So right now those winds, thank God, are dying down. We see the systems moving away from us. Those impacts will lessen throughout the day today, and those winds are coming down as well. The strongest winds though for right now are over towards Sarasota. In terms of the positive note, we're so happy this morning to bring you the positive news that we see the winds are dying down, meaning the storm surge is dying down as well, and those water levels are dropping rapidly. That's exactly what's happening at Cedar Key since they had the most amount of surge. You can see that drop 6 feet. Thank goodness right now we see that water dropping. Still, flooding is going to be an issue across the Bay Area today, dependent upon, of course, where you are. So the major thing to take home with you right now is that we see all across Clearwater Beach as well. We're not in a flood stage, which is great. And we see that minor flooding to almost no flooding over towards Old Port, Tampa, with the water levels dropping. And here you go. So we already saw low tide. Now we see our next high tide, Tampa. So just be careful. We do see that that water is going to gradually go down. It's not going to rise back up for high tide. However, it just takes longer. Remember, we don't want you to underestimate the power of water. And of course, we're going to see that flooding today. Remember, turn around, don't drown. Now, if you are outside and you happen to catch any sort of imagery or video or anything you want to share with us, please, your safety is our #1 priority, but you can go ahead and scan that QR code and just send us what your area looks like. We care about you. We want to keep you safe. Looking at the wind gusts for today, thank goodness they're going to continue to go down, especially heading into the late afternoon. Big 3 takeaway, made landfall as a Cat 3 in the Big Bend of Florida. Historic flooding. We had surge up to 9 feet towards our northern counties. Those water levels will continue to drop, but flooding is the major issue for today. So that's why we have a weather impact alert day. Your 7-day forecast, though, and other good news right now after the storm, we return to a normal weather pattern, finally starting tomorrow and into early next week. And we have our brand new anchors with us. Frank, Sarah, good morning.
We say good morning to you. Thank you so much, Amanda Pappas, for keeping us informed, prepared, and connected. You know, we appreciate you sticking with us as we ride out the aftermath of this this storm together now at this point. I'm Frank Wiley.
And I'm Sarah Rosario. Again, we are going to continue to keep you updated on everything that's happening as we now track the aftermath in our area of Hurricane Helene. We are getting reports of catastrophic damage all across our area, including water rescues, 911 calls. We're going to be keeping you updated throughout the rest of this morning.
Yes, sir. You said it right there. The word that we're hearing a lot around our newsroom, catastrophic, historic. Historic simply because of the surge and the level of the water that we're dealing with. That is why we pulled this up right here. I want to bring this up if we have it. 3 things to know in the midst of this situation. All right, so as we're dealing with Hurricane Helene, making landfall at 11:10 last night, Perry, Florida, Category 4 storm. Major hurricane, of course, massive in size as well. 3 storm-related deaths that we've had to account for, right? And numbers are still coming in terms of the damage and destruction that crews are dealing with as well.
We're also seeing water rescues underway in several counties. That includes Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, Citrus County especially. Our Jennifer Titus giving us pictures all morning long, telling us exactly what's been going on up there as the water has risen to historic levels there. And we're also getting impacts even out of our state.
Yeah, and you see that right there in terms of Georgia, waking up dark and early and seeing the impacts there. People saying, wow, the hurricane can stretch that far. Yes. Hurricane Helene, so massive that somebody was going to get touched in parts that weren't even directly connected to this part of the Bay Area. So that is what crews are dealing with right now. And now that we're, sunrise is upon us, we see the sun, we see the damage as well.
Exactly. And TECO crews, Duke Energy crews are working around the clock. They've been on standby since even before the storm began to try to get power restored as quickly as possible. We are keeping you updated on power outage as well to let you know when you could have power restored to your area. We're also seeing a huge backup on the roads this morning. We've been looking at pictures all morning long, especially in South Tampa, that Gandy extension leading to the Gandy Bridge. We told you yesterday how the storm shut down several of our Bay Area bridges, and now that's still the case. We're going to be giving you updates as we learn more about when these bridges will be open. Right now, several roads across our area are seeing some delays, especially that Gandy extension over Gandy Boulevard in South Tampa headed towards the Gandy Bridge.
And as many crews as we have out there doing rescue and recovery for people, they're still overwhelmed. Some of those structures, they had to burn out because fire crews could not get to it. Right now, I believe we have Jenny Dean available for us right there on the Tampa Riverwalk live. And the water's not normally at that level, obviously, right?
Right. Jenny, tell us where you are and what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, I will tell you actually a little bit of good news. The water's gone down a little bit. From overnight, the water actually covered this entire Riverwalk, and I'm going to kind of walk you around so you can kind of see the water was up over the Riverwalk, went up onto the bank, and you can see enough debris to see that it likely went up into the roadway. So a significant amount of water was here at one point, has receded much, much lower. And then there's still some silt and debris here on the Riverwalk that you can see from the river itself. But, even since we started this morning, we've been to a flooded bayshore that's still very flooded right near the entrance to Davis Island, which we'll talk about in just a moment. Sparkman Wharf, looking good. Downtown by the convention center, also that area there had water up on it, but also looking good. I'm told there is a dock down closer to Armature Works where the dock obviously floated up and then got caught on a pylon, so the dock is kind of messed up, but it doesn't appear to be any structural damage to any place like Armature Works or anything like that. We're kind of making our way around South Tampa. I will tell you Davis Island is the biggest area of concern when you're talking about downtown Tampa. We can't get out there. As a matter of fact, as of 6 a.m. this morning, the high water police, Tampa Police Marine units were not able to get out there. They had to go by boat only. And we are hearing from people who are, friends of ours in the newsroom and so forth, telling us that they're stuck. And that there's water in places that they've never seen water on Davis Island. That main downtown stretch there, where all the little restaurants are in Davis Island, restaurants and bars, there was a couple feet of water in somebody reported in one of those restaurants. So we know that the damage on Davis Island is going to be significant. TGH, okay. Their systems worked as they were supposed to. They were fortified with a aqua fence. around a generator that helped keep them working and with power all night, a very significant generator. So the rest of Davis Island without power and with a significant amount of water. We've gotten reports of home fires out there where they can't get out there to those folks. So that's a pretty serious situation. We're going to make our way back to Bayshore to see if what the water is when it starts to recede there, so we can kind of get an idea of when they're going to be able to get some cars out over to Davis Island and get rescue efforts. Of course, we're not trying to get out to Davis Island. Just want to make that clear. We're going to let rescuers get over there and do their job. That is not something we're trying to get in the way of. We're just trying to show you guys what we're seeing from a safe distance and being safe while we're out here and letting these workers do their job and show you so you don't have to get out and try to see what's happening out here. We are seeing a lot of people getting out and walking along the Riverwalk. We've seen a lot of city vehicles out here as well, city golf carts. They're assessing the damage to the downtown area itself, but downtown seemed to have fared pretty well, the downtown area. Harbor Island seemed to be okay. We could cross over the bridge into Harbor Island. We didn't get kind of way out onto it, but it seemed okay in places. And it's just Davis Island's a real concern. Town and Country, I've seen reports of pretty significant flooding there. Early this morning, Hillsborough Fire Rescue talking about Ruskin having some significant damage in South County. I don't know if we're going to get out that way because we're kind of having a hard time getting everywhere at once, but we do know there's some damage reports in some of those areas. One thing I will tell you, we're talking about the traffic, Sarah. People had gotten on. We were standing under the Gandy extension. We could only get to like a block before West Shore when we were trying to go west on Gandy, and it was flooded. You couldn't get on Gandy Boulevard itself anywhere near West Shore. And so the West Shore Marina District, obviously, there's a lot of power outages there. I think they were probably having to do some water rescues out there as well because you just couldn't get to it. But we were hearing traffic on the extension overhead of us because we were kind of standing under it, blocking from some of the rain and stuff. And wondering where those cars were going. Well, now we know they're just sitting there because they have no place to go. The Gandy Bridge is still closed. I did just hear a report that Tampa Road is open, but don't trust your maps. Sasan and I have even found, as we're using our maps trying to navigate around, there are places that are flooded that it doesn't show on your map, and you wouldn't want to drive through it. So don't trust your maps on your phone. It may say a bridge is open and it may not be, so make sure you're double checking before you head out and you get stuck somewhere where you can't get around it. But we have heard reports that Tampa Road is open, so if you need to get kind of up north and sort of over to maybe Pasco, Pinellas County, in that area, that might be a way to do it because all of the other Bay Area bridges are closed. But that's all I have right now from downtown Tampa. We're keeping an eye on things. Like I said, we're going to try to make our way back toward Bayshore so we can kind of show you what that's looking like and if the water's receding pretty good around South Tampa and give you an idea of that situation there. For now, we're live in Tampa. Jenny Dean, 10 Tampa Bay.
Jenny, we do want to ask you a couple of questions. As far as Davis Island goes,
Sure.
Any idea on when people will be able to get out of that area? I mean, it's blocked or it's not blocked to Davis Island?
Yeah, there was no way to get over there. The mayor's update at 6 a.m., with Bayshore being flooded, those are really the only bridges that take you out to Davis Island. And Bayshore was so deep. Even at 6 a.m., the mayor said the Tampa Police and Fire Rescue, their high water marine vehicles, they couldn't get through. It was just too deep. It was only accessible by boat. And so that is the issue that they're dealing with. Now, the water's been sort of receding pretty quickly this morning, so that's why we kind of want to get out there and see if it's receding enough on Bayshore, because I think once it does, they can probably get over that bridge and then have an easier time get those high water vehicles at least out there to take care of the residents that are in the most immediate need. They're obviously having to triage and prioritize where they need to get to first. I mean, some people just have some standing water in their homes, and obviously that's horrible, and it's going to be a situation for a lot of people, but they really want to make sure they're getting to people that need the help, need the rescue, may need medical attention. We've also, like I said, had reports of fires. So these are things that they're really trying to get access to. And then they got to get the power back on because that's a significant issue for those folks as well.
Any impact to the hospital that you're aware of, Tampa General, or people, maybe emergencies trying to get to TGH?
Tampa General Yeah, Tampa General looks fine. And there was some flooding. Tampa General posted on their social media, so they did post some videos, and I think we have those posted at on our 10 Tampa Bay app, where we can show you what they've posted if you want to see. We are posting videos that we're getting from social media from all of the cities and counties and things like that. So Tampa General, as we've talked about, put in an aqua fence, which is a flood barrier around their generator so that water couldn't penetrate it, and that way they could keep power to the hospital so they could power all that significant medical equipment. Now, the video that they showed, you can see water kind of pouring into the parking garage area around TGH, and there's sort of a plaza outside of the hospital that overlooks the water there. That seemed to be flooded, and there was some water on the other side of that aqua fence that was not getting through. So it was doing its job. And, you know, the folks at TGH, they have done their research and they knew what they needed to do to protect that hospital and the patients inside of it. And it appears that they did it right, and that everything seems to be A-OK. There may be some minor flood damage to the garage, maybe some first floor areas, but you know, from all social media reports from them, is everything's okay, the patients are okay, the power had been running. We could see it when we were over in over at the convention center. It was just across the way. We could hear the generator running, we could see the power to the hospital, but the rest of the island was dark. So yeah, TGH seems to be okay.
Look at that, Jenny Dean, everywhere while standing in one spot right there, giving us an update on the entire situation. I want to talk about this really quickly before I let you get out of here, because I know you've got to gather some more information. That said, right, so you've lived here, right, for years. This is home for you. The sunlight. A lot of nerves just unsettled overnight, not knowing the extent of the damage there, Sarah. So now that we can actually see it, this is the other side of that situation.
Yeah, well, every time after a storm happens, you always see the calm after the storm. There's a calm before the storm and a calm after the storm. During the storm, obviously, it's so crazy. But when you see the sunlight, you realize, hey, the storm has moved on. Now, for many people, it's not so calm anymore because they're seeing the aftermath. They're seeing the damage. Some people stuck in their homes, as Jenny telling us, and still in the dark. So they're now worried about many things that they have to do as the sun has come up now.
Yeah, I want to talk about another area that was hit very hard, still trying to figure out what to make of the situation right now. Jennifer Tite is joining us live in Citrus County. Jen, look, we see the roads right there. Maybe some of that water has receded, but the heartbreak from the situation has not.
Yeah, you can definitely see how much the water has receded so far this morning. But again, this is the first time we are seeing the sun come up, and we are really getting an idea of how much devastation has taken place here in Crystal River. All morning long, Frank, from 2 a.m. till 7 a.m., we saw water rescues every couple of minutes. Airboats coming down Fish Street. Again, this is the main corridor. This is a road that literally turned into a lake. It was airboat after airboat, water rescue after water rescue of children, adults, pets coming off of these boats. We talked to numerous people coming off. I said, what was it like? What's going on? They said they were scared. They just within minutes saw feet of water come through their homes, and they knew that they had to get out, and that's why they called 911. They said for Idalia 1 year ago, this time last year, they had 2 to 3 feet of water in their homes. Now they said it was 5, 6 feet of water, and they said it was scary. It was dark outside. They have children, they have pets, and they're like, we got to get out of here. So that's what we basically watched all morning, and just saw how high this water got. The water's still high, guys. This is still Fish Street. There's still a majority of downtown Crystal River inundated by water. I was messaging with one of the men that we spoke to yesterday who was right along Kings Bay there. I said, how's it looking? How's it going? I don't know if you can see this or not, but this was a picture that he had sent me. That's where we were standing yesterday. Where we were standing. And I mean, if I was out there right now, guys, that water is going to be right, you know, right up here. He sent me a picture of Crackers Restaurant as well. And I don't know, here's one. Look at that. So these are the videos and these are the photos coming in right now of the properties along Kings Bay area that we just cannot get to right now because of the amount of water. We're seeing these airboats continuing to come in. I will tell you that the water rescues have really kind of stopped at this point. We haven't seen many in the past hour. I know the people have told us that they've gone back through some of the roads and some of the streets. They've rescued who have wanted to be rescued. Some people are saying no, they're still out there. They're waiting inside their homes. They're going to just wait for this water to recede, but there's no power down there. The good news, it was kind of eerie about an hour or so ago where we showed you that live shot where we saw the airboat coming in and the linemen coming out. We have the heroes of the law enforcement making the rescue and then the other heroes of the storms, the linemen. So we saw that linemen were actually making their way down the street there. I'll give you guys another last look here in Crystal River of how high that water is getting, or really first look as that sun has decided to start to come up. The sheriff asking everybody though, guys, to stay inside, that there are down power lines, so many people without power. You don't want to be going into this flood water. Let me tell you, there was a lady that came up here and she was mad because she said that people are driving on the roads right now and that is pushing water that has yet made it into some of the homes. So people do not want you out on the roads who are down here because they don't want any more water inside of their homes. The sheriff wants to keep you safe. He wants you to stay inside until they give you guys the all clear and we see this water truly start to recede.
Yeah, that is something of a compound fracture right there, Jen. You know, people have already dealt with the storm and now you're talking about more water just being pushed into their home.
Yeah. Any idea on when they're going to be reopening some of these roads? Obviously, it all depends on when that water recedes, correct?
Yeah, it all depends on when that water recedes, and they said it could be a couple of hours, it could be a day. You know, we have low tide in a couple of hours, and we got high tide again at noon, so we really just got to see what this water does throughout the day. There is no all clear anytime soon, though. Sarah, look at how high this water still is. We've seen some really high trucks with the really huge wheels, but again, that is bringing the water more so into these homes on these streets that maybe have the water just creeping up to the doors, not there yet. Any sort of that traffic is pushing that water inside, so they're asking people to stay off the roads up here. The good news is they said that everybody that wanted to be rescued, they called 911 and they were able to get them help. They got them to the shelter. We saw an 87-year-old lady get rescued. She was out of oxygen. She was rescued, put into an ambulance, headed to the hospital. So they made these rescues. They were able to make these rescues. We had agencies from all over the place here, not just Citrus County. We had dozens of airboats coming out and answering those calls.
I feel like we have this conversation every hurricane season, Jen, in terms of obviously the storm surge and how devastating it is. But I'm going to tell you, we saw those images that you pulled up on your cell phone. Those were sharp and clear. And then you talked about how high that is compared to your height right there. You've lived here for years. This has to be overwhelming and unbelievable for you reporting on this.
And that's just talking to some of the people. When I asked them, I'm like, why did you guys stay? We were talking about, 10 to 15 feet storm surge. And people are like, we just didn't think it was going to get that bad. I think all of us Floridians, we've been here, born and raised. We kind of become complacent. We don't think it's going to get that bad. And again, I don't think people thought it was going to get that bad. Idalia was the worst that they've seen in years. And so people that had 2 to 3 feet, they thought they could do it. Now they said they had 5 feet of water. We talked to a man who had 2 kids and a pet, and he said once it got to 5 feet of water, he hopped into his boat. Thankfully, he was able to wave down an airboat as well, and he was able to get rescued. So I think that's why people, kind of just wait to see, is it going to get that bad? And they don't want to leave their homes. They've been here for decades, for years. This is a tight-knit community that's been here for years after years, generation after generation. They don't want to go, and then they finally have to. And now I think we're afraid to see the devastation now once we get back into some of these roads here to see how devastating it is. These people just really losing it all.
Wow, Jen. Well, our Jennifer Tide is live for us this morning in Citrus County, Crystal River. Thank you so much for all you do. Citrus County Sheriff's Office also putting out some warnings telling people do not try to tread through floodwaters by yourself. They're saying floodwaters hide dangers that can cause sickness, injury, even death. And they're saying that the water can hide animals, live wires, sewage, sharp objects, large debris, and other hazards. So they're telling people, please call for help if you can, and try not to do it on your own.
Now, you know of the obvious threat with drowning, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we talk about sickness. Again, we've alluded to this a lot. You don't know what's in that water.
Exactly.
The bacteria. All right, so we want to go to another area here. Miranda Parnell and St. Pete with a look at the situation right there. Miranda.
We're in St. Pete, right out by the Trop, where a lot of our electric crews are working right now to head out and start getting the power back on. Now, they have been working around the clock since yesterday to try and make sure power is restored for people who have been affected by the storm. We spoke to officials from Duke Energy earlier this morning, and they say that they have brought in 8,000 people in total to kind of help with this process. They have 8,000 people in Florida helping in the aftermath of this hurricane. They tell us that, again, they started yesterday working to restore power from people who were already experiencing those outages, but they have had to work around the clock, only stopping, when the wind speed gets too high. With these bucket trucks, they can't drive the trucks around or work in those conditions. So when the wind speeds hit a certain minimum, they have to stop and kind of park and wait for those conditions to subside. So they were doing that during the storm this morning, and now they are mobilizing. Now that they can see where the flood waters are, they can start figuring out which neighborhoods they're able to get into right now to restore that power. Now, something that they're asking for you all, they're asking if you have everything turned on in your house and your power went out, turn those items off. That way, when they do restore power, it doesn't all surge when everything comes back on at the same time. So just go ahead, click those buttons, turn everything off, maybe leave a lamp on so you know when the power does come back on. But they're asking you to go ahead and turn those items into off so that when the power is restored, they don't have a huge surge right after the outage. Again, they have brought in crews from all over to try and help in the aftermath. But we know that other states in our region are also experiencing outages from this hurricane as it continues to move along. I know that personally in South Carolina, my mom said that they lost power. So they're pulling a lot of different resources to help in our entire region because of this storm. They're just asking folks to have patience. They are getting out there and they are working around the clock to get your power back on. In Pinellas County, Miranda Parnell, 10 Tampa Bay.
We are in the Bay Area. Miranda mentioning South Carolina, which of course is home for her. Yeah. That just gives you an idea of the reach of this particular storm.
Yeah, I know power crews even there in South Carolina, Georgia Power and Electric working to restore power, and our power crews as well here at TECO and Duke Energy. We're also getting updates on our bridges. Florida Department of Transportation putting out this morning that they are having crews go out to inspect all the bridges, the Howard, Franklin, Courtney Campbell, Gandy, and the Skyway bridges so that they can hopefully try to get them open soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do this. Let's check in with Nick Volturo. I understand he's in Sarasota, St. Armand Circle. With the situation right there. It looks like obviously that flood water bringing a lot onto the roads, and some of those roads apparently blocked behind you as we see that vehicle off to your right behind you.
Yeah, absolutely, Frank. And this is the one thing that we're really noticing, that floodwater still has not receded. And we're over here by the John Ringling Causeway, which is still blocked off. I mean, just take a look. You can see police are detouring anyone trying to get over it. We're being told this is an FDOT controlled bridge. So we've seen generators being brought across the bridge. We've seen some canoe boats being brought across the bridge, but they are only letting those emergency workers come across. They said they have to go out there. They have to bring in these crews, these utility crews, to go in, check for debris, and also check for any downed power lines. That's one of the big things they're looking at on this bridge. There's a lot of erosion, they tell me, from the beach that washed up onto the bridge. So there's a lot of sand, there's a lot of debris, there's a lot of stuff that has to be cleared off. You can see the crews in the distance trying to work to get this back open. Now people are stranded here on the other side. There's so many cars just parked kind of here in limbo, just waiting to be able to get back to their homes. But right now, that bridge is not open until this assessment is done. Now, we're being told that this should take about an hour before they're going to allow the first wave over the bridge. But that's just going to be the first wave of people. This isn't going to be open to everyone. People are going to have to wait. This is going to be done in stages as they try to get people across the bridge safely. But there's so much damage and assessment they need to do. They got to check the stringers underneath the bridge, make sure that structural integrity is preserved on the bridge. So there's still a lot of work to do, and you could just take a look on the other side of the road. You can see these people, you can see they're trying to get back, but the police are diverting them the other way. They really have no way to get across, and like we're being told, they're hoping to be able to get at least the first wave of drivers and residents over across the causeway here in the next hour. But as far as anybody else, that's going to take some time. So we're just going to stick around waiting for that causeway to open because we want to see what it looks like on the other side of the bridge.
Nick, I know you had been talking to people yesterday and today. What are people saying today? I mean, I know a lot of people decided to stay because they've been through storms like this before, but even yesterday you were showing us how the roads were flooded.
Yeah, you know, Sarah, and that's the one thing we've seen. That's the common denominator. Everybody that's been out here, they say they've seen it before and they've seen it again and again. They all stay in their homes, right? And then we've seen so many people that you know, that I know, so much chatter on social media about people who were stranded. They never seen flooding like this, that storm surge, immense, just causing catastrophic damage and trapping people in their homes. And obviously it's been a major problem. We've been talking to people here in Sarasota, talking with police. They said luckily a lot of the people heeded those warnings. They haven't had to do too many rescues out here. But they said right now it's really just kind of assessing the damage. Right now we have the sunlight up. Really, it's been up for the first time that we could see the aftermath of what all that flooding caused. And of course they're checking a look, and we're going to have to see just how long it takes to get that bridge assessed, make sure those power lines aren't down, aren't live, and make sure they can clear that so traffic can get underway.
Yeah, Nick, Sunshine unveiling how big of a problem this actually is. I know that the conversations as this is going on is happening in waves, even as they're letting people back in. So you're only getting fragments of a conversation with recovery crews out there. How are they doing? I know you, and I know you get to the heart of the conversation every single time. How are the people out there who are trying to rescue folks doing?
You know, and I've really been talking to as many people as I can because, you know, I never want to be shy of conversation. And what they're telling me right now is really, it's a full effort, right? It's all, every hand on deck, trying to get this power restored, get this debris cleaned up, really try to call on all those resources. We know they've assembled resources from all over the country to really come out here and help out in Florida. Really, one of the big things out here in Sarasota right now is those widespread power outages. And we've seen so many high rises, so many apartment complexes, so many buildings that are still in the dark. And of course, that's going to take some time because as these crews get out here, assess that damage, try to get the power restored, that's going to be something we're going to continue to monitor because there's still thousands in the dark out here right now.
Thank you so much for that, Nick. You hear people say it all the time, as Nick just alluded to. We've seen it before, but again, every time it's different.
Yeah, every time it is different. And I know that a lot of people are going to be waking up today and trying to say, you know, for the first time, I did get flooding inside my home, or oh my gosh, look at this tree that's blocking this roadway that I can't get out.
Right.
It really is. It's you feel a sense of relief when the storm leaves because you're like, thank goodness we don't have any more threat to our area. But then when you see the damage,
There's
it's
another
like,
wave of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It stinks.
Another wave of a struggle there. I want to get to Angelicia Bruton. She's with us live in Newport Richey. Angelicia, good morning to you.
Good morning. Right now I am on the corner of West Side Drive and Green Key Road, and this entire road is covered with water. You can see it looks like a lake behind me. There's only a couple inches of water right now, but I'm looking at one of the houses to my left, and it looks like the water levels came up to my waist last night. Several people are still out in this area. Some are coming out to assess the damage, and last night they probably couldn't have come out and walk outside of their homes at all. With the water levels coming down and receding pretty quickly, it's helping people to come out, start the cleanup process. But that's why crews want people to stay in their homes, but also just to stay in their neighborhoods because they're still paying attention to these water levels. Like I said earlier, they rescued over 200 people this morning, and they're still coming out to neighborhoods like this one to rescue more people. Live in Newport Richey, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
Angelicia, before we let you go, I want to ask you a couple questions here. Sarah and I, so you're meeting a lot of folks' worst moment of their lives. The conversations you've been able to have with them in the midst of this chaos right here, what are they saying to you?
Yeah, I was talking to someone that just walked out of his home, and he said the worst part about this is that a lot of his neighbors are disabled. So he was going to check on his neighbors, and he heard that a lot of them left in the middle of the night. They were stuck on their roofs, and crews had to come rescue them. That's been the worst thing that he's heard. He said a lot of their homes are actually elevated, and he said he still got water in their house. One house was elevated 3 feet, and he had about 3 feet of water still coming to his home. A lot of people just experienced a lot of damage in this area.
So much, Angelicia. We're going to let you run, as I know you're trying to gather more information right there. And this morning, of course, as we pointed out all morning long, assessing the damage, the sunlight actually unveiling how severe this is.
And we're seeing so many roads that are still flooded. We're getting those reports, as you just heard Angelicia. Jen Tide is talking about how crews are working to still rescue people. And that's really scary overnight, is when a lot of these people realized how high this water was getting, and trying to get out in the dark. It's a scary time for a lot of people.
Right, and we're definitely thankful for all the people who are putting in the work. Some of them are available with what you just saw right there, Angelicia, on camera for us, but others on the phone, right? So we take the technology how we can, especially when something like this is going on. So right now we have Tampa nonprofit Gray Bull went into action, saving Tampa families from fires and flooding. Do we have that right now? I understand we have Brian Stern on the phone with us.
Yes, I am. How are you?
Hey there, Brian. I can faintly hear you. I'm here with Sarah Rosario, and we understand that you guys have been working around the clock doing your part to make sure that folks are okay.
Yeah, well, my team and I, we've been on the streets all night. We've been doing operations, and it's been a very long night here in Tampa, for sure.
You know, we're looking at some of this video right here. This is devastating. Just simply seeing some of the people who don't have much to hold on to, clinging to complete strangers with fire in the background right there, and then floodwaters approaching their homes. You've done this. You're well versed in this, but I imagine it touches you emotionally the same way every single time.
Well, every time these things happen are sad, right? Nobody wakes up and hopes to be rescued, even though it works out, and even though these people are alive, and that's a great story. The story still is not a good. It's still very sad and devastating.
Now, but earlier we only heard him through your door.
We've conducted 619 operations now all over the world, and every single time is tough. Just as.
Brian, I don't know how to frame this right now, but seeing these images that you've shared with us, and people are trying to recover from this situation, and you guys have to unpack this emotionally as well eventually, but the best of the bad, right? So you've seen the most extreme, and then some cases, what are people dealing with on the other end of the spectrum there? We're having some audio issues, so I apologize for the hiccups in conversation.
Yeah, it's again, we're a donor-funded outfit. GraybullRescue.org is our website. We're funded entirely by donations. We don't get a penny from the government. We don't even get a thank you note from the government. So the people who we serve are these people. So we answer the call when Americans are in trouble and folks can't get there. Last night, as an example, Tampa Fire, because of the floods and because they were so busy, couldn't quite get there, and 10 people, 2 babies, and 2 dogs were at risk of being, we're at risk of, who knows what could have happened. And we took care of that little problem.
So these people, Brian, they call you, or you get the call from the fire rescue, or they just call your organization right away?
We don't. No, people call us direct. We're not part of the 911 system. We're not government affiliated at all. People either know us through social media or through friends or family or what have you, and that's usually how we do. That's usually how it happens.
And who are these people who are working with you? Are they like friends, or just people who are volunteers who are part of your organization as well? People who also care for others, who want to help any way they can?
No, these guys are part of my team. I have a sizable team. we're actually getting. We were supposed to be on our way to Beirut and to evacuate Americans out of Lebanon, but the hurricane came, and we're Tampa based, where our organization is Tampa based. So we wanted to deal with the hurricane and then go out to Lebanon.
Brian, how long have you been at it with this mission?
I've been running a nonprofit. My team and I have been doing evacuations as a nonprofit since 2021. But I've been doing this sort of thing for us for 25 years all over the world. I'm an Army veteran and Navy veteran and worked for the government for a while, that kind of thing.
That's it. So I imagine along the way, as you continue to help people out, you gather more people to help you with this mission, right? They see how important this is.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah. You know, my teams are my team. I have a team of operators, of Navy SEALs and Green Berets and intelligence folks, and then I have a team of case managers who work with the families a lot, and they're kind of like a dispatch, if you will, in this case. But we're on the streets, so we've conducted 619 operations globally. That's over 7,000 lives saved in the last 37 months, including the 10 last night. So all on donor funded, all using donor funded, all those operations are donor funded, using grassroots and just people helping us out.
All right, Brian, we know you're in the streets and you're abroad. As you said, you were headed overseas and you picked up a storm along the way with the rescue effort. Salute to you and yours. We appreciate your help.
Thank you so much for the work that you do and continuing to spread the word on social media as well as people continue to call you. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. GrableRescue.org. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll be in touch. We know you'll be at it. Thank you. I want to give you a few announcements here because we just got word that there are going to be some upcoming press conferences. As we've said, it's all about assessments at this hour, trying to figure out how bad certain areas have been impacted and then what to do next. So we've got Governor DeSantis, expected to hear from him around 9 o'clock this morning, so about 20 minutes away. So we'll get what the governor has to say. Then also at 10 o'clock this morning, Hillsborough County leaders going to speak with us.
That's right. And at 10:30, we have Pinellas County leaders. We know that there was concern about our water reclamation center and possibility of people not being able to shower or do their laundry. So we're going to get an update on the storm surge in that area for people who live in that Kenneth City area, Lealman, to get an update to see what's the latest with that. Do they have water? What's up with that? And then at 1 p.m., we are expecting to hear from Manatee County leaders. We did get reports of some downed trees in the Rabonia area yesterday, and we want to know what's the latest with people in Manatee. How are the roads in that area as well?
Yeah, it's so random too with the downed trees, the tree limbs, the branches, all of that. You know, it seems fine as you're driving on the road. It was just a few minutes to get to this spot for me, and I certainly saw that, right? Yeah. So, and that's the best of the bad. Mm-hmm. You saw how bad it is out there.
Oh yeah. Even for many of you, you may be headed out and thinking, where can I go? Okay, I can't go on our bridges, but I can just go to maybe my neighborhood store. Yeah. Hopefully that's open. Maybe the gym's open. And a lot of these stoplights that on my way here, I was seeing that they're off too. So a reminder to use it as a four-way stop sign. You see the stoplight, stop. Everybody else.
Vehicle to the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, pull out that old manual, right?
And so maybe the young people aren't aware of that. I'm not, so hopefully you are and you know. Speaking of the roads, we want to get a look. I don't know what they're teaching drivers at these days, but I'm sure they probably teach.
Hey, we're young too.
Yeah, we are young. Yes, we are. All right.
What are we looking at, Sarah?
Okay, I-275 right now for our drivers through the area. We're reminding our viewers, you people who are watching right now, about some bridge closures. So here's a look at it right now. We got closures along the Howard Franklin Bridge. We've got the Skyway Bridge as well that's closed, and the Gandy as well. Yeah. So for Courtney Campbell, all of our bridges right now
a
still
series
closed.
Of roads too.
Yeah, series of roads that are closed. So if you're trying to find ways around these bridge closures, Jenny Dean was telling us about Tampa Road as a good option for you. Drivers kind of being reworked through that area.
Absolutely. And the guy who has been tracking it for several hours now, meteorologist Mike Prangley, right? So the bands of this storm still touching us as the bigger part has moved on, as you told us a little bit earlier.
That's right. Everybody's saying, what about the bridges? That's the one big question I'm getting on Facebook. Okay, so let's take a look. For bridges, of course, once you get those wind gusts over 40 miles per hour, they can be closed. The good news today, instead of increasing wind, we've got that wind starting to ease up. Let's take a look at those current winds right now. Tampa at 14 mile per hour winds. And the main thing is the gusts right now are below 30 miles per hour. So that's good news. The problem is still, it's going to have to be patient. The roads are extremely dangerous. In fact, on your 10 Tampa Bay app, I want to thank everybody that's streaming us right now because we've got over 200,000 power outages across Tampa Bay. So 10 Tampa Bay's here with you, and we're getting out this information such as this. Road conditions around Pinellas County are extremely dangerous in many places. We have crews assessing the damage, as Frank and Sarah were talking about. Don't risk your life or your vehicle to get out this morning. Major bridges and barrier islands remain closed at this time. So again, even though we're getting better weather meteorologically and you look outside and the sun's out, the big part of this is the equation is we've just got to be patient, okay? Because you've got the before, the during, and the aftermath of the storm. Unfortunately, many lives are lost after the storm has passed. And we don't want to let that happen, and that's why 10 Tampa Bay has been on air with you over 24 hours straight. We care about you. We put you first when the weather's worst. We take a look at those wind gusts right now. I'll put my 10 Tampa Bay phone here in the right there, so we're all set. And the wind gusts will continue to come down as we head through the afternoon. You still see 22, 23 miles per hour to the southwest and west southwest. But the big thing is we're not going to have any of those nasty wind gusts like we saw yesterday. This is also big for weather impacts today. Of course, patience, watching for debris in the road, still some high water that's still coming down. But it's the heat. Without power, yes, you may see 89 for our high this afternoon, but it feels like more like 100 to 105. So check on your neighbors. Once those homes get over 83, 84 degrees, it can be quite dangerous when it's several hours. And a lot of folks without that power will feel the heat there. So make sure you check on family and friends and they have a cool spot to get to today. Rain, not going to be a big factor, maybe a brief shower. That's about it with that 20% chance as we head through the afternoon. Now, overall, we're looking at our big weather impact through 7 o'clock tonight. And we put it now through 7 o'clock because there will still be some high water in the area, cleanup, debris in the roads, as I just read you from our 10 Tampa Bay app. So we need to stay out of the water. Okay, Frank was talking about all that disease and the marine life in the water too. You never know what's in that water, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's that. There's so many things to contend with.
Okay, very good. And you want to wait for the all clear. Okay, so again, this is not the time to be out and about taking pictures and saying, oh my gosh, did you see that? We're going to wait. So we do this the right way. So post-storm safety, do not wait in the water. Turn off the electricity if the water is in your home. We've seen some structural fires out there because of that. Stay in your home until given the all clear. Again, we're not wandering out, checking out what's going on. But let's take a look at the good news. We're providing some hope after the storm. We got our Visit Tampa Bay and .com camera, and we're seeing some beautiful sunshine over Tampa General Hospital right now in our beautiful city. And look at this, 10 Tampa Bay's parking lot that was under 5 to 6 feet of water this morning. There's my parking spot right there. It's looking much better and it'll continue to dry out this afternoon. But again, that heat, it's a big weather impact today. Already feeling like 99 out there with that temperature of 85. A few light showers. Okay, this is actually the tropical tail that's still feeding in to Helene, which is still a tropical storm this morning. So overall, there will be a few passing showers today. But again, tropical storm Helene will continue to weaken and move off to the west, northwest. And this is going to actually be a big story for the areas of the Appalachians, the Carolinas, all the way back into Tennessee with historic flooding for these folks, just like here at home with our storm surge. Overall, we take a look at the big picture in the 7-day forecast. We need quiet weather. Let's see if we can find it. Well, today it's quieter at least. All right, 88 degrees. We're watching that surge still coming down through the day. And then Saturday and Sunday, there will be some scattered showers, but nothing too bad. In fact, drying out as we head towards Sunday and especially next week. How about a nice ridge of high pressure and much drier weather by Wednesday?
All right, thank you, Mike. Okay, so we've got a series of rescues that we've been trying to tend to in terms of recovery with this storm as well. I want to pull up this right here. This is Venice Police Rescues. A still shot.
I had fun.
But that says plenty, right? You see the pet in the background? A member of the family too, right? So people knee-high water right there on the screen.
Wow, and you see all those people just walking to get to the rescue trucks, carrying anything they can, any of their belongings. You always hear officials say to just take the necessities, don't worry about everything else that's inside of your home because those are things that can be replaced. The important thing is getting you out safely.
Yeah, you're watching people grieve in real time and it's actually frozen in time with that still photograph right there. A lot of times we want the video, but that right there, just the same in terms of driving the point home, how severe this was as well. And I also understand that we have some video out of Bradenton flooded homes there, right?
Yes.
So this stretched across the area.
Exactly. People in Manatee County still trying to pick up the pieces there. Getting a look at some pictures that we're getting out of Bradenton in this video. Take a look at the time difference here. 3:50.
Oh, wow.
You can see just how cloudy it is, windy, wind starting to pick up through the area. Then 8 o'clock, you see the water crashing along the wall there, and you see how that storm surge coming in starting to rise. And we're already seeing the aftermath there as people in that area are still dealing with the flooding remains, having to call somebody who's going to help me clean up all of this stuff. What's damaged inside my home? What do I need to do next?
If we can keep that up for a moment, that compare and contrast right there. So we've told people, Sarah, that we've got reporters across the viewing area. In fact, we've shown it to them. But we can't tell the story without you at home, and the beauty of technology enables us to do this right here with this split screen.
Yeah. We're also checking in with local officials in Manatee County to see how they're helping people as well. We know a lot of these sheriff's offices and police departments have these high water rescue vehicles, and in some cases the water is so high in some areas that those high water vehicles are unable to get to where they need to go. I know the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office said in a video, this is a game changer. They have 2 of them, and he said they were able to rescue people who wouldn't otherwise be able to get rescued, but when the water gets too high, they're unable to do that.
The best technology not good enough when you have something like this that's catastrophic. And we have more video as well. Something out of Largo, right? So I want to show you this as well, because all of this video is starting to come in waves right here. Still photograph. Rescue vehicles right there. Largo police doing their part as well. And, well, believe it or not, that was a road.
Yeah.
It looks more like a river, right?
That's one of those high water vehicles there also.
That's what you were just talking about.
You see them in boats too. We've seen those water rescues for people on boats as well. Largo Police Department putting out some safety alerts for people yesterday as well. I was seeing their alerts online that they had been putting out, trying to remind people to get out early, and to maybe some of those people didn't actually hear the warnings from Largo Police. They were saying, limit travel, avoid driving through those flooded roads and the floodwater, avoid down power lines. That may still be an issue as floodwater is covering some of these roadways and people are without power. Be careful how you walk through these floodwaters. You're advised not to do so because you don't know what's inside the water. It could be down power lines, could be something that could cause an infection for you if you have some open wounds. And be sure to, just know before you go. Try to contact the non-emergency line and call those numbers and try to figure out the best way for you to get out and the best way for you to get help.
Yeah, and our team behind the scenes doing its part as well to keep us updated with the numbers. I've got some numbers for us right here, right? So Duke Energy continuing with power restoration following the hurricane landfall just after 11 o'clock last night. As of 7:30 this morning, the company has 8,000 workers that have restored power for nearly 198,000 people.
Wow.
198,000 customers. That's a big number right there.
Yeah, it's a lot of people who are dealing without power, and a lot of people who now have their power restored, so thank you for Duke Energy for doing that. We know a lot of crews are also out clearing debris. Some of these roads have debris on them as well. Ron DeSantis, our governor, was telling us about how crews have been on standby to clear debris from the streets. I know a lot of FDOT crews, construction workers who would normally be working on construction projects. That's some of their jobs as well, to kind of clear the roadways and clear those side drainage areas to make sure that those are able to fill up with water as needed so that they work properly.
You'll be talking about construction projects for weeks to come because of this, right? Now, here's the other side of that coin, right, in terms of some of those numbers telling you nearly 200,000 customers having their power restored. The latest numbers, this is devastating right here. More than 400,000 are still experiencing outages right now. So, of course, we're going to get an update on those numbers, but expecting the governor to give us an update as well around 9 o'clock. So we're just about 8 minutes away from that.
Yeah, in the meantime, we're going to be showing you pictures and video of traffic across our area. I do believe we have some video maybe out of Crystal River that we were looking at, some pictures that we can show you. Here's a look at some Crystal River flooding. This is Crackers, the restaurant there, and this is where Jen Titus was yesterday. She was giving us a live report. She was showing that on our phone just a couple minutes ago. You can see that how high that water is.
Yeah, I mean, she pointed, Jen, about 5'7", 5'8", she pointed above her waist and said she could not believe the height of that water. Then she showed the photos on her phone that she had taken, as many of those spaces from a wider shot. These are tighter shots, but from a wider shot showing something like that right there.
If you live in Crystal River, the Citrus County Sheriff's Office is telling us about localized flooding and road conditions. They're saying to follow detours that are in place for Crystal River. That includes portions of US 19, Dunellen Road to US 41. So heads up for my friends through Crystal River. You're not going to be able to access the Citrus Avenue or Turkey Oak Drive from Dunellen Road because of the flood levels right now. All of the roads west of US 19 are closed, including Halls River Road, Ozella Trail, Fort Island Trail. So remember, just to avoid the standing water, flooded areas can be unpredictable, as we've been telling you as well. And, you know, it can cause death. And obviously 6 inches of fast flowing water can sweep you off your feet.
Yeah, and then, you know, you never know what could happen after that. Marine life in that water, as Mike Prangley pointed out as well. You know, and at this time, right, so you want to remind people those insurance claims, right? Because if your car submerged, even partially submerged, you have some damage that you may not even consider. Power steering, some of that stuff goes out. The brakes, all of those issues that you have to call that in with your insurance company. That's another layer of a problem to deal with as people are trying to figure out what to do with their homes.
And a lot of people got dropped by their insurance companies, so some of these people don't even have flood insurance, as we've been following that Citizens Insurance battle that's been ongoing for quite some time, the option of last resort. So now we're going to go to video out of Sarasota.
Sure.
And we want to show you what it looks like there for our viewers in Sarasota. Take a look at that.
So you see that emergency vehicle in the background right there, okay, and a lot of that canopy still standing, but in some spots, Sarah, you know, trees were blown over because of the oversaturation. Areas inundated with flood water, too much, too soon, and then you combine that with the wind that toppled trees. So that is why those roads are closed. You know, we tell people to hide from the wind, run from the water, but right now these roads are impassable, and you don't know how deep that water is, so, you know, don't chance it. Don't chance it. You definitely want to obey authorities out there.
Exactly. Sarasota County government putting out this message about 4 minutes ago, asking everyone to be safe, stay off the roads, avoid the barrier islands while accessing the current conditions. They're trying to assess the current conditions. They're trying to look at what they've got going on and see who else needs help. Their teams are out looking at the damage. They're providing help as needed, and they're going to do our best to keep you updated. And we will too here at 10 Tampa Bay, giving us pictures like these of the damage that we're seeing out in Sarasota.
Yeah, Sarah, this has been home for you forever, right? So when you see this type of damage, every hurricane season, you have to deal with everyone differently, and it has to impact you as well because you know people all across the area.
Yeah, family, friends who are dealing with this. I had a friend who lives in Davis Island texting me this morning saying we now have flooding in their home. It's sad they just moved into that house within the last year. They
just
have
moved
two
in.
Little kids, just so excited to get a new home. And here, I mean, they know, you know, you see, you know where Davis Island is. You realize it's in, you know, Zone A.
Yeah.
But you just hope that it's not going to happen, and it has. So.
I'm so sorry to hear that. They've been hitting you up, and I know they're continuing to ask for answers on some of these outages. I want to show you some more video here that we have in Treasure Island, if we have that. I want to show you the situation that folks are dealing with out there. Wow.
Yeah, take a look at it. You can see water over the roadway still for people. This is along Gulf Boulevard. Thankfully, no cars there out on the road. As you can see, they're just working to kind of get that water off the roadway so that people can kind of get back to their normal lives in Treasure Island, part of Pinellas County. We've been getting updates from Pinellas County as well as they continue to assess the damage, and officials there are working to try to see who all needs help in that area. We're keeping you updated on Pinellas County as well.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got the farming tools on the roads trying to clear the water and the debris that is out there. And this is what people are waking up to, right? This is exactly what people are waking up to. This is what we've been able to record over the last couple of hours since the sun has risen, and really giving us a broader picture of what folks are dealing with. But we know Governor DeSantis getting all the granular information. We're expecting him around 9 o'clock or so to give us the specifics on what the state of Florida is dealing with.
And access to the barrier islands for portions of Pinellas County still limited as they're trying to figure out all the damage there along those barrier islands. So they're telling people to kind of stay away from several of those places. Yesterday, we were talking about those flood-prone areas in Pinellas County, places like Snell Isle, places like Shore Acres, Bel Air Beach, Bel Air Shores, Clearwater Beach, all in Pinellas, Dunellen Causeway, Honeymoon Island, Indian Rocks Beach, Indian Shores, Madeira, North Reddington.
Long list.
A long list of all the beaches there in Pinellas County. So yesterday people weren't necessarily heeding the warnings. They said, oh, look at the waves, look at everything that's going on.
Yeah,
And today it's like, oh, wow.
Yeah, both ends of the spectrum in terms of emotion, right? So we know that it's going to take some time. And patience is not the word that a lot of people want to hear, but it is a lot of hurry up and wait because we have a lot of crews out there, but it takes time and a lot of patience to allow them to do what they can do because they're human too.
Right.
They've been working around the clock to make this happen.
And for those of you who weren't impacted by the storm, maybe your home's fine. You're probably thinking, how can I get back to life as usual? What's open? What's not open? What am I going to do if I have a trip planned this weekend? Best advice to check with your airline. The storm was impacting things like cruises. Port of Tampa closing yesterday. The best advice was to check with your cruise line to see when your cruise is going to be up and running. Check with TPA. I know SRQ, PIE, Tampa International, all limiting the access. Here's a look at the airport right now.
Yeah, not very busy right now.
Yeah, looks great. A beautiful shot of the skyline there. You can see things look great. The roads in and around the airport and traffic is not really a big issue. We saw 275 a couple minutes ago. If you're trying to access the bridge near the Veterans Expressway there, Veterans Expressway moving just fine. You just will not be able to get over towards that Howard Franklin Bridge. But again, check with your airline this morning if you are going to be traveling out.
Yeah, great advice. And we just got this bit of information too as we keep that live shot up, right? So you see the picture, you recognize what we're talking about. Still awaiting word on Tampa International as far as when they will open. They will decide sometime today. Again, they will decide sometime today, but as Sarah just pointed out, you want to check before you go, if you can't get there even. Sarasota, SRQ, PIE, now open, but telling folks to check their flights. Again, check your flight before you get out there. Lakeland Linder, still closed. And Sarah, as we were talking earlier with Jenny Dean about the roads being impassable, and looking at the maps and it shows one thing, and then you go out there and you see it for yourself, it's completely different. Having loved ones who have worked for Uber and saying when a hurricane hits, it messes up business all the way around because the map says they can get to someone and that someone can get to where they need to go, but you pull up and that's not the case.
Right.
So it takes some time for those maps to update as well.
And we know that there's public transportation options that would normally be available to help you out. PSTA has suspended their service up until 12. So once 12 o'clock hits, they're going to start it up again. And we know Hillsborough Area Regional Transit is going to be working to try to get up and running as well. We're also getting some updates that we're seeing online. We're seeing, again, the airport remains TPA is closed to the public right now. We are expecting to get an update from the governor as well.
Yeah, we were telling you all morning that he is expected to give us an update around the 9 o'clock hour. If we have that shot, that'd be great because I know that he's approaching the podium. He has been getting a deluge of information as he's been trying to keep the folks at home safe and letting them know when they can expect rescue, recovery. We have the live picture of where the governor is going to come up and speak with us momentarily. That is the podium right there, his team. Briefing him on the latest bits of information as well.
All right, and we're also seeing that just some updates from the governor. This is their 5th update that they're planning as the hurricane. We're tracking the aftermath of it, so something we're going to be continue to follow as the governor gets ready to talk. I'm trying to see the latest things from the governor that he's maybe posted online,
sure,
so we can kind of give you an update on what he's saying. So he's just kind of giving.
There he is, right there.
Okay, here he is.
Let's go ahead and listen in.
Major General John Haas, the Adjutant General of the Florida National Guard. As you know, Hurricane Helene made landfall last night as a Category 4 hurricane at Deckle Beach in Taylor County. Maximum sustained winds were 140 miles per hour. It made landfall moving 23 miles per hour. We saw storm surges in many parts of the west coast of Florida that exceeded what we saw in Hurricane Idalia, which took a similar track. It was similar strength, maybe a little bit weaker, but you were seeing significantly more storm surge in places like Tampa Bay. We also saw major storm surge, of course, in the Big Bend region. We did report that there was a traffic fatality last night. We also this morning can report that there's been another fatality reported in Dixie County due to a tree falling on the home during the storm. Overnight, as soon as it was safe to do, and even in many cases probably wasn't perfectly safe to do, search and rescue operations were conducted to help people that were in distress and transport them to safety. These missions continue, but we've had thousands of missions successfully completed in the overnight hours throughout the state. This is our local first responders. This is local in conjunction with state assets and state assets directly going in and effectuating rescues, and that's the National Guard, that's Florida Fish and Wildlife, that's all the assets we had available to help support these rescue efforts. And all the calls that any state officials responded to last night, we were able to find the person or people and pets and bring them to safety. And so that's a contrast from some of the things that we saw, for example, at Hurricane Helene. Now it's still early. They're going to have those folks who were responding to those calls. They're going to be doing broader search and rescue in those areas that did get hit with significant storm surge and see if there's any other problems or if there's any folks that are still left behind. But as of now, we don't have reports of that. And so those missions were successful, and those missions saved a lot of lives. So I want to thank all the first responders, our folks working for the sheriff's departments, fire rescue, of course, all our state assets. Everyone was ready to go, and it made a big difference for what was a really historic storm surge in different parts of the state. We have currently, as of 6 a.m., 1.24 million accounts without power throughout the state of Florida. Since the storm has begun, there have been 1.16 million accounts that have already been restored. As of 6 a.m., we have 382,000 accounts for Duke, 284,000 for the co-ops, 253,000 for the munis, 233,000 for FPL, 77,000 for TICO, and 11,000 for FPU. So those restoration efforts are underway. They've been going on the entire time as people have lost power, and so I think you're going to see some progress on that throughout today. As of now, we have a number of severely impacted counties with over 30% of the power out. Alachua 55% out, Baker 86%, Bradford 65% out, Citrus 34% out, Clay 33% out, Columbia 99% out, Dixie 92%, Gilchrist 87%, Hamilton 99%, Jefferson 83%, Lafayette 81%, Leon 44%, Levy 83%, Liberty 33%, Madison 99%, Nassau 57%, Pinellas 41%, Polk 33%, Sewanee 99%, Taylor 99%, Union 86%, Wakulla 82%. And you notice those 99% counties are generally the counties that were in the immediate path of the storm. We had rescue operations going on like Southwest Florida, where the storm was 100, 150, 200 miles off the coast, and yet still generated major storm surge, and that was really the story up the whole Florida peninsula. But then as you got into landfall, where you had those Category 4 winds, there's no question that was going to disrupt the power operations, and so that's what you've seen. Probably not just simply power lines down in the immediate path of the storm, probably looking at some damage to substations, and so there's folks that are on the ground assessing and taking action to remedy that as soon as possible. Overnight, the cut and toss operations began at 3 a.m. with the Florida Department of Transportation, and they have been able to clear a lot of miles of roadway, over 2,000 miles just since the wee hours of the morning. I-10 is open and passable, but please drive with caution. I-75 north to Georgia is clear and passable, and FDOT cut and toss crews are pushing southward on I-75. Currently in Tampa Bay, the Sunshine Skyway, Gandy, Courtney Campbell, and Howard Franklin bridges are still closed at the moment. At first light, bridge inspections began. There are reports of some mapping applications not marking those bridges as closed, but as of right now, please choose alternative routes. Those bridges are going to be inspected and open in due time, and I know Jared and his team are working really hard to do that. The Sunshine Skyway is open to first responders and emergency personnel. Please listen to local law enforcement's directive on that. In Southwest Florida, Sanibel Causeway had a washout that's currently being repaired by FDOT, and we expect that to be okay relatively soon. 470 crews are active in the field, and as I mentioned, have cleared over 2,000 miles of roadway, and this was starting at 3 a.m., so they were ready to go, and it's made a difference. 129 bridge inspectors have been dispatched at first light, and they are currently inspecting the bridges in the impacted areas. Airports. Following airports have suspended service but are anticipated to resume operations at some point today. Tallahassee, Tampa International, St. Pete Clearwater International, Lakeland Linder International, Gainesville Regional. Some flight cancellations or delays are being reported. Just check with your airlines directly on specific flight updates. Florida Fish and Wildlife has boat teams in Dixie and Taylor counties actively conducting search and rescue. These are basically the ground zero of the storm. An additional team of 72 staff are en route to Taylor, Dixie, and Levy with shallow water boats. Florida Fish and Wildlife has a boat team of 15 going through Franklin and Wakulla counties to assess storm damage. From Hernando to Lee, FWC has 145 local officers that are responding, an additional 15-man airboat team that are coming over to the west coast of Florida from Titusville. They will also have a 16-man Florida State Guard team with them, and they are headed currently to Pinellas County to assist with search and rescue there. Florida Department of Law Enforcement has positioned assets, including aircraft, and is responding for reconnaissance and damage assessments, including all backup satellite and communication systems. Portable towers have been staged for emergency communications, and FDLE staged telecommunications emergency response task forces for responses to ensure continuity of service for the 911 system. Of course, we have Florida Highway Patrol that have been assisting local officials throughout the whole time, and they are deployed and working as necessary. They are also assisting with cut and toss operations, clearing down trees and debris from not just the interstate and state roads, but also assisting with clearing local roads. The Department of Environmental Protection is actively working with local water providers to determine impacts to local water systems, and we do have reports that there are some issues with some of the local water systems. As of this morning, there are 54 healthcare facilities on generator power across the state, 5 hospitals, 26 ALFs, and 17 nursing homes. So this morning, as you're surveying damage, if you do have damage, just please be cautious of down power lines in your area. Standing water can conceal down power lines and other hazards, so please do not be walking through those storm waters. Remember to use proper ladder safety. You want to avoid any injuries or deaths as a result of people trying to get on ladders and not doing that appropriately. If you use a generator, again, there's power outages, and 1.2 million. You're going to be added to that 1.1 million that's been restored, I think, relatively quickly because everyone's on it. But there's going to be a time where you don't have power, perhaps. If you use a generator, don't operate it inside your house. Make sure that generator is outside your house, away from windows and doors. Carbon monoxide getting into the house can be lethal if it accumulates indoors. If traffic lights are out in your area, remember to treat that as you would a four-way stop. We don't want to see any traffic accidents as a result of that. Some of those signals are out. They will be brought back online, I think in due time, relatively quickly, but there's going to be a period of time where they may not be operating appropriately, and so treat it as a four-way stop. Remember, be careful using chainsaws. We've had mishaps with chainsaws in the past. I know people, there's maybe debris, there may be things they want to do around their property, and of course you're entitled to do that, but just know this has been an issue that we have seen in storms past. Please listen to the guidance issued from your state and local officials, the Florida Division of Emergency Management, as well as your local EM officials. If you need assistance, non-emergency assistance, now that the storm has passed, you can call the State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. Additionally, the Hope Florida line is active for those who need resources or other assistance after the storm, and it's currently now operating 24/7 for the next 2 weeks. And if you want that, and this will be the Hope van, we're going to have the Hope bus in different parts of the state. This is a place where a lot of these charity groups that come and help, they're going to be plugged in here, and it's a way to kind of get you to some help that you need. Kevin and I will be surveying kind of what all groups are going to be involved, but I mean, you look and see some of the flooding that's happened. We've got groups that do muck and gut. Is Rubicon, are they going to be en route? Probably, yeah. So, Rubicon, great group. They come in, they help you with muck and gut. We have a program where we can bring tools and the supplies so they can use that. So there's a whole host of things. So the Hope line is 1-833-GET-HOPE, 1-833-GET-HOPE. There's a card where they have the little the little thing you can scan if you want to get on that. They gave that to me 2 days ago, and they're like, you can show this if you want. And I was like, well, is this for pre-storm or post-storm? I'm like, well, mostly post-storm. And I'm like, okay, what are the hours of this? They're like, well, 9 to 5. I'm like, no, I'm not giving out a number 9 to 5. Like, it's got to be open 24. So we made sure to get that number open and operating 24 hours. Now, I think now that the storm's passed, probably most of the stuff's going to be in business hours, but I didn't want to be in a situation someone calls at 8 at night, they have a need, and no one's there. So this has been expanded for 24 hours, and so that Hope line is there for your assistance as well. I just want to thank everybody who midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. were out there rescuing folks. This is not something that's easy. The conditions were still very problematic in many respects up and down the state, and yet we had our folks respond, and we said that this would be what would happen, because that's just kind of what we do here in Florida, but yet a lot of folks that made a big difference. While many people across the country were sound asleep, you had these folks that were out there putting themselves on the line and helping their fellow Floridians, so thank you for that. Okay, Kevin?
Good morning, everyone. Governor, again, thank you for your steadfast leadership and support all the way through the night as we were working all night long to help the citizens of Florida. Hurricane Helene, as mentioned, has made landfall in the Big Bend region as of last night around 11 p.m. What we're in the process of doing right now, the first 24 hours we focus on search and rescue. Over the next 48 hours, we will add what we call search, secure, and stabilize. So we want to search the area, make sure that we look for life issues, life safety issues. Then we will secure the area to keep things from getting worse, and then obviously stabilize it. So that's what we're focused on over the next 72 hours. As those search and rescue missions happen today and continue, please do not go out and visit the impacted areas. I beg you. We literally have over 1,500 search and rescue personnel in the highly impacted areas right now. Do not get in their way. We need you to stay off the roads, get out of our way so that we can go do our jobs. Listen to your local authorities for updates on when it is safe to go outside or when it is safe to return to your homes for those evacuated. Remember when you get back home, remember that you take close-up and far-away pictures of any damages and high water marks before you begin any cleanup. The best way to combat a bureaucrat down the road is make sure you do the documentation in the first 24 hours. Make sure you have all of that stuff as you move forward. All right. I know that these are fights with insurance companies and other federal agencies. Just again, FEMA's going to want all the documentation. So take the pictures now as you get out at first light. If you are beginning the cleanup process, be sure that you're wearing the appropriate safety gear. Again, you heard the governor talk about the use of chainsaws, the use of ladders, things like that. Folks, please, I know it's not fashionable, but wear your safety goggles, wear gloves, wear a hard hat. Just please make sure you're being safe if you're out there operating. Those are all preventable deaths and injuries. We can 100% prevent that. If you do not know how to use equipment, if you do not know how to do those heavy lift capabilities, please do not attempt to clean up that material on your own. We will help you. We have nonprofit organizations. You heard the governor speak about Hope Florida this morning. You can go to their website. You can put in the requested assistance that you need. We're the Activate Hope side of Hope Florida, so we are right now trying to get everybody to go to the portal, put in what your issues are. We will start triaging that. We will get people to you. We will be announcing later today the crisis cleanup line being open for cleanup issues. But again, we have people that will help you do that. There's no reason to put yourself in any type of danger. If you're out in the yard, don't cut lines. You're not a resident expert on what is a power line, a cable line, or a fiber optic line. The reason I ask you not to cut those lines is some of our 911 centers across the state run on fiber or cable. If you cut a fiber optic line, you may be cutting communication to a 911 center, even at the residential level. So please, please do not cut lines. We beg you to do that. Beg you not to do that. Make sure you, when you start taking debris to the roadway, again, I know this is going to sound bureaucratic, but it would really help folks like Jared, the DEP, but separate it. If you can separate the vegetation from the white goods, the appliances and the furniture and stuff like that that's coming out of your house, and also separate the household chemicals that may have spilt, like your bleaches and fertilizers and things like that. If you could separate those into 3 distinct piles, it would certainly help the cleanup process as we get in there and start taking care of those issues. Please make sure that your debris does not block any roadways. Please do not do that. If your power lines are down, again, we've already told you do not go and put stuff at the power lines. Hold off on cleaning the debris until the power lines can get to the power line companies can get to the power lines. They need to have access to that right away. So just hold off on it just a second. Let the power crews get in there and do what they need to do. Then bring that stuff to the right of way, but do not block the road. Even though the storm has passed, the roads are still dangerous due to flooding, debris, and potential down power lines. Please just do not risk going anywhere that you cannot see what's going on the roadway. I'm going to let Jared talk much more about road and roadway infrastructure. Again, as the governor has already said, Florida is open 24 hours a day. We're going to be announcing crisis cleanup a little bit later today for assistance after the storm. You can also call our state assistance information line. What is the difference there? Hope Florida Crisis Cleanup, I need help. Cell line, the state of assistance information line, I just need information. I need to know which way to go, do this or that. That cell information line, just to get information, 1-800-342-3557. Of course, you could go to the Florida Division of Emergency Management's website at floridadisaster.org, and specifically for the updates, add a /updates so that you get the latest and greatest information. Also, we post all of this information to include our updates on X and Instagram at FLSERT, that's at Florida CERT, and then on Facebook at FDEM, that's at FDEM. Governor and John, Jared, and the entire, and as I close here, thank you, sir, for everything you did into the wee hours of the morning. But the state emergency response team is all of the state agencies that come together. It's nonprofits. It's everybody that you see sitting on that floor behind me, and then extensions to tens of thousands of people out in the field. And last night at 11:30, midnight, they went into action, and as the governor said, saved thousands of lives. And, it's an honor to lead this team through this type of stuff. And I just cannot say thank you enough to the state emergency response team, our partner agencies, our partner nonprofits. They are truly the tip of the spear. So again, thank you to all.
Jared.
All right. Thank you, Governor, for your leadership. Yep. Thank you, Kevin. As you heard from the governor and Kevin, we've had thousands of people working through the night. We've already begun our damage assessments, and we're pushing into the impacted areas in those rural communities to do cut and toss. We started at 3 a.m. clearing the interstate, I-10, I-75. Those crews worked all the way through the night. And as you heard the governor mention, we're happy to say that I-10 and I-75 are both open. Tampa Bay did experience significant storm surge. You heard the governor talk about the causeways and the Skyway Bridge. We have crews, FDOT crews and contractors out there working right now to inspect. Some of the causeways were underwater, so we have to inspect those, make sure they're safe to pass, affect any repairs to damage that might be out there, and also clear the roads of debris. So we currently are out there working. We're going to get those open as soon as possible. In Southwest Florida, we also had a lot of storm surge. All up and down the West Coast, we had a lot of roads underwater. When roads go underwater, it can be very dangerous. If you are out driving around, those roads are still underwater, please do not drive through water. It can be very dangerous. You don't know what's going on underneath the water. 470 crew members are deployed to perform cut and toss. We've already cleared over 2,000 miles of roadway, and as I mentioned, we're pushing into those impacted areas of Taylor, Levy, Dixie counties, and all through that storm impact zone. And we're going to be removing vegetative debris. There is a lot of vegetative debris. There's a lot of debris in the roads. Trees can be wrapped in power lines. Please do not get out there and start trying to do things on your own if trees are wrapped in power lines. We send our crews out with utility companies to make sure those lines are de-energized so that we can safely remove that debris from the roadway. Our bridge inspectors are out working right now. This is one of our main missions right after the storm passes through, is to inspect all of our bridges, do damage assessments, start any repairs that are needed, and clear those bridges so that people can start to move around again. What's most important is supporting that search and rescue life safety mission, which is why we're allowing emergency vehicles to drive over Skyway right now. But there is debris even along those causeways, and so we still have a lot of work to do. We're assessing traffic signals right now. We have generators, and we are actively deploying those for traffic signals that are out. If you come up to an intersection and traffic signals out, please treat that like a four-way stop. Be very mindful that there could be traffic coming from every direction. For traffic info and road closures, please use fl511.com. We've heard a lot of reports. We've seen the navigation apps have not had up-to-date information. fl511.com is our website. We are actively updating that minute by minute with our regional traffic management centers. We have 10 across the state. They work around the clock, and we have technology deployed. We're continuously collecting data. fl511.com is your place for accurate traffic information. You heard the governor talk about the airports. All of our airports do plan to open back up to air operations today. There was a lot of storm surge with our seaports, specifically in Tampa Bay. They plan to get Seaport back open as quickly as possible. They have to inspect the channel, but their fuel operation will be back up and running within the next few hours, and they have been moving fuel all through the night. So they've had a very successful operation there. Again, Governor, thank you for your leadership. I'm very honored to be part of this emergency response team. We've been working all through the night, and we have a lot more work to do, and we're ready to get it done. Thank you.
And I think people that have followed, the storms in recent years are not unfamiliar with the track that this one took, because it's similar to what was done with Idalia in 2023, and it was similar to Debbie earlier this year. The early reports and so you have a lot of those Big Bend counties. This is the third storm that they've dealt with in 13 or 14 months, and that's not easy to deal with. And then the early reports we've received is that the damage in those counties that were really in the eye of the storm has exceeded the damage of Idalia and Debbie combined. So we have, as I mentioned, a lot of folks that are on the ground there, in the water there, working on search and rescue. That will continue. That's going to continue across the state today to make sure that people are safe and that we're protecting life and limb to the extent that that's something that's still threatened. Look, we've reported 2 fatalities. I pray that that's it, but I also know this was these are hazardous conditions, and so they're going to be doing this. They're going to be on the ground, particularly in those Big Bend areas that got the direct impact, and I know that they're going to work hard. But this is some serious damage there, and it's one thing to have to deal with really major damage, but then when you've already been rebuilding from one and then this, that takes a toll, I think, emotionally and mentally as well. So keep those folks in your thoughts and prayers. We're going to have a lot of assistance that's going to go down their way, but the reality is that this is something that was very damaging. Now we're really, 12 hours away from, not even that, from when this made landfall. There have been people that have been working really this whole time on these operations. Those operations are going to continue, as Kevin said. We'll be doing more things for stabilization, but we will definitely be focused on making sure everyone's safe, making sure that the roads and the bridges are open, people can get around, and then make sure the power is restored and other services are restored. And we expect to see a lot of progress on that very soon. Okay, yep.
Governor, I know you mentioned.
Okay, so the governor right there, Governor Ron DeSantis, starting with a thank you and ending with a thank you, also mentioning thoughts and prayers, that of course followed by works and effort, thanking the thousands of first responders out there. They've been up working around the clock, also mentioning 2 fatalities, a traffic fatality and a tree falling on a home, unfortunately.
Yeah, and he said that they are working to get power restored to everyone. He said they have 1.24 million people across our state right now without power. They've been working to do water rescues, as we've been telling you all morning long. We've been seeing that video coming into our newsroom of people being rescued all across the Tampa Bay area from places like Citrus, Hillsborough County. Also, we're also getting, he said that as of right now, they're not getting any more reports of other rescues, but they do have crews that are ready and available to do that. They're working with a lot of state agencies working together to try to make this stuff happen and try to help and get things open as soon as possible.
Nonprofits jumping in as well. And you mentioned the 1.24 million accounts without power. He also said as of 6 o'clock this morning, some more numbers for you, 1.6 million restored. So they are putting in that work to make sure that they can get the lights back on and the power back on for you, because we know right here in Florida, it does get humid year-round. So they also mentioned a 72-hour plan. The first 24 hours, that is search and rescue while in the path of that storm, right? Then there's securing the space and then stabilizing it. Search and rescue, secure, stabilizing, all within 72 hours, all with thousands of people doing their part, including nonprofits trying to help out.
Yeah, he gave several numbers of places you can call, non-emergency lines where you can get help from some local charities who are partnering with the state to try to make sure that you can even get your home cleaned out, things like that, that they're open 24 hours. We're also, when we're talking about those power outages, you say, what's it look like in my area? We were taking notes about the local counties and the power outages there. So he was saying 34% of Citrus County right now is without power. For my friends in Pinellas County, 41% of our residents in Pinellas are still in the dark this morning, 33% in Polk County. Florida Department of Transportation crews are working to clear several of our most traveled interstates. That includes I-10, that's back open. I-75 to the north, if you're going to be headed towards Georgia, that's open this morning. I-75 to the south, they're still working. Those cut and toss crews is what they call them. With the Florida Department of Transportation, they're working to try to make sure debris is off the roadway and you can get to where you need to go safely.
We know they are doing their part. They also said, as you mentioned, 10 and 75 open, passable, but also use caution. And we were taking notes on this as well, because they said some directives. We put out the directives before this storm arrived. Here are some on the back end. Okay, officials saying stay out of the way as they're trying to clear the roads of all that debris, fallen trees. You know what that can do to you, to your car, and to the most precious people you know, right? Also, this part right here, Sarah, document, document, document. Insurance purposes as well as FEMA.
He was saying it's so important to document within the first 24 hours just because of all the paperwork and the bureaucracy and that red tape that you're going to have to go through. If you don't take these pictures and write notes and make sure you have all that evidence, have those receipts, folks, because you need them. They said it's needed within the first 24 hours.
You got to keep your receipts with everything,
right?
Yeah, and you know what? This is something we have to point out as well. Okay, so you may have some of that powerful equipment in your home and you don't know what you're doing. Now is not the time to train on it, because that is when injuries pop up and it could be fatal. They see it all the time.
He said make sure you wear that protective gear, have those safety glasses on, have the hard hats, and if you don't know how to work that equipment, try not to do it, because these are preventable injuries, and if you have the knowledge on how to use it, you're able to do that. But if not, you can risk hurting yourself and then it could be worse.
Yeah, and don't cut any lines, because you could be cutting off communication to 911 or any other form of communication. Also, you don't know what that line could do to you. So you want to make sure you keep those things in mind. Meantime, want to get a track of this storm right here, Helene. As it's moving through the area, we're still being touched by the outer bands as crews are doing their part to clean up. Meteorologist Amanda Papp is standing by with us this morning. Amanda, 931, what is the word?
Good morning. Look at this behind me. I don't even have to tell you guys. I just want to just show you right now. Look at this. This is the before and after. Let me step out of the way. That's Bayshore Boulevard. Thank you so much to our lovely viewers viewers for sending us this. Look at this last night versus this morning. We could see that water has finally started to recede. I just want to start off the top with this because this is wonderful news to see that sun shining once again, to see Bayshore again. But look at all the leftover flooding from all that surge. The flooding right here continuing, and the surge was so great last night. You saw those waves crashing in from the bay onto Bayshore. Insane imagery there, different vantage point for you. So just keeping that in mind, we want to continue to have you go ahead. If you have any of that footage, that video, of course, your safety is our #1 concern. You can go ahead though and scan this QR code. You're going to help us out to be able to tell this story because so many people were impacted across the Bay Area. My thoughts and prayers go out to everyone impacted by this system. This was historic storm surge, and the proof is in the pudding with that video. You see that right now everything is looking pretty calm over towards Bayshore. A live look over towards Tampa. It's feeling really hot. The sun is going to come out. Things are getting better really quickly here, and we see those water levels dropping, but we still do have 1 or 2 leftover little bands of Helene at this time. Helene still, as it's cut off from its energy source, as of the 8 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, a tropical storm. It's going to help and continue to push into the Appalachian Mountain Range here, and that'll help to tear this system apart for once and all. But we do see over towards, shout out to my parents right here, Wilmington, North Carolina, a lot of rain, wind, and also that banding. Those isolated tornadoes still possible in some of the pockets of this rain and wind. That spans up to West Virginia and the Ohio River Valley. So overall, this system is massive. We know that our main threat, the storm surge, has severely impacted people all across the Bay, and these impacts are spanning all the way into other portions of the southeast. Here are the last couple little bands of rain. We're going to see a lot of sunshine today, which is great, and that'll give it a lot of time to see dry periods to help this water come down. We do see that we peaked over towards Clearwater right around 6.5 feet, East Bay at 7. And the main thing right here I want to point out is that Cedar Key, we knew you were going to be the one, the bullseye, the main ones impacted by the storm surge. That is the most deadly part of any tropical system. That was our #1 impact with this storm. Previously, that record set by Idalia at 7 feet. This time, Cedar Key, there was multiple rescues. Jennifer Titus was reporting on that with 9.3 feet, almost 9.5 feet of storm surge. So the storm surge was definitely at the top of mind because of how strong these winds were, how strong and powerful this Category 4 hurricane was that made landfall along the Big Bend of Florida towards Perry. We saw that eye wall was so strong. Now these winds are starting to die down, thankfully, and we can see that over towards Cedar Key, those water levels are finally dropping, which is wonderful news for us. We want to continue to see that happen. But here you go. If you are worried about the tide times, I know a lot of people are thinking about that. Those water levels are coming down slowly, but as we head into high tide around Tampa, that's when you could see a little bit of a lull, or these waters just take a little longer to go down because of the high tide. They won't rise, but it just might be a little longer before they fall. That also goes for the next hour and a half over towards St. Pete with that high tide coming in at 10:30, but we don't want you to underestimate the power of water, so please, no wading in the water. Please do not go in those flood waters. We know that 6 inches of fast moving water can knock you off your feet, and also we never know what lies in that water. Marine life, also flesh-eating bacteria, fire ants, among other things. Trust me, I have walked through those floodwaters because I've gotten rescued in the past before. I mean, really, guys, this is a serious situation. You don't want to walk through those floodwaters if you do not have to. So please just do not take that floaty out. I know people love to do that and go down Bayshore. This is not the time for that. It is very dangerous to be in those floodwaters. Winds, they are going to really start to come down today. So your main 3 to take away, well, the landfall was as a category, and you can see the major category there, strength before it made landfall, surge up to 9 feet. Those water levels are dropping. That's the positive news for today. Your 7-day forecast showing us we finally return back to normal starting tomorrow into the rest of next week.
Thank you, meteorologist Amanda Pappas, keeping us updated on conditions with the storm and where it is right now as we continue to track the aftermath. All morning long, we've been telling you that the bridges are closed. Good news right now, Gandy Bridge now open. So if you need to get somewhere today, I've got friends texting me, how can I get from Pinellas County to Hernando County? Gandy Bridge isn't your option. US 19 is your option, but Gandy Bridge is open, so that's good if you want to get from Tampa to Pinellas. My friends who need to get things done today, safe travels to you. We've had FDOT crews who are working to restore the bridges. They've been inspecting them since the start of light. Governor Ron DeSantis was saying this morning, since the sunrise started to happen.
Everybody's doing their part, right? Yeah, you're doing your part as well. I see you working with the text and keeping people informed, prepared, and connected.
Exactly.
All right, I want to get to Miranda Parnell. She is live for us with a look at the city. Where exactly is Miranda there, Tim? Shore Acres. Miranda, what is the word around there as people are trying to recover at this hour?
We actually had a stop that stopped us in our tracks before we could even get to Shore Acres. I want to give you a look at why you need to stay home, why you don't want to be just driving around willy-nilly today. That is a power pole that has been smoking for at least the past hour or so out here. We're on 34th Avenue Northeast over here by Crisp Park. And while we were out here, we could see folks realizing that that was smoking and turning around. Shortly after, an officer came out. She placed those cones and has been helping people turn around if they don't live in this area or just safely avoid. There's a down power line also over there. So we're going to make this quick also because we don't want to be over here in case this gets more unsafe. But you can just look at the water line along these homes to see how that water was rising last night. Even in this next driveway over here, there's a vehicle where you can see it. And so we're just going to go ahead and head over to Shore Acres now because we are still trying to figure out exactly what's going on. But this is just another reason, like they said, why you should stay home and stay safe if you can. You don't want to ride over those.
All right, thank you, Miranda Parnell, for us live from Shore Acres this morning. We know that is an area that is so prone to flooding. So many people have worked on restoring their homes after the last storm and then the storm before that, and now kind of seeing the damage today. It's heartbreaking for a lot of people.
Yeah, it is. We always tell people, turn around, don't drown. Well, we saw the smoke in that live shot, so turn around. Don't go because you don't know. You don't know what the risk is right there, so Miranda's going to relocate. Right now, I want to get to Jenny Dean in Tampa. Jenny, are you able to hear us there?
Yes, I can hear you.
All
Can you
right.
hear me?
Yeah, I got you right there. Crew's
got
hard
you.
at it. We can hear the
Okay.
chainsaws and a lot of rescues going on. What's the word?
Bayshore.
We've got a lot of activity on Bayshore right now. We're right at the entrance to Davis Island. As a matter of fact, I can see TGH there. A helicopter just landed on top of Tampa General Hospital. We have a crew. I'm going to step out. There was a tree down in the middle of Bayshore. You can see the water has receded, but city crews arrived probably about 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. They were able to remove that tree that had fallen down in the middle of the road and get that out of the way. So the cleanup is happening. The Tampa General helicopter taking off again. One had just landed and now there's one again taking off. And of course, no word on where they're going or what's happening with that situation. But the good news is they are working to clean up Bayshore and get Bayshore cleaned up. They have reopened access only to emergency vehicles and emergency workers to Davis Island. You can get over there now, but it's not open to residents or not open to just anybody. So if you're trying to get over to Davis Island, you need to wait. Emergency crews are over there. I know the city of Tampa is working to update us on the situation out there, but we were kind of caught up in some traffic when we were trying to get to Bayshore. We weren't trying to get over there to Davis Island, but they're kind of turning everybody away unless you have necessary business over there. There's actually a Tico truck that just pulled up as well. Oh, and we're seeing like bulldozers and other crews heading across that bridge over into Davis Island right now, because that is the situation where it is a lot of concern. We've had reports of a lot of flooding in Davis Island. It was inaccessible unless you had a boat early this morning, but now crews are able to get out there and get to the work of helping the people that need the help and then starting the cleanup, assessing the damage. A lot of residents chose to stay there, and a lot of residents were flooded in. And there was a lot of water. We've been hearing stories from social media, friends of ours who live out there and decided to ride out the storm, telling us that even the downtown area, if you go through Davis Island, you go through a little downtown where there's bars and restaurants, there was 1 to 2 feet of water in some of those areas as well. So water's receding. That's the good news. Also getting word, Apollo Beach, South County, Ruskin, My photographer Sasan and I were out in Ruskin yesterday, Little Harbor. A lot of people like to go to Sunset Grill there, a very popular spot. Getting word that that was flooded pretty badly. We were out there yesterday, and they had done what preparations they could, but it's right there on Hillsborough Bay, so really not a whole lot they can do when the storm surge comes up. So we haven't had a chance to get out there and assess that damage. I know from a personal basis that Apollo Beach has flooded. My daughter has a home out there, and that home has been flooded. So it is significant damage all across Hillsborough County as well. This isn't just a Pinellas situation. It's not just a downtown Tampa. South County in Hillsborough County is dealing with this, and they are concerned, and they've said this for the last couple of days, that the Alafaya River could also cause some issues. The Lithia area that has had problems with the Alafaya River after Debbie, after Irma a few years ago. They're concerned about it flooding homes through that area yet again. So I think, out in the county, a lot of focus is on making sure that they're getting people to safety out in Apollo Beach, making sure all those places in Ruskin are doing okay. So there's still very much work to do here, guys. Very much in Hillsborough County, there are still a lot of people that are dealing with a lot of damage and having to put pieces back together and trying to figure out what they can salvage out of flooded homes. So it's significant, and it is something, it's great that we're going to get to see Bayshore cleaned up and that the water's gone. It's great that, our most beautiful street's still going to be beautiful. But, we're here to help people do what we can to get them the services they need and to show you what's happening to everyone in the city, not just the pretty parts. These are just the places that we're just trying not to get out to get to those flooded places right now because we want to let rescuers do their job. So we're showing you what we can. In the days to come, I think we're going to see a lot more devastation from this and a lot more families whose hearts are just broken over all of this because it's a tough situation.
Jenny, I hate to hear that. I got a two-parter for you right here. As you mentioned the pretty parts, let's talk about the prettiest part of your life as it pertains to your family. One, how is your daughter doing? And two, I know you've moved around a little bit because you can't go far. That drive, you're not having to navigate through all the water, but you're having to dodge some obstacles out there.
Yes. Number one, my daughter is fine. They evacuated. They did the right thing.
Glad to hear that.
But they are just now hearing what happened to the home. So now it's just figuring out how much damage there is. So yes, thankfully, she did the right thing. They were able to evacuate. So that is the good news. When you have a mom in news, you better follow mom's orders. And if mom hears evacuation, then yeah, you're going to go. So yes. Now, back to business. We have had to dodge a lot of things, but now that things are getting light out and now that the water's receding, we're actually able to move around a little bit more because we can see better. We're not worried that we're going to hit it. We can see if there's a power line down. We can see if there's a tree limb down. When we're driving around in the dark, it's hard to really know what you can get through and what you can't. If we see water on the road, we don't know how deep it is. We don't know if it's, a half an inch deep or half a foot deep. So we were using extra precautions trying to get around this morning. So we have a little more, light now. Since we have light now, since the weather's better, we're going to try to head on down, maybe back out to Gandy again and try to get down into that West Shore area that was pretty severely flooded. I know you mentioned the Gandy Bridge is open, so that area should be open now, and we're hoping to kind of get out to it and kind of assess what's happening out there. Again, we're not going to be getting in the way of anyone. We're going to make sure emergency workers can do their job, but we'll get to where we can see what we can show you and kind of let you sort of see the damage so you don't have to get out and kind of looky-loo around because it's just going to get in people's way today.
All right. Thank you, Jenny Dean, keeping us updated on the conditions there in South Tampa, as she mentioned, and also for portions of southern Hillsborough County, not just the pretty parts. Yes, the city of Tampa wants to make sure that one of our most traveled roadways, Bayshore, is up and running. It is a road that many people take. When you can't get onto Bayshore, you're going to have to take other alternates like McDill. You can also try to take Del Mabry Highway, but a lot of people try to get up and down Bayshore as well. It does bring a sense of calm when you're trying to find some relief, go for a run along the sidewalk and stuff.
You search for those silver linings, right?
Yeah, you do.
All right, I want to get to Jen Titus. She's live for us on Crystal River right there. And Jen, some of that water has receded, but clearly not all of it right there behind you.
Yeah, no, the water is still pretty high up here. You can see it has receded, but still too high for any cars to go down 5th Street here, then along US 19. We just did see one of the FWC airboats head out. We did hear some fire truck sirens as well, so not sure if there's any action going on or what's taking place, because it's been kind of quiet here for the past hour or so. When it comes to rescues, from about 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., we were talking earlier, probably more than 100 people were rescued, children, pets, and then everything's kind of quieted off. And then we just saw, I think you can see that in the distance there, the airboat that just took off, the FWC airboat. They're up here helping out Citrus County. Now, there's been water rescues going on here, guys, on 5th Street. And then I spoke with the sheriff, and he says there were other rescues going down in Homosassa. And then I was talking to FWC, and they said they have crews up in Levy and Inglis and that area as well, because there is just so much water all over the place. I also just asked FWC, they had just put up a drone, so we were kind of getting a look for the first time to see how much water is above from the sky's view. And you can see there are some areas in town that it is dry along US 19, because there are some higher spots, but then there is still a couple feet of water inside the businesses along the downtown area. There was one lady who came over while they were throwing the drone up asking, can you just see where my business is? Let me see my business. It's right behind the Walgreens, so she just wanted to see if there was any flooding inside. I spoke to another guy who we visited with yesterday, and he said that he is at his place right now with 4 feet of water inside, and unfortunately that was what we were expecting as the sun came up this morning, really giving us the first look of the devastation here in Citrus County, in Crystal River, how much flooding has taken place here, and the impact, guys, for these businesses and these homeowners who just a year ago dealt with this. They dealt with 3 to 4 feet inside their homes, and here they are once again with so much water. And like you said, Frank and Sarah, that water is slowly starting to recede. I asked them, do you think we'll make it down to US 19? US 19, guys, if you see the green signs up there, that is US 19, which is basically the main corridor that takes you to downtown, and then 5th Street here. If you get to 19, that's where you can see Kings Bay and all of that downtown. That is still underwater, so we're not yet able to get there, but I am told maybe within the afternoon, the nighttime hours, they're hoping that that water is going to recede, but it is going to take some time. So they are asking people to stay inside until you get that all clear. People do not want, there are some people up here that are a little bit higher. They have water creeping. It's not in yet. And that's why they're asking you to stay off the roads, because you're driving and you're pushing that current inside their home. So they're really pleading, just stay home until this water has gone down and they've given you the okay, the all clear to come back and see exactly the devastation that Helene brought to this area.
Yeah, Jen, folks have to stay out the way so that they can do their part, they being the emergency crews right there. You're dealing with situations where you're watching people grieve in real time, but they're having to compartmentalize those emotions as they piece life back together. What are some of the people telling you out there?
A lot of them don't want to really think about it yet. We were seeing those rescues and we were seeing the tears. We did see a few smiles. They were happy. They were here. They were on dry land from what they had just witnessed. And I said, how is it feeling? What are you guys expecting to see when you get back? And they're like, we don't even want to think about that yet. We left with 4 to 5 feet inside of our homes. We don't want to see what it is going to be once we get back there. And so you just feel for so many people right now who literally all they took was the clothes off their back, and then many of them had backpacks with their personal belongings, the pet food, because many of them had animals, young kids. I mean, Frank, we watched, you guys saw it, more than 100 people get rescued right here from airboats. The airboats didn't stop. It was eerie. It was so many, you know, watching these airboats come. And then I will say though, Frank, the one thing that also gave you chills is as the airboats came in, the linemen came out. So we do know that linemen are down there right now also trying to get power back here in Citrus County.
Jen, thank you so much. Perspective from a seasoned reporter and a mom.
Oh, yeah. And someone who's from our area as well. Thank you, Jen, doing a phenomenal job there in Citrus County. It's also incredible to see just the outpouring of support from people in our community, how these first responders are working during their
Warms your
jobs.
heart.
And they have families as well, so they know they want to help everybody.
That part right there. They have people who are looking out for them, checking in with them. They may not be able to text back right away and say, I'm doing okay.
Right.
Busy.
We do have a transportation update for you right now. We were telling you how Gandy Bridge is open.
yeah?
We're getting an update right now from the Florida Department of Transportation letting us know it is partially open. So eastbound, if you're going to be headed from Pinellas County into Tampa this morning, that is still partially closed. And then westbound is open. So they're clearing debris right now. Eastbound Gandy from Pinellas to Hillsborough will remain closed until debris clearing and damage assessment is complete. It's the latest update from the Florida Department of Transportation on our Gandy Bridge. So heads up for our drivers who are trying to get around that closure.
All right, thank you for that, Sarah. Time now, 9:52. I want to get over to weather. Meteorologist Amanda Pappas. The conversation has shifted, right? Because the storm has moved out of the area. Not the aftermath, but the storm has moved out of the area. What are we looking at right now?
Finally, we're just seeing those outermost tiny little rain bands from Hurricane Helene, previously a Category 4 hurricane, now a tropical storm, and you can see the impact. Really just, I mean, that storm surge was that #1 and most deadly impact, and it's what we're waking up to. Some areas still flooded. You can see this view from last night of Bayshore with all those waves crashing up with the surge. Now this morning, a lot of it dried out, like Jenny Dean was mentioning earlier. You can see that early this morning, we still do have some of those roadways around Bayshore flooded as well. And look at Bayshore just about 13 hours ago, if that. You can see that it was completely flooded. So if you have any pictures or videos from wherever you are, go ahead and scan that QR code and help us continue to tell the story about this storm surge. It was a serious system, a very large system. We've never seen something like that before, and this was historic flooding and historic surge that this area has never dealt with. So with that in mind, I'm really happy to say that we have good news as we head into the rest of today. Thank you so much for trusting us to guide you throughout the storm and even after as well. We're here to help you all the way throughout, and we always want to continue to keep you informed, prepared, and connected. And right now we are seeing there's a little drizzle, but still mostly sunshine over towards portions of downtown Tampa. Everything's starting to really get better. The one thing I will mention, because of how gusty those winds were, a lot of our live cameras are off network right now because of just how impactful this storm was, how strong those winds were. And speaking about the winds, the wind speed right now of this system from our advisory from the National Hurricane Center at 8 o'clock, showing those winds still maintaining at 60 miles per hour. Tropical storm strength Helene right now pushing into portions of western Carolinas there in the Appalachian Mountain Range, meaning that we are going to see a ton of rainfall headed to the Carolinas and also to realistically West Virginia, Ohio River Valley over the next couple of days. So people really about to be impacted by that storm. Even as it's cut off from its energy source, we are still seeing major impacts. So what's the weather impact alert for today? For today, you need to make sure that you are careful from now up until 7 o'clock tonight as those tides are going to continue. We see some high tides up ahead, and flooding is going to be an issue until late tonight. The system will completely leave us, though, as we head into the afternoon. We're going to see sunshine, but the impact is that high water that's still sticking around some of the area, and also seeing the debris and the roadways and also in those flood waters. So you need to make sure you are staying out of the flood waters. I cannot stress that enough to you. You want to wait for the all clear before you leave your home and try to head out. We do know that Hurricane Helene made landfall at 11:10 last night. We can see it was a Category 4 hurricane making landfall along the Big Bend of Florida in Perry, Florida, with those winds at 140 mile per hour winds right there, and the pressure 938 millibars, meaning this was a very strong storm, one of the strongest that this portion of Florida has ever seen. And we know it was a Cat 4 at landfall, and even at that landfall, with hundreds of miles of distance between us, we were still feeling those major impacts, the #1 being surge, and that's going to continue into early this morning. But I'm really happy to say the water levels are completely dropping, and we also see that the rain is moving on out of here. We only have a couple bands left. This one in particular that's coming in and moving on shore right here from the Gulf, that's going to be one of our last rain bands finally from Hurricane Helene. This is a monster storm. It was devastating and catastrophic. Look at the record surge levels that we've never seen before. Previous records right around 4 feet for Clearwater, about 4 feet for Old Tampa, and 6 feet, of course, Cedar Key, notably from Hurricane Idalia. Idalia was not even as close in terms of strength or size to what Hurricane Helene is, even at this point, this late in the game. And we know that that peak water level was right around 7 feet for East Bay. We see almost 7 for both Old Port Tampa and St. Pete, and 9.5 feet of surge for Cedar Key. So realistically, that's why we saw so many times those rescues by those airboats this morning with Jennifer Titus. And in addition to that, those winds thankfully are starting to come down, but still our wind speeds are gusting at times to 18, 20 miles per hour. So we still have some ways to go in terms of improvements, but they're coming. So we have that good news for you. Those water levels are dropping here quickly, and we've seen the worst of it. The worst is done in our area, thankfully. We do know that every 2 hours, we're seeing about a half a foot to a foot of this dropping quickly, especially as we head into this evening. But we have our next high tide for Tampa right around 11, and for St. Pete, just a heads up, 10:30 is when we're seeing that next high tide. So just thinking about that. We know that it's really just not a good time for you to go outside and try to check out what's going on unless you're in a safe area that's away from the water and it's not flooded by you, of course. But just try to stay home, let those emergency responders do what they need to do, and let us continue to keep you informed, prepared, and connected. We have multiple pictures and videos from you guys. Thank you so much, and also those live cams as well. We know those winds are going to be dying down, thankfully, as we head into about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. That'll help to really suppress a lot of those water levels and finally allow them to drop. Take a look at your 7-day forecast. We see our weather impact alert for today is that continuous impact of the storm surge from Hurricane Helene. Even though it's out of here, it's not even in our area mainly, only a couple little bands left. We're still going to be dealing with that storm surge up until this afternoon and flooded areas because of the record amount of rainfall as well. We see Saturday into Sunday. That is when things finally start to return to normal. And heading into next week, we're going to see more of our typical pattern with highs in the 90s, more sunshine finally coming back to the Bay. And I really just want to keep you in my thoughts and prayers. Any of you that have lost your homes, I know my friends did. And realistically, my hearts are just going out to everyone across Tampa Bay today.
All right, Amanda Pappas, thank you so much for that latest update on now Tropical Storm Helene. We want to welcome you back here to our continuing coverage of what was Hurricane Helene, now Tropical Storm Helene. We're almost 10 a.m. here on Friday morning. We're just about to get set for a news conference with an update on all the information we need from Hillsborough County. That's supposed to happen right around the top of the hour. When that happens, we will, of course, bring it live to you. I'm Jameson Euler here with Caitlin Lockerbie.
Yeah, thanks for sticking with us here. We've had this continuing coverage on the storm and the aftermath this morning, really getting a much better sense of the impact here in the Bay Area after the storm really ravished the area with the storm surge. That's the big part of this story. But let's start you off here at the top of the hour with 3 things to keep in mind right now. Number 1, we do know that there are 3 storm-related deaths here in the state of Florida, 2 deaths in Georgia, but we just heard from the governor at the top of the 9 o'clock hour, so just about an hour ago this morning, he gave us an update there. Another person was killed near where the storm made landfall in Dixie County. Perry is where the storm made landfall just after 11 o'clock last night, about 55 miles from there. There was another death.
Yeah, and I'm taking a look at some notes here. The city of Tampa just updating us as well on some of the damage, as well as an update as well. We got another word of a woman in her late 70s that was found deceased by her neighbor this morning. Neighbors were investigating. We do know that water made it into the home and electrical may have been involved there. Then we also had the death on I-4 overnight. A sign on I-4 in Tampa fell on the roadway when a car was passing by. There was a fatal accident because of that as well.
Right. Of course, a lot of assessment going on right now. And so right now, that's what we know. That's what we have confirmed. But that number could, of course, rise as we get a better sense of this storm and people are able, crews are able to go into homes that have been flooded out. Let's take a look at Hillsborough County right now. Is this a news conference beginning? Yep. Okay. Ready to go. Let's listen in.
Hillsborough County Administrator Ken Hagan, Chair of the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners, Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Cronister, Hillsborough County Public School Superintendent Van Ayers, and Sherry Jacobs with Tampa Electric Company. Also joining us are County Commissioner Harry Cohen, County Commissioner Christine Miller, As expected, Hurricane Helene proved to be a very serious event for Hillsborough County. We anticipated that this will continue to conduct rescue throughout this morning. Our rescue teams are currently working hard in the field to save lives. Unfortunately, many people did not heed our order to evacuate Zone A, and they have put themselves in a very dangerous situation. As forecasted, the storm surge reached 5 to 8 feet at various locations throughout Hillsborough County, and the danger is not over yet. We experienced record flooding along the Alafaya and storm surge along the coastal communities throughout the county, particularly in Ruskin and Town and Country. For our residents who were fortunate enough not to be directly impacted by the storm surge or flooding, I urge you to please be aware that there are still ongoing dangers. Stay off the roads, please. The best advice I need to convey is to please be patient, shelter in place, and wait for all threats to pass, please. Do not make the life-saving mission of the first responders more difficult by needlessly putting yourself in danger. The water will eventually recede and you'll be safe, but you must be careful when you go outside. Please listen to all emergency management officials. We have a sharp grasp of the situation and we'll continue to update you. If you're experiencing non-emergency issues, please call us at Hillsborough County line 833-427-8676. I also warn all residents of the dangers of downed power lines. If you see a downed power line, stay away from it. Try to avoid it at all costs. I thank you. Please continue to be smart and stay safe. Now you will hear from Fire Rescue Chief Jason Doherty.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Tim. I am Hillsborough County Fire Rescue Chief Jason Doherty. While we were fortunate that Hurricane Helene did not make a direct impact on Hillsborough County or direct landfall in Hillsborough County, it did not spare our neighborhoods from the storm's severe and dangerous impacts. The forecast storm surge from Hurricane Helene arrived in force last night, and the situation remains dire in many areas of the county. I want to take a minute to share with you a brief outline on the number of emergency calls and the type of responses Hillsborough County Fire Rescue had from 11 p.m. last night to 7 a.m. this morning. We had 256 calls for service. 103 of those were tactical search and rescue calls. They included 3 car fires, 11 motor vehicle accidents, 2 electrocutions, 5 sinking vehicles, 47 structural fire responses, with 6 of those being working structure fires. To put that in perspective, normally we may have 1 at most 2 structure fires a day. We had 6 working structure fires over a 6-hour or 8-hour time period. Lastly, we had 500 plus victim rescues. I'm going to repeat that again, over 500 plus victim rescues in an 8-hour time frame. I want to tell you, most importantly, all these rescues were performed without any loss of life, not only to our citizens, but to our first responders. And that's not even including the number of lives that were saved by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. While the storm has passed, the danger has not. The men and women of Hillsborough County Fire Rescue will continue to respond to calls for service quickly, but please be patient. I would be remiss if I didn't take a minute to personally thank my firefighters, my paramedics, our telecommunicators, and our Office of Emergency Management team, along with our outstanding deputies from Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Your dedication to serve our community was on full display last night and through the early morning. I want you and your families to know how thankful I am for each and every one of you. I need the community to help our first responders today. We're tired. Please do not needlessly put yourselves in danger by venturing into floodwaters. Stay away from downed power lines, stay off the roads, and stay safe at home the rest of this weekend while we continue to assist those in need. As always, we are here for you. Thank you for your time. Take care of yourselves and take care of your neighbors. Now I'd like to invite County Administrator Bonnie Weiss to say a few words.
Thank you, Chief Doherty and Director Dudley. Good morning, I'm Bonnie Wise. I'm the County Administrator. Hillsborough County remains under a state of emergency. The best advice we can give you is to please stay put. I urge residents to continue to remain in your safe locations until you receive the all clear from emergency managers before getting back on the roadways. Many roads around the county remain closed and are impassable. For a complete list of closures, go to hcfl.gov/HC road closures. In the meantime, it is vital to stay out of the water. Don't drive through it, and especially don't walk through it. To the many residents and visitors who heeded our warnings and our evacuation orders, I sincerely thank you. You make the jobs of our first responders and employees in the field so much easier. Your responsible choices based on accurate information were evident on our website. At its height, the traffic to our site was up to an astounding 4,000%. Since Wednesday, more than 370,000 users viewed more than 1.1 million pages. The top pages were Find My Evacuation Zone, details on the Zone A evacuation, Find My Flood Zone, and resources for sandbags. Hillsborough currently has 21 damage assessment teams in the field and 12 rapid needs assessment teams deployed at 4 a.m. this morning. Those groups are fanning out across the county. We have 15 public works teams clearing critical roadways so first responders can get to calls more quickly. More than 256 down power lines have been reported just through the county system, along with over 93 flooding calls and more than 69 down trees. There are many more hazards out there now. This is an indication of just how dangerous it is today, so please stay off the roads until authorities give the all clear. I also want to again thank our shelter staff, who continue to do a tremendous job in ensuring the people's safety. Nearly 1,600 people took advantage of our shelter, along with 60 pets. This is likely will go up today as the day of rescue mission continues. Our county employees will continue to focus entirely on Hurricane Helene to the response in order to meet the needs of our residents. County offices and facilities remain closed today, in addition to all parks, recreation centers, boat ramps, libraries, and conservation parks, preserves, and trails. Hillsborough County Solid Waste will continue to suspend collection operations through today, September 27th, as Hurricane Helene's effects are felt throughout the area. Residents should not place any trash, recycling, or yard waste out for collection today. Regular collection service will resume tomorrow, Saturday, September 28th. Residents who missed a pickup due to the storm will receive collection service on their next regularly scheduled day. Our partners at Tampa International Airport have reopened the airport. Flights have resumed. Thank you so much. Next, I'd like to invite Board of County Commissioners Chair Ken Hagan to speak.
Well, thank you, Bonnie, and good morning. I'm Commissioner Ken Hagan, Chair of the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners. Thank you for joining us today and for helping us get out the valuable information to our residents. I want to express my sincere appreciation to our first responders, especially the men and women of Hillsborough County Fire Rescue and the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. They've been out conducting damage assessments and helping those that are in need. To our residents, help them help you. Please stay off the roads until authorities give us the okay. Keep yourself out of dangerous situations so they do not put themselves in harm trying to save you. Don't go into standing water and stay away from power lines. Hillsborough County's dedicated employees and our partners are working tirelessly to protect and serve our residents as we respond to the storm. You can help save lives and get us back to normal more quickly by staying in your safe location. The dangers do not go away when the wind stops and the water recedes. Once you start to clean up around your property, please take care when clearing debris. Cleanup can be the most dangerous phase of the storm. Chainsaws, ladders, and other tools can be particularly dangerous, and even a momentary lapse in attention can cause serious harm or even worse. So please be careful. Heat exhaustion and heat stroke are also very real risks. Please take frequent breaks, hydrate, and seek shade when necessary. And also, please continue to monitor official government reports and media updates. Now, I'd ask our Sheriff Chronister to please come forward and say a few words.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, everyone. I want to begin by thanking our county administrator, our county commissioners, and this amazing community for providing the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office the tools, the equipment, and the training that we need to keep this community safe. It was these high water vehicles. It was these marine assets. It was these 2 amphibious vehicles that allowed us to respond to over 3,000 calls for service and rescue over 400 individuals when that time of need occurred. This was the worst storm that I've seen in 33 years. Sometimes all of us stand here and we ask you to heed the warning, and we feel like we're crying wolf because the storm surge doesn't come. The wind and the rain doesn't matriculate. The storm surge came this storm, and it caused a lot of havoc for a lot of individuals. But it was the men and women of the Hillsborough County Fire Rescue, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and every county employee in collaborative effort with this team represented behind me today that provided the most professional, dedicated, and committed service that I've ever seen. Let the fan club start here behind me. Thank you. It's been a long night. It's been a busy night. And with the 400 additional deputies that we brought on throughout the storm and that continue to work, we now need your help. Our county administrator hasn't lifted the evacuation order. If there's not a reason for you to be out in the streets, stay at home. I get it, you're curious. I get it, you're tired of being home. You've evacuated or relocated, and now you want to return to your house to see what damage has been done. It's the same damage that's going to be there, whether it's now or a few hours from now when our county administrator lifts the evacuation order. We're out there working. We're out there busy. This effort that's out there on the roadways, our chainsaw teams out there trying to free the roadways from all the debris and the trees that have fallen, to allow emergency vehicles access for when you do need that help, or help the utility companies restore your power. They've done an amazing job. 91,000 people without service at 6 a.m., and already it's less than 61,000 people without service. But the more that you cooperate with us, the more effective we'll be able to be and do our jobs. There's still too many people out there driving in deep water. We were out driving throughout the county this morning, still rescuing people because you don't have to be somewhere, but you're curious. Don't let that curiosity put you and your family in danger. If you get to that area where it's flooded, turn around. There's no need. Another thing that I've observed being out here is that there's a lot of lights that are still inoperable. Let's remind everyone that that's to be treated like a four-way stop. Hillsborough County Fire Rescue and the Sheriff's Office is responding to too many accidents because people are being impatient. They don't have to be anywhere, but they're not stopping at inoperable intersections. We're almost through this. I know a lot of you are hurting. You're ailing. I've been out there. I've seen it. That's what the great thing is about this community. We will continue to come together and lend a helping hand to those in need. If you cooperate and allow us to do our job, we'll be there that much quicker. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Van Ayers, Hillsborough County Public Schools Superintendent. Just want to provide some updates on our school campuses. So right now, our school administrators and maintenance staff are headed out to each of our school sites to check for damage on any of our campuses. We've had some AC outages. We've seen some uprooted trees on campuses, and we're also looking for any flooding. So we'll spend the next several hours assessing our campuses. We also know the county has had many residents in our storm shelters, some that came in late last night at the height of the storm with so much damage and flooding in our neighborhoods. So last night we had over, right now in our schools, over 2,500 residents that are currently in our 7 schools. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank the staff of Hillsborough County Public Schools, from our transportation teams to our school leaders, our custodial staff, student nutrition workers have been absolutely unbelievable last 3 days. So thank you from the bottom of my heart to all of our employees. That being said, we have 3 days to get our schools ready so that we can reopen schools safely on Monday. We will update all parents, students, and our staff once we have a better idea of our cleanup efforts. We encourage all of our families to keep an eye on their emails, texts, and phone messages over the weekend, as we will provide updates as well as our social media accounts. Our community is dealing with some of the largest post-storm damage that we've seen in quite a while. And the priority is ensuring our neighbors are safe and our schools can ensure a safe learning environment, again, a safe learning environment over the next 3 days to reopen safely on Monday. Thank you.
Good morning, Sherry Jacobs with Tampa Electric. Crews worked incredibly hard overnight and restored power to thousands and thousands of customers. There were about 100,000 customers without power last night, and this morning there's about 56,000. The conditions that they're seeing in the field, lots of wires down, lots of trees down. The biggest issue, flooding and standing water. This will impede restoration, as there are portions of our territory that are very difficult to access because of standing water. So we ask our customers for patience while we work methodically to get that done. The biggest issue for folks is flooding. If your house has standing water in it, do not touch your breaker when you leave. Electricity and water do not mix. Safety today is absolutely paramount. If there's risk of water approaching your house, but there's no water in your house, please turn off your breaker if your hands are dry and you're standing in a dry area. As you are cleaning up your yard today and you're gathering up the debris and the branches, please, when you stack that up, make sure to avoid power poles. Allow our crews to come in and do their work as safely and quickly as possible. One other thing to note is that street lights are on. You should see that in your neighborhood. That's intentional. Please don't call to report that. If your power is out, please let us know. The fastest way to do that is through our website, tampaelectric.com. And please know we have all hands on deck. We're restoring power as quickly and safely as we can.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all the leadership here in Hillsborough County, and especially like to send a thank you to all the folks that's been working here in the Emergency Operations Center throughout this week, and especially last night. We have staff, along with all our other partners. We never went to sleep last night. We stayed up, made that response, and I observed an incredible job done across the board, as well as our municipal partners. So an outstanding effort there, and truly appreciate it. Now we'll take any questions. All right.
All right, as that goes to questions there, we're monitoring the impacts here, and of course the storm surge, really the big part of this story still. 5 to 8 feet of storm surge in the Hillsborough area, the Alfio River seeing record flooding. The Ruskin and Town and Country, we really focused on that this morning. When Jameson and I came in around 2 o'clock this morning, we spoke with first responders who said that there were 2 people trapped on a home
on a roof. Yep.
Yeah, waiting to be rescued there. That's how intense the flooding was. Yeah. People were just in a desperate situation. Structure fires, 47 structure fires in the area.
Yeah, they usually responded 2 a day. A lot to unpack there from that. But the long and short of it is that they responded to 256 calls last night, 500 different victim rescues, but no loss of life. And there was a variety of issues that they had to deal with. Water rescue was one of the main ones as well. So the good thing is everybody stay off the roads if you can today. Let them do their work. And of course, we're going to stay on top of everything coming to us, all the information coming to us today, and from all the video coming into our newsroom. Yeah. We're going to bring you the very latest here on 10 Tampa Bay. We're going to be back right after this. to you, the viewer. We just got information that PIE, St. Pete Clearwater Airport, is going to be opening back up at 10:30. Tampa International also reopening today, so that's certainly good news. The Gandy Bridge is reopening westbound,
lanes,
so Tampa into St. Pete is starting to reopen again. The other bridges, though, still shut down at this hour. We are seeing widespread flooding, as you just heard from Hillsborough County and their EOC. We're dealing with water rescue after water rescue, and that is what all of our counties were dealing with overnight and will continue to deal with all day long. It's essentially copy and paste up and down the coast from Sarasota all the way up to all the way up to Citrus.
With the daylight obviously helping us out, I did want to mention 21 damage assessment teams in Hillsborough County out and have been since 4 o'clock this morning, so we'll continue to get updates from them. Our Nick Valturo is in Sarasota and is live for us right now. Nick, pretty gusty winds out there again.
Caitlin, yes, there are very gusty winds, and the wind is really what we've seen that caused a lot of this damage, compounded, of course, with the water and that storm surge. I mean, we're standing over here at Bayfront Park in Sarasota, and you can see this mangrove was completely uprooted, flipped over out of the ground, is laying here. Of course, we took you before, but we want to show you this again now that it's actually the daylight. You can see just how much pressure, how much water, that surge, that rush caused as it took this boat you're seeing here. You can see the owner up there trying to get things together, but it came crashing into this park, right into that tree, which it's wedged against, which is probably the only thing that prevented it from going right across to the other side of the water and into the other side of the bay. Now you can see right now we have some utility crews from the city over here. You see where all this yellow caution tape is? It's all over the park, adorning a lot of different trees in the park. Those are all live wires, they're telling us. So they're trying to get that cleared up. They're trying to keep us a safe distance away just to make sure that our safety isn't compromised as they're trying to clean a lot of this up. There's still a lot of debris out here scattered and littered throughout the park and throughout the area that they're trying to clean up and get together. A lot of these crews are out trying to get this. The park is actually closed. They let us in here just to give you guys an idea of what we're looking at. And of course, you know, that boat that's still lodged in, we're being told the owner is on the phone with the insurance company trying to get them to come out and pull the boat out. So there's a lot of work still to be done. These utility crews are, of course, and these county crews, these cleanup crews are going to be busy for a while because all that rush, all that flooding, all that water, and all that strong gusting winds caused a lot of debris, benches, trees, branches, all sorts of things that are just littered throughout the park out here in Sarasota.
All right, Nick Valturo reporting live for us down in Sarasota. Nick, thank you so much. He was talking about down wires there. We were just hearing in the Hillsborough County press conference. They had some electrocutions already today, calls for electrocutions. Two of them, down power lines. They've gotten hundreds of calls on that so far as well. And that's what we're hearing in all of our counties and all of our cities. That's what they're dealing with today, just in not only the cleanup, but also the down power lines, the power that's out and all that, and down trees.
We just heard in that news conference 256 downed lines, 69 down trees. So it's going to be quite the process to clean up today. Also want to let you know, because I know a lot of people at home probably trying to do their own cleanup. If you can get into your home today, trash is going to resume for Hillsborough County tomorrow. Yep. And then it'll be back on its regular schedule after that, so you can resume trash pickup tomorrow. You can put it out at the curb.
Yeah. And one of the messages we keep hearing is if you're going to put that debris out, please don't put it near power poles so that the crews can come out and restore the power there. We are expecting a press conference in Pinellas County at the bottom of the hour at 10:30. We are going to bring that to you live. We have every intention to do that. So as we're going to wrap up here and send it to a break, on the other side of that break, we're going to take you out to Pinellas County. We'll be back with more.
From 10 Tampa Bay, this is a weather impact alert.
I want to welcome you back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Helene. Now, Tropical Storm Helene, I'm Jameson Euler.
I'm Caitlin Lockerbie. Thanks for sticking with us here. We're keeping you informed throughout the day on the aftermath of this storm and awaiting a news conference from Pinellas County coming up. And then we're going to hear from Mayor Ken Welch out of St. Pete at 11 o'clock. So we've got a lot of information to get to you right now. The good news is for travelers is that PIE just opening now at 10:30. TPA is open, although I'm just checking the flight tracker here, and we do see still a lot of cancellations and delays. Of course, in the aftermath of this storm, it's going to take a little while to get things back on track out there, but even your rental cars in the area back in operation.
The skies might be open, but the bridges are not, except for the Gandy westbound Tampa into St. Pete is open. The Howard Franklin, as well as the Courtney Campbell, still shut down at this hour. So roads, a lot of the roads are still flooded out there. So we're going to take a look at some video that we just got in as well. This video from, one more time, guys, tell me where this is from Reddington Shores.
Okay.
And you can see all the debris left over from the flooding. They had significant flooding there overnight. Obviously, you can tell from that debris.
Yeah, Gulf Boulevard there was inundated with the water. The storm surges with so many other areas of our Tampa Bay area. And you could see even earlier, we showed you video going into Treasure Island, boats scattered in so many people's front yards. I've never seen anything like that here in the area. And that's going to be what you're going to hear all day long, because it's been more than 100 years since we've seen surges like this. The floodwaters inundating our area at the height that they did. So this is a day of assessment. Now that the sun is up, we are getting a much better view of that. Tampa working to get their drones in the air and chopper up to see the extent of the damage, which we're told is really widespread right now.
Yeah, it is. And it doesn't matter what county you're in, if you're in Sarasota, Manatee, Hillsborough, Pasco, Citrus, Hernando, wherever you go. It's all looking like this. The barrier islands, our beach towns, all look like that as well. Inland is starting to look like that as well as the sun's coming up, and we're getting a good look at that. One of the areas I mentioned, Pasco County, water rescues happening there last night in the Gulf Harbors neighborhood. Our Angelicia Bruton was in Newport Richey very early this morning as they were doing some of those rescues and dealing with some of that flooding.
This street here in Newport Richey is completely flooded. Right now, there's only a couple of inches of water, but neighbors tell me water levels came up to my waist. I spoke to Nancy Euler, who lives in the area, and she says she evacuated last night. She says she came back this morning to find several feet of water in her apartment. She says all of her new furniture and appliances were completely ruined. How does it feel looking at this?
I mean, I feel homeless. I mean, we lost everything. Everything, even the new furniture. It's leather and it's so saturated, the new everything. We lost it all, and I mean, it just keeps going. Who do you get to help you?
Euler says she's lived in her home for about 8 years, but with all of the water damage, she's probably going to have to move. In Newport Richey, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
Thanks, Angelicia. Yeah, when you hear the tears there, you just want to cry with them. We are going to listen in here now to Pinellas County UFC. We're getting an update from their management briefing.
On any questions that we can't get to today. Please remember, it is still very early in the response, and this is a very fluid situation. Our focus remains on helping our community return to safety as quickly as we can. To those who experienced devastating loss, including the loss of family members and friends, our hearts go out to you. Our focus remains on helping our community return to safety as quickly as we can. Just yesterday, we received more than 5,000 hurricane-related 911 calls, including hundreds of calls for evacuation help. Our fire rescue and emergency response crews bravely responded throughout the night. They are actively following up on calls they could not get to last night due to impassable roads, severe flooding, and other storm conditions. The main message today for our residents is to please, please keep off the roads. We have emergency responders, we have cleanup crews and damage assessment teams that are working very hard to get your local streets, neighborhoods, and communities back to safety. Many roads are still heavily flooded and impassable. Unless absolutely necessary, we ask that you please stay in your place of shelter or home until our crews can complete the damage assessments, clean up the debris, clear the roads, and restore the services. It is unsafe to wade in or drive in flooded waters. There are just too many risks: electrical, animals, wastewater. It's just not worth the risk. Our public works crews are out clearing roads and conducting bridge inspections. At this time, we have reports of approximately 140 downed traffic signals. Access to barrier islands remains closed until further notice. Please stay off the roads and allow our first responders and public works crews to operate safely. If an area is barricaded, there is a reason why it is barricaded. Never drive through standing water. Just 6 inches of fast-flowing water can sweep you off your feet, and 1 foot of fast-flowing water can carry away a car. If you come upon an intersection with a non-functioning traffic signal and no law enforcement directing traffic, treat it as a 4-way stop. And again, that is if you absolutely must leave your home. In other updates, the St. Pete Clearwater International Airport will be reopening this morning. We encourage travelers to please check their airlines for information on flight schedules. All county parks remain closed. Park rangers continue conducting assessments and clearing debris. As far as Pinellas County utilities, we have reports of 132 pump stations that are not operational at this time due to flooding or power outages. This includes both service areas in North County and South County. Damage assessments will be completed once the waters recede and power is restored. The drinking water system is operational. However, we are experiencing low pressures in the South County beach area. Now, I want to state something here for our residents who are listening in. We really ask you to do everything you can to conserve water at this time. That will relieve pressure on the systems, and that is by simply taking actions like maybe not taking a shower immediately, maybe not flushing every time. Conserving water is going to be very key to helping us restore our systems as quickly as possible. At this time, we have reports from Duke Energy that they are responding to power outages that are encompassing approximately 40% of the customer base in Pinellas County. Their crews are also working very diligently to get to everybody and to restore the service. And so we continue to ask for your patience and understanding as our hardworking people are out there in the streets, in the roads, doing the work that they need to do to bring us back to safety. As you can see, the work is ongoing. It's very extensive, and we need the cooperation from everybody. Please stay home. Please keep away from flooded waters. And please start working on documenting any damages that you may have experienced to your property. You can find more information at disaster.pinellas.gov. I will now turn it over to Kathy Perkins, Emergency Management Director for Pinellas County Government.
Good morning. Last night, Hurricane Helene brought life-changing impacts to Pinellas County. And in some areas of our county, storm surge reached over 8 feet, something that we've never seen in this county ever. We also saw strong winds, rains, and flooding, and devastating consequences for our residents. We still remain under a storm surge warning. We still have some areas in the county that some crews are having difficulty getting to. Disaster assessment teams are out there collecting data and information for us so we can determine what type of declaration we can get and what is needed in terms of getting our community back up. Crews will continue to clear debris and open up county roads and bridges as quickly as possible. But I ask you, especially if you're sitting at home watching this on TV, please don't go out, stay home. Unless you have a medical emergency or you work at a hospital, there's no need for you to be on the road. We don't want extra traffic out there. There's traffic lights out. You have to treat it as a 4-way stop. And they may come on and off throughout the day as power is being restored. Some of the images that you see behind us is the work that's being done by many of our county employees and other partners throughout our geographic area. The Sheriff's Office has been working very closely through a unified command to coordinate response and recover efforts throughout the county. This includes ensuring that areas are safe, working with Duke Energy on power restoration, continuing search and rescue missions that were ongoing throughout the night, and debris and sand removal from major roadways in partnership with the Florida Department of Transportation, Public Works, municipalities, and contractors. This is going to be very extensive and complex work, and we need the cooperation of everyone in Pinellas County to ensure they can help us get back to safety. I want to take a moment to thank all of our crews, the Sheriff's Office, emergency medical personnel, police, fire rescue, all of our 911 telecommunicators, our county information center, and the hundreds of folks that are out there working and have been working on this storm since Monday. And especially for those that were out there in horrendous conditions last night, doing everything they could to preserve life and help people. Among our top priorities at this time is assessing critical infrastructure, our step-down sheltering, damage assessment, and debris clearance. We're looking very closely at what the needs of the community is going to be. We suspect that we may have people that go home and find they're not going to be able to stay there. So we're diligently working with our Visitors and Convention Bureau to try to identify hotel rooms, look at non-congregate programs. We're determining whether or not we need to set up cooling sites, sites where you can charge your cell phones, hydration stations. We'll be looking at multi-agency recovery centers to get what's needed to our community members. We have the federal USAR teams here and technical rescue teams that are continuing their operations. So please be patient with all of these teams as they go painstakingly through our communities, searching for those that may have been in harm's way. Sadly, 5 lives were lost overnight. It's hard, but we will continue to recover as a community. And we will do everything in our power to continue restoration efforts for our residents. It's going to take a while for Pinellas County to look like it did 3 days ago, but we're going to do everything we can to help with that. If you experience damages or you need assistance, please visit disaster.pinellas.gov. The state of Florida has opened up the crisis cleanup line. That information can be found on our website at disaster.pinellas.gov. So if you need assistance with cleaning up your home or making repairs, please, please register at that line. And we are working very closely with the Florida Division of Emergency Management and the Federal Emergency Management Agency to try to get turned on as many assistance programs as possible. Our County Information Center will continue to be open for post-storm questions. You can call them at 727-464-4333. For the latest information on weather, in case anything else comes up in the next couple of days, and please, we're going to continue to watch the tropics. I hate to say it, but hurricane season is not over. We want to make sure that everyone is staying aware. We will post updates at disaster.pinellas.gov. And now I'll turn it over to Sheriff Gualtieri.
So, unfortunately, the predictions were correct, and they were pretty much spot on as to the rain amounts, the wind, and unfortunately, the surge from the storm. I can't think of a time ever that Pinellas County has experienced the surge that we experienced last night and into the early morning hours. The areas of Gulf Boulevard have never, ever looked like this before. I would just describe it, having spent the last few hours out there, as a war zone. It is impassable. It's dangerous conditions out there, and it's going to take a while before that area gets back to any sense of functionality. Now, with that said, I also understand the compelling desire of people who live out there who did evacuate, and for business owners and for employees of businesses to get out there to assess the damage and look after their properties, and have great empathy for that. And we want to open it up as quick as we can, but we have to make sure that it is safe at the same time. And right now it's not safe out there. So to kind of back out a little bit, and I'll come back to what's going on Gulf Boulevard, is the other things we're dealing with throughout the county and dealt with over the night was a lot of flooding in a variety of areas outside of the beaches. A lot of that water has dissipated, but there's probably 12 to 15 areas in the county that we have barricades up because the water is still on the roadway and those intersections are impassable. There are a number, and Kathy referenced it a little bit, there are a number of intersections where the traffic lights are out, and those are either being controlled manually by law enforcement officers. When I say manually, that means there's cops in the intersections directing traffic, so please be very careful at those intersections when they're out there directing that traffic. Or we've put barricades up with stop signs to treat them as four-way stops. We've also been able to use some equipment we have to battery power, if you will, some of the traffic signals. So that's pretty much outside of the Gulf Beaches, barrier islands that we're dealing with right now. But getting back to the barrier islands, and you'll see behind me here some photographs that we took earlier today out there. And the roads are, again, impassable. You cannot see the ground. There are some places out there, in the way I would describe the sand is being like, and people can vision this, it's like snowbanks. And you really need a big plow to get it off the roadway. And it is almost a barrier in some places to moving down Gulf Boulevard. And some of that sand out there is probably as much as 4 and 5 feet high. So we have crews out there that are moving the sand, and there's a lot of debris. And some of that debris is dangerous. It's jagged edges, it's awnings, it's metal that broke off free from buildings. There's propane tanks. There's so much out there debris-wise that it is, again, very unsafe out there right now. So we're going to work hard to get it cleaned up and work hard to get it open as soon as we can so that the residents and the business owners and the employees can get back out there. We did, unfortunately, over the night, find it where we were unable to respond to a number of calls. We had issued the mandatory evacuation orders. Not everybody evacuated. And unfortunately, they called for help, and we couldn't help a lot of the people who called as those conditions got very bad last night, and it was inaccessible. I mean, I was out there personally, and we tried to launch boats, we tried to use high water vehicles, and we just met with too many obstacles, and we couldn't get out there and effect some of those rescues. So today, we've been out there going door to door with some of these places that we weren't able to get to last night. And we have found some people who are deceased, 2 in Treasure Island, 2 in Indian Rocks Beach, and 1 in Dunedin. So we do have 5 fatalities from the storm. The work is ongoing, unfortunately, and I have no idea whether that death toll will increase, but it's possible because we're still going door to door and making contact with those places we were not able to get to last night. So we will continue to work and get everything open as quickly as we can. And again, to everybody that is anxious to get out there, I understand that. I have great empathy for it. But we also have an obligation to make sure that everyone, including those people who want to get out there, are safe, and that we don't create an environment that we make it worse by allowing people out there. So I don't have a timetable. A lot of it depends upon the progress that's made. I would love to say that we can do it by the end of the day today, but I can't assure anybody of that. So we'll keep everybody informed, look at the press releases that come out, social media, and we'll get the information out as soon as possible and hopefully be able to either do it or give some updates by the end of the day today. So with that, we can take any questions that anybody has. Yep.
Is it clear the cause of death? What was it? Pretty obviously water, or?
Yeah, at least.
Okay, joining us back live now from that press conference at the EOC in Pinellas County. I'm Jameson Euler here with Caitlin Lockerbie. Just unpack a lot of what you were hearing there. Let's not bury the lead. 5 people dead in Pinellas County alone, 2 in Treasure Island, 2 in Indian Rocks Beach, 1 in Dunedin, all storm related. So that was the biggest takeaway from that, but we have so much more to deal with there in Pinellas County as well.
Yeah, watching Gulf Boulevard too, you see that area inundated. They're going to continue to actively follow up on calls they just weren't able to get to last night because of that devastating storm surge. Now, also with that in mind, you really want to conserve water today. Hillsborough County and Pinellas County both asking people at home to do that. Whether you have the water or not, they're asking you to conserve it because of the impact on Tampa's wastewater infrastructure and in Pinellas County as well. So that means if you can avoid flushing the toilet, do that. Take shorter showers as well. But again, we're going to watch the aftermath of this storm unfold, and we'll be back right after this break. That was so sad.
I can't believe they waited to the end to
I
tell
know,
us
to be
about
like, by the way,
people
5
dying.
people died.
They're like, hey, the pump stations are down. By the way, 5 people died.
I don't care about your traffic lights. I
Yeah.
care about life and people.
And then they like the 2 in Dunedin, 2 in Treasure Island, 1.
Am I allowed to do rebound?
Wow.
Are you counting 9 people?
I mean, you've got
We,
2.
across the state, but I keep getting confused. But I don't count Georgia
I'm
in.
not counting them.
Yeah,
Right,
for
so,
Florida.
So you have 5 in Pinellas.
2 electrocuted.
No, we don't know that they died.
They didn't die.
Some people get like struck by lightning and they're
They
fine,
didn't
or some
die.
people get electrocuted
In
and they're
Tampa,
okay.
you have the I-4 death,
Yep.
and you have an elderly woman in South Tampa.
Yes.
We have somebody up in Perry, was what we heard as
Not
of
in
this
Perry,
morning.
55 miles in Dixie County,
Oh,
but
Dixie
close
County.
to Perry.
Okay,
You're
but
right.
close to
You're right.
Perry.
That's 8.
That's 8 so far.
After this break, make sure.
So that's 8 so far that we have in the state of Florida.
Okay. So then we don't know about the other.
After this, we'll bump in, just kind of set up what's
Yeah.
been going on.
Okay.
It is from Hillsborough, Pinellas. Then
Okay.
we're going to go to Mike for quick weather, and then we're going to take another break.
Okay, so the layout right now, 1 in Dixie County in Florida. 1 Dixie. I know, like what was that? Okay, so 2 Treasure Island, 2 Indian Rocks, 1 Dunedin, 1 in Dixie, and then 2 in Tampa.
2 in Tampa.
We just don't know. I'll give you your time back for the break in just a second.
And then where are we going after we recap?
We're
To
going
Mike?
to recap to weather.
Okay.
And then we're going to do another break, and then we'll reset
Okay.
for 11 o'clock.
Let's reset since we had to rush through the
Yeah,
death,
yeah.
like the fatalities.
We did.
So let's
Yeah,
do
we did
that.
have to rush through there.
And we'll say we're waiting on this news
Yeah,
conference
we
at 11
barely even
o'clock.
got a chance to talk about 132 pump stations are
Yeah.
down. Which is massive.
I'm going to go fast. Good. That's good.
So I'll welcome us back, and then we'll go right. Do you want to go into the desk, like where we heard from the governor at 9 o'clock this morning, but right now we're really, and unfortunately, the aftermath. At the time, he was saying 2 deaths in the state of Florida. We already know that that's climbing.
Okay.
Am I still in one piece?
You're good? You ready to go?
I'm going fast. I'm not bad. I'm not into that. I'm like my daughters can only watch TV for 30 seconds at a time. Dad is gonna what's going on. That new generation, they just want their information.
From 10 Tampa Bay, this is a Weather Impact Alert.
I want to welcome you back now to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Helene. I'm Jameson Euler with Caitlin Lockerbie.
Yeah, we've got a really devastating day for the state of Florida, really starting to see just the impacts of this devastating storm on our state. Earlier this morning, we heard from Governor DeSantis when he confirmed 2 deaths in the state of Florida. At the time, it was 1 in Tampa and 1 in Dixie County, about 55 miles south of where the storm made landfall. We just heard from Pinellas County, 5 deaths. And unfortunately, we could probably expect more because right now they're actively following up on the calls that they just couldn't get to last night. They broke that down for us.
5,000 hurricane-related calls. They're trying to get to as many as they can today now that the sun's up and things have gotten a little bit better. 2 deaths in Treasure Island, 2 in Indian Rocks Beach, 1 in Dunedin. You have 2 in Tampa, 1 up in Dixie County. So we're just going to be keeping an eye on that today. We know that that number potentially is going to climb throughout the day. We now know that Helene has moved out of our area, moved into Georgia, making its way north. Let's go over to meteorologist Mike Prangley with the latest on that, Mike.
Right. In fact, the Pinellas County Emergency Management is saying if you don't have to go out, please don't go out. There's a lot of cleanup going on, a lot of debris, and we've talked about slow improvements as a weather team after this. We're talking about Clearwater Beach right now. At least our camera's working again. That's the first good sign, but still that bay is churning out there. So we're going to stay away from the beaches for sure. 87 degrees, the dew point of 80. Big impacts the rest of today. Stay patient, stay home if you can until given the all clear, because we're talking about that and a lot of power outages. Notice that feels like temperature of 103. So check on your friends and neighbors. Make sure they have the cool spot. This is record setting. Water we've never seen before. Notice Clearwater 4 was the old record, about 2 to 3 feet higher than that. And as we look at the overall picture here, as we go through the rest of today, we still have that weather impact alert. We're just going to stay put, okay? We're seeing those big impacts still across the area with the cleanup. And then as we go into Saturday and Sunday, notice we'll start to see slowly improving conditions with much drier weather. But again, that heat's going to be an issue for those that have lost power. Temperatures near 90 with those triple-digit heat indices, and we have to make sure we check on our friends and neighbors and make sure they have their cool spots.
All right, stay with us. Thanks, Mike. We're watching a news conference about to unfold in St. Pete. We're going to hear from Mayor Ken Welch at 11 o'clock this morning, so don't go away.
And this is going to be an important press conference because they're having some pump station issues there in Pinellas County and in St. Pete as well. We do know from earlier this morning they had to take a sewage treatment facility offline in northeast St. Pete. That's affecting about 70,000 folks in St. Pete right now. They can't flush their toilets, can't drink the water. They're asking to conserve water all throughout several of our Bay Area counties. But we're going to take that press conference from St. Pete live on the other side of this break, and we're going to bring that to you very shortly. We'll be right back.
All right.
What did the Telemundo chick say to you?
She said that the boat got a hole in it, and that's why he was late or something like that. And she was like, well, when are you live? I'm like, clearly it doesn't matter to you.
I was wondering if she talked to me, and I was like, oh, wonder how that goes.
I'm Caitlin Mockerbee.
And good afternoon. Or good morning, I should still say, at 11 a.m. here on this Friday morning. I'm Jamison Euler. As we're waiting for that press conference for the City of St. Pete and Mayor Ken Welch to step up to the podium, we're going to bring that to you live. We do know they sent us some notes ahead of time just about what they're going to be talking about. One of the bigger things that they're dealing with there in St. Petersburg is all the flooding, all the debris that they're dealing with, but also at the same time the power outages and the sewage systems that they're having, and asking people to conserve water. Some areas even affected so that they can't flush toilets or use any drinking water or anything out of their faucet at this point.
Yeah, they said the city had to make a difficult decision to turn the sewage off, the power of the Northeast Sewer Treatment Plant. So that's going to impact 77,000 people in the St. Pete area. We'll get an update on that. The time frame really could be about 48 hours as they assess that and work to restore that sewage power in the system for people to be able to have their water back to some sense of normal, because right now you can't flush the toilet, you can't take a shower, can't do any kind of laundry in the area. So we're monitoring that. Lots of areas inundated with water. Really the heartbreaking part of this story right now is the confirmed deaths that we're learning throughout the state of Florida.
Yeah, 8 of them here in the Tampa Bay area, or let me sure my numbers are correct. 7 would be in the Tampa Bay area, 2 in Treasure Island, 2 in Indian Rocks Beach, 2 in Tampa. Yeah, the state of Florida is 8. Another death confirmed in Dunedin at this point. So we're working through that, and we knew that number was going to go higher. They had so many storm-related calls, every city, every county, for rescues that they just could not get to.
Yeah.
So those are the things that are, as we're kind of unpacking all of this today, we're realizing that we're going to have, fatal impacts from this.
Yeah, we heard from Sheriff Bob Gualtieri, who said that Gulf Boulevard, he's never seen anything like this before, calling it a war zone and totally impassable. They had 5,000 emergency calls in Pinellas County, and right now they're actively following up on them, the ones that they couldn't get to last night because of all of that flooding. Unfortunately, as they've gone into some of those homes, that's when they've confirmed those deaths. So unfortunately, they have found people who were not able to evacuate, who made emergency calls last night, but they just couldn't get to them. The storm, again, currently moving north. Our team of meteorologists continuing to track it. It has already caused 2 deaths in Georgia as well. So this is a deadly storm with really devastating impacts. We want to listen in St. Pete right now. Mayor Ken Welch is updating us there.
300 calls to our emergency lines. Now, the city is prioritizing medical, fire, and evacuation calls. If you need emergency assistance, please dial 911. During this time, we ask that residents across the city continue to conserve and limit their water usage. Now, last night we made the difficult decision to turn off power at the Northeast Sewer Treatment Plant to protect the plant from unprecedented storm surge. This impacts residents and businesses located approximately north of 30th Avenue and east of I-275 and Haynes Road, which is about a quarter of the city. Residents and businesses can contact the city's water resources line at 727-893-7261 to know if your address falls into the affected area. Again, that number 727-893-7261. Now, we are actively working on repairs to this facility, and it will take at least 48 hours, we believe, to resume operations. During this time, it's critical that residents and businesses in that area do not drain water. That includes taking showers, doing laundry, and flushing toilets. Draining water will cause sewage to back up into homes and businesses. Now, we know this is a challenging situation, and we are working to assess and repair the facility as quickly as possible to resume service. We've procured emergency contractor services to assist with getting the facility back online as quickly as possible. Now, to harden the facility and prevent this situation from happening in future storms, the city started a capital improvement project at the plant in 2022 and has budgeted $70 million for those improvements. This project will allow the plant to sustain up to 11 feet of storm surge. Construction on this project began last year and is scheduled for completion in 2026. I've asked our team to find all available options to expedite that construction schedule. In closing, while the worst of the storm has passed us, it is not over yet. Please stay off the roads while we continue to assess damage. It's for your own safety. And as we start to shift into recovery operations, we ask that residents please support each other during this unprecedented time. Check in on your neighbors, offer help where you can. Together we will recover from this storm. For ongoing updates, please monitor local news media, the National Weather Service, disaster.pinellas.gov, and social media. Thank you, St. Pete. I'll now turn it over to Yolanda for Spanish translation. Yolanda.
Buenos días. Lo peor de la tormenta.
All right, we were just getting an update there from Mayor Ken Welch. Of course, a lot of people talking about this sewer treatment plant there, and unfortunately a project underway that was expedited not soon enough. They did have to turn off Northeast Sewer Treatment Plant to protect that. A quarter of the city impacted right now. If you're wondering if that includes you, maybe you've evacuated and aren't home, to be able to figure that out right now, I want to pass along that number one more time. You may want to write this down. So if you have your pen and paper near you or your phone, it's 727-893-7261. I'll say it one more time, 727-893-7261. You can check if you're affected by that. The whole area is asked to conserve water, though.
Yeah, let me tell you again what that area is. It's north of 30th Avenue North, so north of 30th Avenue North and east of I-275. That's about 70,000 customers. What the mayor was trying to get across there was that you, if you live in that area, and that's 40% of St. Pete.
Yeah, 77,000 people.
Yeah, so if you live in that area, you can't flush your toilet. They're asking you not to use your water. If you flush your toilet, the sewage could back up into your home.
Yeah.
That's the kind of situation that you're in. So you get creative. Yeah, I don't know how to tell you
I know,
any of that.
true.
You don't want to flush your toilet if you're in that area. And they're going to potentially take 48 hours for that to get back up and happening. They were telling us at Pinellas County, 132 pump stations are down right now because of the massive amounts of water and all the flooding that they had to deal with. North and South County having all sorts of issues at this point. And in St. Pete alone, the flooding in the usual suspects.
Area, Shore Acres, yeah, absolutely.
Shore Acres, Snell Isle, or Snell Isle, Venetian Isles, all having flooding issues. They were doing water rescues in some of those neighborhoods there as well.
You were just saying, because she's made it so public too, Dr. Megan Martin, we've interviewed her several times here on 10 Tampa Bay. She's very active on social media, and she's brought us into her home. They after Adalia had to move out and
Shore Acres.
Yes, in Shore Acres. And you said you saw that water was up to 4 feet in the home, worst she's ever seen.
Yeah, so I was just monitoring her on social media this morning, and she said in Shore Acres there, she had 4 feet of water in her home. She could just see it. She was at the hospital, but she could see 4 feet of water in her home in Shore Acres. She said that's the worst it's ever been, and she's been very vocal about the flooding in Shore Acres. But she was saying just from the cameras, she said they even went offline at one point because the water got so high. So they're dealing with that there as well, and that kind of gives you an idea as to why they're having sewage issues and issues with their water system. So if you have all that bottled water, if you are able to conserve some of that water, hang on to it. You're going to need it at least for the next couple of days.
All right, we're in our backup studio here because we were in evacuation zone A off of Gandy. That's where our studios are. Our Jenny Dean is live in Tampa, the Tampa side of Gandy right now. And Jenny, I know the bridge opened for people, the westbound portion of it, so people coming from Tampa into St. Pete could get onto the bridge. Obviously, you're hearing the traffic behind
things
you.
Getting testy, it sounds like back there with the power lights out.
Pack
Jenny.
your patience, as they say.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are at Gandy and West Shore, that intersection right behind me. The signal is out, and Tampa police trying to get the word out. You treat it like a four-way stop. That's why we're hearing people honk their horns, and we're hearing people yell at each other. I mean, frustrations are very high for a lot of people right now. We did a quick drive around of the West Shore Marina District, which we couldn't get to earlier today, and I have to say things largely look okay in the area where there's all those new apartments and stuff. The roads around it were flooded. This was flooded. We couldn't get through this way early this morning, so it is back open. Things are back open, but again, there are still a lot of traffic signals out, and Tampa police, emergency officials really want you to use your patience, use your smarts, treat it as a four-way stop so that they don't have to come and deal with a
car accident on top of all the other things that they're dealing with right now. But again, the West Shore Marina District looking okay. We're live in Tampa. Jenny Dean, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, thanks, Jenny. Obviously, a lot of people trying to get around town, and that's not what emergency officials are asking you to do. Again, I know it's clear seemingly in terms of the weather out there right now. We've got some sun shining and no rain. You know, people want to get outside and see it, but our streets really impassable. Again, what really stuck out to me, Gulf Boulevard too, when you see that video as well. And Gulf Boulevard, I know, is on the coast, and we saw the water inundate that area, but there's all around the metropolitan area too of Tampa, you know, impassable spots where we saw flooding and debris. So just be very careful if you don't have to get out there today. This is the day of assessment.
Yeah, it is. And Mayor Jane Castor, just a little bit ago, updating us on the state of the city there, she said that they had to do multiple water rescues in South Tampa, in the Palmetto Beach area as well. So kind of in that South Tampa area where Jenny just was, you see their power is out. The flooding is starting to recede a little bit, but still quite a mess.
Yeah, and again, we want to let you know, we're just finding out now the governor is going to be in St. Pete Beach at Woody's Waterfront. He's going to have an update for us at 1:30 this afternoon, so we'll get some more information. He, of course, going to see more of the damage here in our Tampa Bay area. We're going to continue to cover it for you right here on 10 Tampa Bay. Don't go away. Chris Orr.
Okay, I mean, how the water rescue's going for Titus up in Citrus? Have we heard from her at all? There she is. Speak of the devil. Man.
I'm here.
Look at the trash truck trying to get down the street.
Long as those airboats were coming in, rescuing families from their flooded homes. Unfortunately, it doesn't look that much different out there. The waters haven't quite receded as far as we'd like them to.
Yeah, it's receded just a little bit, Caitlin. You can see it's going down, I mean, maybe a couple of feet along the road here, but still no way you can get down to US 9 and get down towards the downtown area by Kings Bay. And we talked about those water rescues we showed you guys all morning long, and new numbers just in to kind of get a grasp of how many people were rescued and how many calls of service there were. Okay, so in 24 hours, there was calls for service, 1,417 calls for service. 429 of those were emergency calls. From 11 p.m. last night till 7 this morning, there were 123 emergency calls. Compared to the same time period the day before, guys, it's a 303% increase in total calls and a 373% increase in emergency 911 calls. Now, they had 136 rescues for the fire department, and then sheriff's office and those airboats, 100 plus rescues. So we're looking at hundreds of people, guys, who were rescued by airboat, who decided to stay and weather out this storm, and then they just saw that storm surge come in. Like we heard all of them tell us throughout the morning, it came in fast, it was dark, they were scared, they called 911. Thankfully, there were so many airboats out here, agencies from all over the place helping Citrus County get those airboats in onto Fifth Street here. I was gonna say, like, in the water. It shouldn't be water, this shouldn't be a lake. That's the main corridor right there, that's Fifth Street. The airboats launching here on Fifth Street into the neighborhoods, making those rescues, kids, adults, so many pets. But now we're finally seeing the number of people that were rescued, guys. We're talking hundreds of people, Jameson and Caitlin, who were rescued here from Crystal River to go to higher grounds, and now they are in shelter somewhere warm. And now with the daylight, we're just waiting to see how fast that water is going to recede to finally really get an idea of how bad the damage is to their homes.
Yeah.
And I feel like we saw half of those live this morning between 3 and 5 a.m. with you out there, Jen, in Citrus County. Yeah. Unbelievable video that we saw in all those airboat rescues all morning long. We're going to be checking back with you throughout the morning, throughout the day as well, because we know that those airboat rescues are not done. Those areas up there in
see the water, yeah.
In Crystal River, you see, it looks like it's even receded at all since we last checked in with you, maybe a few hours ago. Yeah. So, all right, Jen.
Thanks, Jen.
Doing great work out there.
Yeah, a little bit, and we just saw,
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you got it.
You go ahead, Jen.
No, I was just saying that we just saw 2 more FWC boats. We've seen some of the airboats now because the calls have kind of stopped a little bit. So we have seen those extra agencies go to other areas. We understand that Inglis, Levy, they need help in there. Just so much water from this storm. So FWC is kind of taking over the ranks here. And so we just saw 2 more of their airboats just left. So they're saying they are getting those calls in. It's not as frequent, but still people, I think they're in their homes now. It's noontime, they have nothing, no water, no power, and they're like, hey, we gotta get out of here. This water is not receding fast enough. So they are still getting those calls coming in, and those rescues are still happening, guys.
Yeah, so needed there. Thanks, Jen. Yeah, the family is just so relieved to see dry ground overnight after being inundated with water, feet of it inside their homes.
Absolutely. Let's go a little further south now to Pasco County, where they were also doing water rescues all throughout the night. Right now on the phone, where you have Sheriff Chris Nacco from Pasco County joining us on the phone. Sheriff Jameson Euler here along with Caitlin Lockerbie. Thank you so much for taking our call today and joining us. I understand that you just had a conversation with Senator Rick Scott about maybe some help that could be coming our way, because I know you guys need it there in Pasco County after what you went through last night.
Yeah, Senator Rick Scott is phenomenal. He's a good friend. He's somebody who gets things done. And I will tell you, yesterday, as we were dealing with some issues with government, trying to get through some bureaucracy, Senator Rick Scott was clearing the way, making sure we had a lot of assets possible to go out there and do things. So, one of the things that we were just talking about now, we went through Gulf Harbors area, was driving through, looking at the houses, talking to some people out there, just getting understanding what the impact is. And then, also from his standpoint, you're going to deal with insurance issues coming up now. How are these people going to recover? And so there's a lot of things the federal government needs to step in, and especially for those that are going to be hurting, because those insurance checks don't come in tomorrow night. Right. How they're going to survive for the next couple weeks.
Yeah, Sheriff Nacco, we're looking at video right now, some of the rescues overnight. Tell us what was the hardest hit area for you, and what did it take to get to people? I think the devastating part of this storm was that some calls had to go unanswered during the height of this storm.
So, yeah, it was a difficult situation. I will say that first and foremost, the members of the Pasco Sheriff's Office, working with Pasco Fire Rescue, FWC, other state partners, even the FEMA task force that came in, phenomenal. The heroism they had was great. The other one, too, is, you know, I applaud the citizens of Pasco County. This goes back to Tampa Bay, who we are as Floridians. It's the get-her-done mentality. And you saw people, especially up in the Hudson area, they were just getting on their own jet skis, john boats, and everybody was working side by side, pulling people out. I can tell you the Hudson area got hit way worse than it did in Idalia. That area, the water came up much higher, much faster. I was there at first, and I could already see, you know, when those bands were coming through, that we were going to be dealing with something much worse than Idalia. I had to start traveling south because I was talking to Chief Coach in Newport Richey. The decisions were being made about shutting down parts of 19. Downtown Newport Richey was flooded over. We had to shut down. They working with the Newport Richey police, shut down that bridge coming over. I made it to Gulf Harbors, and as I was standing there, within 20 minutes, that water came in an extra 30, 40 feet easily, and not just like barely. It was coming up high. I was able, got the waders on, went in with our search and rescue team, and as we're pushing back, you know, you heard people screaming for help. Hey, we were able to help them out. National Guard's truck, they actually have a 5-ton, those high water response vehicles. There was areas they couldn't get to. So, you know, a lot of places john boats were able to, but the water was moving so quick and rapid, getting caught in some currents was an issue. But, you know, I can tell you 2 very quick stories. One was there was a family, they were on a second balcony of a triplex screaming for help. It was 2 elderly women and a daughter and then a 4-year-old. And they're from Ohio. And they said, we were in a house, the water kept coming up as quick as it could. We couldn't do anything, so we just started moving, and we found this house, and so we just walked up the stairs and hung out. I applauded the mom, said, hey, you did what you had to do to keep your family alive. And that little boy was shivering, and he's like, I'm cold. And I kind of tried to cheer him up and said, hey, we're in Florida. We're never cold here. We're all right. And try to just say, hey, look, it's going to be okay, because I can imagine like it was frightened. Another very fast story was, and this is a story I think we're going to play over and over again. There was a family that was in their house in Gulf Harbors. I said to the mom, we were talking, I said, what happened? And she said, look, we're here for Idalia, nothing major. The water started coming in. I started pushing it out with a broom. Then the water started rising up, and we're like, we're in trouble. They got on top of their car. Then the water started coming higher. They got on top of the roof of their house. By the time we got them, the water had receded a little bit. We were able to get them on the boat, get them out of there. But it's one of those things that I think that's a story we're going to hear over and over again. As people said, we went through the last hurricane, it wasn't bad, but this was way worse.
Yeah, Sheriff, and I think people are really understanding what storm surge is, especially after Helene and going forward. Hopefully they understand why we issue these evacuations and why you want people to get out of Zone A. Let's look forward to today, Sheriff, because you have a message to get out there, and you have a lot of work still to do, unanswered calls that you couldn't get to last night. So what is your message there for the residents of Pasco County today?
The biggest message, I appreciate, Jameson, is one is telling everybody, call your loved ones up. Tell your loved ones where you are, that you're safe, you're okay. What we don't want is the system overwhelmed with people from calling out of state, out of the area, saying, I can't find my loved one, I can't get a hold of them. Can you do a welfare check? That's going to put a huge burden on the system. So if you're safe, you're okay, put it out there, tell people where you are, you're all right. We don't want that. The other one, too, is this ain't a sightseeing event. You know, if you're not supposed to be in that area, don't be in that area. Go do whatever you regularly do, but you don't need to go down there taking pictures and photographs. Watch the news. You can get on social media, but all you're doing by going down there is getting in the way. The other one, too, is I'll make this loud and clear. If you think you're going to take advantage of our citizens, your butt's going to be thrown in jail as quick as possible. We're going to make sure that their property is safe. It may be damaged, but it's their property, and we're going to ensure that everything is safe in our community.
Yeah, you got to watch out for the contractors after this, because they're going to be coming into a lot of our counties. Obviously, Sheriff, there's so much damage, and you got to witness that firsthand. Just unbelievable to hear those stories of just how scared those folks were, and being on the front lines. Your men and women just did a great job last night.
Yeah, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. I know you got a long road ahead with all the damage in the area. Several people also to get to today, so we appreciate your time. Thank you so much, Sheriff.
Appreciate it. God bless you guys. Thank you.
All right. All right, Sheriff Chris Nacco there joining us on the phone. An area, as he said, as he was making his way down south through Pasco County.
Yeah.
I mean, water just went 30 to 40 feet in just a matter of minutes.
Right, and unfortunately, that's the story that we've heard over and over this morning. It's so easy right now to pass, don't pass judgment, because I think a lot of people, they thought, okay, well, I made it through Idalia just fine. We've never seen anything like this before, and that's why these warnings are so important for you, and it's why even today, please just stay off the roads if you can. You're hearing that from every single emergency official right now, that they have so much work to do, so many assessments to get done, and people to still get to. These floodwaters are still receding. You saw Jen Titus's live shot there up in Crystal River. That Kings Bay still highly flooded. We're waiting for the water to go down.
It looks like it's barely even moved since we were talking to her at 7 o'clock this morning. And you bring up an interesting point. Everybody wants to compare this to Idalia, and I know Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins was talking about this. You don't compare storms. I mean, the tracks and all that other stuff, I get it, but you got to be careful about comparing storms when you're making your decisions. You have to make your decisions based on the science
and the facts. For that, every storm, he always says, it always resonates, is it only takes one storm, right? No storm is the same, only takes one, and we sure got one, a deadly one for the state of Florida, especially for our Tampa Bay area. We want to show you this video too. We are about to go to break in a moment, but this fire video here, this is the South Pasadena, and of course we saw fires like this time and again last night. We're learning more and more about them today from emergency officials that had to let them burn. You can see in the video here, the fires are surrounded, the home's surrounded by water, but clearly an electrical issue, and when the roof's on fire, they can't get to it. You've got a boat of emergency rescue officials, but it's not safe for them to even get to the fire, so they're just forced to let it burn.
So many homes burned to the ground overnight in the middle of this storm that they really couldn't get to and do anything about. Hillsborough County telling us at 10 a.m. this morning that they had 47 structure fires last night. 47 in just an 8-hour time frame. On any given day, they get 2 calls for structure fires, usually in a 24-hour period. Just unbelievable. We have some video from Clearwater Beach as we head to break here. Some damage there in Clearwater Beach as we're about to head out. And we're going to join.
We'll get back to
right after that.
We'll try to get back to that in just a minute. Don't go away. We're back right after the break.
Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, and we just are getting word that southbound lanes of Howard Franklin opening up right
Just
now.
opened.
So that's the same for Gandy as well, that you can get in from
Westbound.
Tampa.
Westbound
of
Tampa into St. Pete.
Right.
That's open now as well. So we're starting to get some flow of traffic, even though they really don't want you out there on the roadways. We understand if you have to use that or whatever, maybe to get to the airport.
Yeah.
If you have one of the airport PIE, Tampa International also
Just
opening
use
up
it
as
very
well.
sparingly right now.
Yes,
We're
please
getting
do.
a video here of the Howard Franklin right now, just seeing the damage that's on it, debris that came over. If you saw just the final video last night prior to shutting it down officially, the waves of water just crashing over. I said it looked like the Atlantic side, those massive waves that you see at the ocean. That's what was crashing over the bridge last night right before they close it, so you can see what it brings with it. Sea life, debris, sand, all of the above. So they got a lot of cleanup to do.
So that now you realize why they can't reopen it just because the rain stops and the storm surge stops. They've got to clear that road out of there as well. We had some damage video from Clearwater Beach that we also, I think, have queued up to show you some of the issues that they were talking about. Sheriff Bob Gualtieri was talking about Gulf Boulevard is a disaster
war
zone.
zone is what he called it.
Is what he said. And even as I was looking online a little bit ago, South Gulf View Boulevard in Clearwater, 6 feet deep of sand in certain spots.
You can see the jet ski there in the middle of the roadway.
Yeah, so this is the kind of stuff that they're dealing with all day long, and Sheriff Bob Gualtieri kind of telling us all about that. We do want to point out, as we're talking about Pinellas County, boy oh boy, we're talking about Pinellas County. The governor is going to have a press conference at Woody's Waterfront in St. Pete Beach around 1:30 today to bring us the latest update. If you're just tuning in, the death toll from Helene has risen, and unfortunately a lot of it is from our area. 2 confirmed deaths in Treasure Island, 2 in Indian Rocks Beach, 1 in Dunedin, 2 in Tampa, and then 1 up in Dixie County.
Yeah, we certainly hope that we don't see more of them, but it almost seems inevitable when you watch this video here and you keep hearing from emergency officials that they were not able to answer so many calls last night. They got hundreds of them. They were inundated with emergency calls while we were getting inundated with Helene. So they are actively following up on them right now. The ones that they could not get to last night, that's what we just heard from Pinellas County EOC. They had 5,000 emergency calls, many of which they couldn't get to last night. So they are continuing to go through the homes, and unfortunately, as they've been doing that this morning, that's when they did confirm some of those deaths in Dunedin, in Treasure Island, in Indian Rocks
And lots
Beach.
of structure fires and that they couldn't get to last night. A lot of structure fires, a lot of homes that just had to essentially burn out because they couldn't get to them. Just an absolute disaster. And as you keep going to these press conferences, they keep talking about numbers that they haven't seen before, not only in storm surge and flooding heights, but also in the amount of calls that they got.
Yeah, I do want to point out, though, our chief meteorologist, Bobby Deskin, stepped in just moments ago, too. He's looking over all the damage and the data as well and was saying, this was Zone A. This was the zone that was told to evacuate, and for very good reason, as we're seeing here. It just takes one storm. No 2 storms are the same, although we always do that here in Florida, right? Like,
we measure them up. We figure out.
Years ago. But they're just not the same. And this was such a storm surge event. The water is the biggest part of this story, causing fires, causing fatalities, causing a number of issues, debris and closures. So,
and they keep talking about this being historic and catastrophic of a storm, but really when you think about it too, it's historic in a lot of ways. The track of this from day one almost followed exactly what they said it was going to do. And when they tell you what the storm surge was going to be, they pretty much hit the numbers too, which is unbelievable that they were able to give this much heads up this far out. And unfortunately, a lot of folks did stick around and did not evacuate. And Zone A is the areas that we're seeing that are the hardest hit today as the sun came up.
Yeah, we heard from Mayor Ken Welch not long ago. And of course, Shore Acres notorious for the flooding there. Miranda Parnell is giving us a look now.
It might look like there's a river behind me, but this is actually Shore Acres Boulevard. We've seen people doing whatever they can to get where they need to go. And I know safety officials have been warning folks to just stay put if you can, but we've seen folks out here trying to check on their property, trying to check on other people's property, even seeing some businesses trying to make it to appointments that they say they have at people's homes out here. We saw one gentleman who wrapped up trash bags around his legs to try and walk through the water because people who have been been through it tell us that it gets up to waist deep. And this is just in one area that we can see. I know that I have a friend who lives on Helena Street, which is a few blocks deeper into this neighborhood. And she says that she had to spend hours upon hours on a shed. And she's still hoping that someone can come help her and her animals. She has several pets and had to sit through the storm. Said that the water was fully in her house up to her neck. Now, we see that there are some emergency crews out here working to try and help folks in this area, but with so much water, so much flooding, and so many people who need that help, it is going to take some time. But I know that folks like my friend are hoping that there are people in the neighborhood that may have boats, people in the neighborhood that may have lifted trucks that may be able to come over and give them a hand. I know, like I said, my friend has been sitting on a shed for hours upon hours, just hoping that someone can help. And I know that there are probably others like her in this neighborhood. In Pinellas County, Miranda Parnell, 10 Tampa Bay.
My goodness. That's really tough to even wrap your head around because there's so much desperation after this storm too. Imagine that. You've had people on their roofs through this storm, people on their countertops just trying to wait it out for some help.
Yeah, and that story's playing out over there in Venetian Isle, Snell Isle as well, dealing with that type of flooding. And we're seeing some reports of that online. If you're a little further inland today and you're waking up to blue skies and things are just a little soggy and maybe a palm frond down, you're lucky, because a good part of our viewing area today is experiencing catastrophic flooding. And you're seeing that, and their belongings and their homes are underwater. A lot of them burned overnight. It's amazing. Hundreds of structure fires from Sarasota County all the way up to Citrus County. And speaking of which, our Jen Titus has been up in Citrus County for all morning long.
Yeah, she's in the Crystal River area. Now, Kings Bay, we knew it was going to flood, and it certainly did. And let's go back live to her now, because Jen Titus is there. That main drag there, Jen, behind you, really became a river right behind you, and you saw people all morning long in the dark being rescued from their homes. You said FWC still going out in their boats to try to rescue people, and it was so sad to watch. I mean, so happy to see people give the thumbs up that they were okay as they came off those airboats, but so sad to see that they're leaving with whatever they could grab in that moment of panic. We saw them with literally just grocery bags,
That's
like
it.
little plastic grocery bag, obviously just threw whatever they could in a moment of panic, got on that airboat and left, and they don't know what they're coming home to. They sure know that it's wet though.
They do, and they still haven't been able to get back home yet, because you can see there's still so much water on the roads. This is 5th Street here. That's US 19 right where those green signs are above, and that's what takes you to downtown into Kings Bay, and where the majority of the flooding has taken place. I think we have some video for you guys. I hope it's playing right now. Exclusive video from our Drone 10 of the really what you can finally see, the devastation and the flooding that's taken place here in Crystal River. And I hope there's people here in Crystal River that are sitting in a hotel room right now at a friend's house, because we've had so many come up to me asking me, do you know how bad it got? Do you see how high it got? Take a look at this video, because this will show you right now what Crystal River looks like. It's heartbreaking. We had somebody come up to us while we were shooting the drone asking, can you see my business? Can you see how much water is in it? And they think it looks dry, because you can see there are some areas that look a little dry, that there are some higher spots in Crystal River. The mayor putting on Facebook just a little bit ago that the water has receded, guys, about 4 feet, but there is still about 2 to 3 feet of water out on the road. So they're really trying hard to get this water to recede. They need this water to recede even more, because then he says they're going to get the crews out. They're going to get those crews out to clear debris, to pick up the mess that Helene left behind, what this storm surge left behind. And then he says you'll be able to go back to your homes, because there's still down powered lines. There's still a dangerous situation out here, guys, if you decide to drive. You can see some cars are trying to do that right now. You could see in the video that truck that you guys saw driving through the water. That's good news. That was a lineman. That was a lineman out here trying to get the power back up, because we know so many people here in Citrus County are without power right now. We read off numbers just a little bit ago, just to give you some perspective on the amount of rescues that took place here. Hundreds, we're talking hundreds of rescues from the sheriff's office to the fire department, and then there was multiple agencies doing rescues. So they had hundreds of calls. Their call volume, their emergency call volume from last night at 11 p.m. to 7 o'clock this morning was up 300% from that time the day before. That goes to show you how busy officials were, emergency crews were out here as those water rescues came in, as those people were calling 911 because it was nighttime when that water came in. And thankfully, for the most part, nobody slept. They paid attention to that water level and they saw it get high. They saw it get high fast. They made that phone call to 911, and there were plenty of airboats out here coming to rescue those guys for those who needed it. Jameson, Caitlin.
Did an incredible job out there giving us all the perspective there. We're wishing those families well today. I know they've got a long road ahead of cleanup right now, but just so glad so many of them are safe and sound.
Yeah, and in that area right about now, Withlacoochee River Electric reporting about 30,000 people up in that area still without power, at this hour. So the linemen coming down the street, that they can make it down that flooded street, that's good news. We can get that power turned back on with all that flooding. One of the toughest things is not having, the air conditioning and whatnot there in that area on a day like this as you're trying to clean up. So we're getting word to the northbound Skyway.
Northbound Skyway is open right now. Again, they're not encouraging you by any means to get out onto the roadways, but I know that is something that some people just need to do. Some people are going to have to get from point A to point B at this point. Maybe they're
progress.
stuck.
This is progress.
This is a day of progress for sure. So northbound lanes of the Skyway is open, along with a portion of the Gandy Bridge and the Howard Franklin now as well. So we'll continue to keep you posted as the day unfolds here and we get more updates. Again, a day of assessment here, and we're going to see a lot of cancellations, a lot of new information. Want to get to this for the Bolts fans right now, that the Lightning game tonight postponed, rescheduled for October 7th. So you can mark your calendars. Tickets are going to be honored for that game as well. Also letting you know about traffic right now. The bridges had been closed. We're now making progress, signs of it at least.
A little bit, yeah. The northbound Skyway Bridge from Manatee County into Pinellas County is now opened. The southbound Skyway from Pinellas to Manatee County, it still remains closed at this point. Just looking at some of the notes here from FDOT that they sent us, Pinellas County barrier islands from the Dunedin Causeway through Tierra Verde continue to be closed even to residents at this point. And the Howard Franklin southbound
lane, so from Tampa
into St. Pete,
yeah,
also open. Gandy westbound, so Tampa into St. Pete is open as well.
St. Pete's still struggling right now to get out of the area.
Correct. So yes, you can go into St. Pete. You just have a difficult time getting out of it. So that's the issue or the update with the bridges at this point.
Want to get to an update here too. This is much more difficult right now, but we're going to learn more throughout the day. We do have Governor DeSantis coming to town at 1:30 this afternoon, so we expect to learn more. Then I know he's assessing the area here. This is a really hard hit area, the Tampa Bay area, much of it inundated with water. The Zone A area that was supposed to be evacuated, which is why we're in our backup studio too, because that's where our studios are in Zone A. Yeah. Well, we're continuing to learn about the deaths associated with this very devastating storm here and a breakdown of them. We heard from Pinellas County officials a little earlier. We're learning more about those deaths. There were 2 dead in Treasure Island, 2 in Indian Rocks Beach, 1 in Dunedin, 5 fatalities in all, and we're learning more about those 2 clear drownings, we're told, that are under investigation, but they can definitely say are storm related, and many of these are because those emergency calls came at the height of the storm when emergency responders could not get to them.
Couldn't get to them. They tell us in some of these calls, people were hiding up in their attics, trying to get it to the highest point of the house that they could get to. They were hiding in their attics. A lot of folks in wheelchairs who did not evacuate had water up to their chest when they were getting rescued. So these stories keep coming out as the day goes on. But as you're just tuning in, maybe watching us, this has been the issue all night long as maybe you were sleeping and hopefully everything turned out for you okay. A lot of water rescues happening in a lot of our coastal communities. And in evacuation zone A is what we're seeing all night long.
Yeah, which makes me think too, we also spoke on the phone with Sheriff Chris Nacco, who reminded everybody at home, but us as well, to share this, that if you are okay, which hopefully you are as you're watching us right now, don't be shy about sharing that on social media and with your loved ones, because people are wondering how you're doing. Let your neighbors know that you are okay, because they don't want to do welfare checks for people that they don't have to. So make sure that your loved ones are not looking for you, that you're communicating with them if you can. Of course, I know power outage is a problem for a lot of people, but the second you have access to social media, your computer, internet, your cell phone, just let your loved ones know that you're doing okay.
Absolutely. And if you are doing okay today, we're talking about some power outages. I'm looking at some of these outage maps as to what they're dealing with here in the Tampa Bay area. At this point, TECO 52,000 without power. They have restored a lot of the power there for TECO. That's good. Pinellas County really the hardest hit at this point. Still, as I'm doing the numbers here, boy. 300,000?
Hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, you got 215,000 just over in that Pinellas County area alone. So, this is an ongoing fight all day long. One of the bigger issues for the power crews is, if you're watching us on your phone, or maybe you can pass this along, is that the flooding is preventing a lot of the power crews from getting to where they need to go. Also, the debris on the roads.
Yeah, the streets.
Is the other big issue.
Impassable for some. We spoke with Sheriff Bob Gualtieri, got an update from him a little earlier as well, who's talking about particularly Gulf Boulevard. You're looking at Clearwater video here, but Gulf Boulevard, he said, parts of it really impassable, calling it a war zone, something he's never seen before. This is Clearwater Beach, of course, where you can see, look at the roadways there, the sand, the debris left behind from the storm surge. They had a lot of water rescues in the area too. in that Clearwater Beach area, asking just to stay away if you can. Obviously, a lot of people worried about their properties or their home today, but this is the day of letting the emergency officials do that assessment and try to clear the road as best they can so that you can get out there a little later when it's safer. It is a state of emergency for our state right now.
Yeah, and the storm surge was so bad there in Clearwater. Gulf View Boulevard, certain points, they're reporting online 6 feet deep of sand pushed onto the roadways.
Wow.
So if it's not flooding, it's debris. If it's not debris, I guess you could put sand in the debris column. But they're dealing with that there as well. And obviously doing so much of the beach renourishment projects lately. And they're going to go back out there again and probably find a lot of that hard work was all for naught because of the storm surge from this thing.
Yeah, speaking of projects too, we also got an update. We've heard from several community, city, county leaders, from Mayor Ken Welch. A reminder here, because this has been reported since last night, St. Pete did have to turn off the Northeast Sewer Treatment Plant. This was in order to protect it. And when you're just talking about projects, this is part of a 2022 capital improvement project that they are going to get to an 11-foot surge, be able to handle an 11-foot surge. Unfortunately, that project not finished and obviously going to be impacted by this, but they're trying to expedite that. It was supposed to be done in 2026. Obviously, that's a new focus for the city after this storm surge. It's something we've never seen before, but because of that, 77,000 people in St. Pete are impacted by this, their water. And I want to give you this number again. I hope you have paper nearby, because you do want to check on this. You don't want to have sewage on top of everything else. You don't want sewage backed up into your home. So that number that he gave out to check, 727-893-7261. Again, that's St. Pete Water Resources. You can call that number and see if your home is impacted, if you're wondering.
Yeah, 132 pump stations down there in Pinellas County. At this point right now, they're trying to get everything back online. And whether it's Tampa, it's St. Pete, it's Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, they're asking you if you can conserve water, if you can figure out a way to maybe go to your bottled water or some of that water that you got for the hurricane to use that instead.
This is why you need it.
Yeah, and if you can avoid a lot of times, flushing the toilet or whatever, it can help them kind of get everything back up and running, back to normal, if you would. As we go ahead and maybe take a live look now at Clearwater Beach at this point. As you look out there, still
very rough surf for Clearwater Beach. Usually a paradise out there. We talked about this yesterday too. The calm before the storm, the calm after. Blue skies look really pretty out there, except for very rough surf for what we're used to in the Gulf.
Yeah, and if you're trying to do some type of cleanup and yard work today, this weather is good for it. Unfortunately, if you're flooded, there's not too much that you can do except for try to get some of that water out of your home and start to dry your stuff out. It's been a tough day.
Tough day for
a lot
sure
of folks.
for the Tampa Bay area.
You know what? Really interesting. Mayor Jane Castor earlier was talking about Tampa General Hospital, and she was talking about if it wasn't for the aqua fence that surrounded the hospital, that new technology that they got in there a couple of years ago for major storms like this. If it wasn't for the aqua fence, TGH would be in much worse shape. But we just got word that they are now able to continue to care for patients, open to accept new patients. A lot of folks couldn't even get over the Davis Islands Bridge to get there overnight. That was the big issue. So no new incoming patients. But there's the aqua fence that Mayor Jane Castor was saying saved the hospital at the height of this storm.
Yeah, very thankful for that. We heard from the governor earlier this morning at 9 a.m. Again, want to reiterate that we're going to hear from him from St. Pete, the area, later on today at 1:30 this afternoon. We'll hear from the governor outside of Woody's
waterfront there in St. Pete Beach,
but he was saying earlier that there are multiple hospitals on generator power throughout our state. So really important, especially for TGH. They have some of our sickest patients in our area, in our region, most in need. So glad that aqua fence was working, built for a very good reason there. Let's get to Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins. It is a really tough day for the Bay Area. Bobby, this is a day that is, we keep calling it a day of assessment too, to see kind of where this damage all stands. You guys tracked this storm for hours and hours. It made landfall last night exactly where you predicted, right near Perry up in the Big Bend area, bringing a whole lot of devastation with it to the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah. Worst storm surge we've seen. People, it's shock. Today's the day. It's going to be a shock for a while, actually. to believe. That's one of the reasons why we did get a lot of people that did not evacuate, because it's just hard to believe that could even happen. The surge forecast was 5 to 8. We were at 6 to 9, 6 to 8 generally for most areas that saw it. Let's reset where we are now. 45-mile-per-hour winds. Here's the center in the western part of North Carolina. You see it's going to be moving up to the north and the west. It's moving around 32 miles per hour, so it's out of our neck of the woods, and it will be kind of moving here, but it's a super serious flooding scenario for the folks in North Carolina, Tennessee, and North Georgia, parts of South Carolina as well. Still have some tropical storm warnings for the winds coming in for South Carolina. There's the big picture. You can see it all kind of spreading out now as far as the structure. It's falling apart. But this was the last 24 hours, and you can see just how tight that eye was, how big the storm was. And that's key. The size right here of that wind field is why we had so much surge. It would have been better if we had it come in like this, because if it came in like that, the areas down here would have all that surge, but the areas up here wouldn't have the surge. It'd blow out. But instead, it went parallel, and it gave surge to everybody. That multiplies the coverage, the area, the square miles of storm surge. And that's why we've got such a situation that we have right now. It is, again, pulling away. Now, we start talking about our local weather. You can see where it made landfall here last night. This was just west-southwest of Perry, 10 minutes after 11 o'clock last night. 140 miles per hour winds, especially on this northeast side, especially in that Perry area. The pressure was 938, very impressive for a low number like that. We are looking at all of this getting a little bit clearer throughout the day. This is downtown, okay? You can see Jackson's, we got basically that downtown area. I don't see a whole lot, and I was just looking at TGH, and we were reporting TGH did well. There's some sand, some dirt, and some still water over there in the parking lot, but things look really good. This is the beach right now, and we had reports that we had waves crashing on the top of the end of Pier 60 last night, which certainly believe this water was all the way up to the parking lot. If you're familiar there, that parking lot when you first come on the beach by the roundabout, that was full of water, and the waves were breaking into that. Obviously, it's receded. You're going to notice the beach is very flat. There's been a lot of erosion on all of our beaches. It's warm still. It's muggy. Everybody's been talking about Idalia because that's the last one they really remember with surge. Well, Idalia, we had really cool air on the backside. We do not have that. It's warm. It's muggy. It will stay that way for the cleanup. All right? 87 degrees, 103 is what it feels like. And I say for the cleanup's going to take months. In some spots, it could take over a year, right, to get back to normal. But for the next week or so, we're going to stay warm and we are going to stay muggy. Now, we do have some leftover rain bands here. Nothing severe is expected for today, but little nuisance showers more than anything else. They will not actually last very long for most locations. So that's the good news about that. And you can see we have quite a bit of sunshine. I don't know if that's actually a good thing, because that's the reason why we're going to make the upper 80s and low 90s for highs, and it's going to feel very, very muggy out there. But at least fairly tranquil. Now, temperatures right now, generally in the low to mid 80s. Again, we're going to about 90, 92 degrees or so. I think it'll be a little cooler along here at the beach. We'll stay in the 80s here. The water has cooled because of all the rain, upwelling from the wind. It's a mess, but the water temperature is cooler, and so that will keep us cooler along the coast. And the 90s will be for mainly inland locations. 79 in Riverview, 87 in Sarasota. You see how our numbers are kind of spotty there. That's the result of power outages, of course, and so we'll get those slowly back online. Now, current winds, still gusting to 23 in Crystal River. It's about 10 to 15 mile per hour winds. We just had a gust in Brooksville to 36 miles per hour. That's a good breeze, but most areas are 10 to 15, maybe up to 20, with gusts in the 20s to 30s. And they will actually come down a little bit throughout the day. We've seen the worst wind. Most of what water is left is sitting there because of the elevation, and there's less and less surge out there right now. There are the wind gusts for the rest of the afternoon into the early evening hours, and you can see not a huge change, but overall it's slowly coming down. And another thing to point out here is still out of the west and the southwest. So the water levels are still running high, but nothing like the peak surge that we saw last night. But because of that, they will actually stay relatively high over the next 24 hours or so. All right, and then a lot of that water that we see up there in Citrus County, it is draining, but it's going to take some time to drain. A lot of it just gets into low-lying areas, and it's going to have to evaporate. This is the forecast for 5 o'clock this afternoon. Most of the shower activity is gone. Keep the breezes. You see the wind and the temperature up here. Southwest winds, 13 miles per hour. It's just a breeze. That's nice. Actually might feel good, right? And then tomorrow morning, we're going to stop it. We're going to start seeing some showers develop again. And these will actually try and slowly back their way up to the north as the whole system moves off. So watch this. Saturday morning, we start with a few showers south of I-4. By lunchtime, we've got scattered showers in the Tampa area. It's not going to ruin all day or anything like that, but doing some work and some cleanup, you're going to be running into that. Next 12 hours, here we go, guys. Upper 80s to near 90. The warmer spots will be inland. Looks like temperatures will be cooling slowly down through the 80s. Warm and muggy. I mean, we're talking midnight. We're still about 81, 82 degrees for most areas, especially near the water. Frank, Sarah, good morning. Good afternoon.
From 10 Tampa Bay, this is a weather impact alert.
Good morning, good afternoon. Of course, in this case, it all runs together with this around-the-clock coverage. You know, we appreciate you sticking with us as we continue to keep you updated on the aftermath now at this point of Hurricane Helene. I'm Frank Wiley.
And I'm Sarah Rosario. We've been keeping you updated on the storm's path as it was coming through our area and now the aftermath. As many people waking up today, we're getting a better look at the damage, and local officials are assessing and trying to find out where they can help people, and a lot of people all across our area have been needing help. We're also reporting deaths and the death toll rising.
Yeah, absolutely. Daylight unveiling how severe this situation is. We want to hit you off top with 3 things you should know as we are at this point in the recovery phase there, as we put it on your screen for you right there. All right, so as Sarah mentioned, deaths related to this storm, at least 2 in Georgia. One was in Tampa as well. A woman in her late 70s found deceased by her neighbor this morning. Check on your people, folks. Officers are investigating at this hour. We do know that the water made it into the home and electrical issues may have been involved in this situation that I'm alluding to right here.
Another one we told you about was yesterday along I-4 in Tampa. A person hit by a overhead sign that fell down, a minivan. A 23-year-old man is what we're learning inside the passenger seat of a car.
And also one in Dixie County. Another fatality reported there. 5 people killed in Pinellas County. So, you know, again, make sure you use those phones, technology to the best you can to check on your people out there to make sure they are doing well, because 911 crews are fielding a lot of calls. That's an understatement.
Yeah, and when we talk about those deaths in Pinellas County, some of those numbers on the 2 in Treasure Island, 2 in Indian Rocks Beach, 1 in Dunedin, and so those are just some of the numbers we're getting. Absolutely heartbreaking. We're learning that a lot of those people in Zone A in Pinellas County.
Yeah, that is heartbreaking, and Dina, we talked about how big this storm is. Okay, so everybody being touched by the impact of this storm moving north, moving out of this area. Again, the recovery phase, often a 72-hour process. Search and rescue the first 24 hours, followed by securing the space and then stabilizing it.
And all throughout the rest of this newscast, we're going to be giving you updates from our reporters who are out there looking at some of the damage. Right now, we want to go to a live report from our reporter, Jenny Dean. Good afternoon to you, Jenny. We saw you earlier along Bayshore Boulevard. You were telling us about Davis Island. It appears that's where you may be right now.
Yeah, guys, shocking is the only word that really comes to mind. You drive down Davis Boulevard as you come in just past Tampa General Hospital, and everything was flooded. There are a lot of apartment homes just on the main boulevard. We haven't even been down the side streets yet. And there's furniture out in the lawns. There's broken signs. I mean, it's just, you can tell it was a pretty hefty flood. I'm going to step out of the way here. This is the main sort of downtown area on Davis Boulevard. You can see T-Bella there. This is the tea shop, loved by so many in Tampa, locally owned. I talked to the owner. They've already filled a full dumpster full of stuff. Their inventory, a total loss, all the way down. And I want to show you this. Sasan, if you can show, this is the water line. This is how deep the water got overnight here in the businesses on Davis Island, and this is blocks away from the water, several blocks. And you know, the business owners are just, I think they're going through some sadness and some shock as well, just figuring out where do we begin to even pick up the pieces. So they're just throwing out what they can. The doors open here earlier. You could still see about 1 inch of water on the ground. They've since shut that, but you can see all of these restaurants and businesses moving furniture outside so that they can get inside and clean up. It's sad. Across the street, it's the same story with Aggie Italian and Davis Island's Pharmacy. So it's going to be a lot of recovery and cleanup out here. We do know that there were fires out here overnight as well that Tampa Fire Rescue was not even able to get to. They had to come out and send boats out to get to people that needed rescue because they couldn't even get their high water vehicles out to the island. But, as people get out here now and assess the damage, and this was an evacuation zone, and it was, predicted, but nobody thinks that it's going to come this far into the island. And so, yeah, a lot of people, a lot of businesses are going to be closed for a while on Davis Island while, they rebuild and recover. We're going to try to talk to some of these folks, and we're going to try to drive around the island some more. We really haven't been over by Peter O'Knight Airport. We want to kind of get a look at the edge of the island, see some of the homes. So many of these homes are on little inlets where they have docks in the back, and the water just kept coming up. And if this is several blocks in, it makes you wonder how high the water was, closer to the shore and closer to those homes along the shore. I mean, it's a really sad and shocking sight out here today on Davis Island. Frank, Sarah.
Yeah, Jenny, I mean, it is incredible. That whole downtown area of Davis Island where you are right now, you don't think that the water's ever going to go that way because it is closest to where, close to Tampa General Hospital. When you think about those people who live close to the water, I've got a friend who doesn't really live very close to the water. She's also on Davis Island. Her and her husband and her 2 little boys, as I had been telling you earlier, and she said even they got water inside their home. So I imagine that, have you talked to anybody else there who lives on the island who says, we've just seen total devastation, or what are they telling you?
We haven't had a chance to get out and talk to homeowners yet. I've just talked to, the owner of T. Bella. I mean, it's, her heart is broken. This is, this is where it all began for her, and it's her family's business. And, she has to call her son and let her son know who's away at school that this happened. And, it's trying to hold in your emotions for all these people while they clean up and while they get to the business of getting back to business, because everybody's just so shocked that this could happen here. And, it was predicted and we knew it. And we, many of these people followed the emergency evacuation. These are business owners, I mean, they weren't here late at night. It's just, it's gonna be a while for it to recover out here. We're gonna drive around a little bit more, see what we can see. Hearing glass breaking over there, people are just, getting what they can out, but we're just going to kind of see if we can chat with some people and see how everyone's doing out here on Davis Islands. By the way, TGH, I know we've said this 100 times, they did everything that they've put into place, did fine. They are now taking patients again, but their aqua fence worked. They stayed functional and made it through the storm good. So if you do have an emergency in your downtown Tampa, you can now use TGH and get out to Davis Islands if you have an emergency. They are fully operational. So just a side note there. But Tampa General Hospital, obviously, all of their precautionary measures worked for this storm and for this storm surge.
Their plan definitely worked. It allows us to refine the plan for the next storm. Exactly a real-time experiment in terms of what we need to do better the next time there, Jenny. As you said, people are assessing the damage right now externally. But a lot of people have stuff wrapped up in these businesses, decades of family businesses. So the damage done internally, that must really take a toll.
Yeah, definitely. You can see people just holding in their emotions too. It's like, I got work to do. I got to get this done because, the moment you let your guard down, so yeah, it's tough. It's going to be tough for a lot of people.
All right. Thank you so much, Jenny Dean. We'll let you get back to it. Appreciate your time this morning.
We want to show you another picture from Sarasota where our Nick Valturo has been live this morning for us, showing us damage in various parts of the county. We saw how the water was rising in Nokomis where he was in portions, and then Chris Hertz later on in the day.
Right.
Nick, what can you tell us now?
Yeah, Sarah, Frank, it's really been interesting because there's been a lot of that damage and we can't actually access any of it. You can see right here on the Wriggle Causeway that they are still blocking off traffic. Now, what is going on right here is you can only get to a certain point of the bridge. You're not able to go over down to that Lido Beach or out to those barrier islands. Tell us a lot of the homes there are washed out. A lot of work to do. I even spoke to someone in construction. He manages about 9 different properties. He says that one of the properties, he got a picture that was sent to him, and that water and debris was right up to his driveway garage door. And he has a driveway that's about 100 yards long. He said about the length of a football field. So still a lot of damage over there that needs to be assessed. Still not being able to access it right now. We're waiting. They tell us they're hoping to have it open in a few hours, but of course that's going to be something that's going to be a long time to figure out. For right now, reporting live in Sarasota County, Nick Volturo, 10 Tampa Bay.
We're right here with them trying to figure out the situation. Damage, destruction, historic.
Yeah, thank you, Nick, for that report. And officials in Sarasota warning us to stay off of those barrier islands. We're going to keep keeping you updated throughout the rest of this newscast. We're going to first go to a quick break. To cover the aftermath and what you can expect in your neighborhood. We are also getting video from all across our viewing area of some damage that we're seeing happening right in your neighborhoods, places that you live at. So we want to get now to a video that we have.
Yeah, I believe we have something out of Hillsborough County from the Sheriff's Office sharing something with us from above, right? Want to give you this vantage point. Do we have it, friends? Okay, we're efforting. There we go, right there. So we have emergency crews on the scene right there. Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office there sharing that chopper video. Flooding, an understatement right there. That's in Town and Country.
Yeah, this is a video from Anna Maria Island drone. You can see it there, widespread flooding there. Actually, this is in Town and Country. There's the evacuations, and so we were looking at how they were helping and rescuing people all throughout that area. We were told that they had to rescue the exact amount of people. They had so many calls just within an 8-hour time frame. I think it was like 47 fire calls in Hillsborough County, and normally it's just like 2.
Yeah, and some of those folks they could not get to. And as you were pointing out that video, in the first few frames in that video, we saw that gentleman on that four-wheeler right there. Not only the floodwater, Sarah, but what was floating on the surface.
That's right. We want to warn people about the dangers of floodwaters as well. We know that you can protect yourself against floodwaters. Warning about flooding on the roads. We had all these house fires as well. Take a look at that video there of the house fire. And lots of people calling 911, and they were trying to get to some of these people. And today they were just following up on a lot of these calls and finally getting to some of them because they couldn't. There were so many calls, they couldn't get to so many of those people.
Inundated with water and 911 calls. That structure right there gutted by fire, and you still see some of the flames, the embers floating around out there, and it's still smoldering. So now you have to consider this, the particles in the air that our weather team tells us about all the time for the people who have sensitivity with their lungs, asthmatics, people who have impediments along those lines. But more flood video right here from above, chopper video from Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. That is unfathomable right there. And some of those homes, multi-level homes. So you're seeing the second level of those homes and trucks trying to navigate through that space. And we want to remind people, Sarah, as you talked about this earlier, document, document, document.
Of course, local officials telling us you have just this 24-hour time frame is so critical to take pictures, take notes, and that way you have everything you need. Town and Country, one of the most hardest hit areas in Hillsborough County. The Sheriff's Office telling us that they were working all through the night to try to save as many people as they can. As you can see, complete neighborhoods underneath the water there.
Yeah, and so documentation, as you mentioned there, insurance purposes as well as FEMA. And we have more video that we'd like to show you as well from Anna Maria Island, drone video. If we can pull that up for you, I'd like to show that to you. So you can see what the situation is down there for our neighbors in that particular area of the Bay Area. So that is drone video. That really sets the scene right there, and it frames up the problem that many people are dealing with across the entire viewing area and beyond, because the size of this storm touching just about everybody in the southeast like this.
Yeah, I mean, for people who live in that area, you can see how the damage is extending. You can see how rescue crews worked through the night to try to get to as many people as possible. Lots of people still without power in this area, but all across the Tampa Bay area. We're talking about several thousand people. We know Ron DeSantis, our governor, was telling us over 1 million people without power across our state. 40% of Pinellas County without power still, some without running water because they had to shut down a power plant.
If we can keep this image up as well, because you see Sarah, and the governor, by the way, as you mentioned him, we're expecting him to give us another update. He's been doing this around the clock, so maybe in about an hour or so. But as you look at this image right here, much of that area inundated with flood water. But there are little parts in between there where the water hasn't touched. So people think, hey, it's okay, I can get out and about. But no, officials telling us earlier this morning, more or less, they need you to stay out the way.
Yeah, they're working actively right now to clear the roads in Anna Maria Island to determine if it's safe to return. Once it's cleared, residents will be able to be allowed in. They're also limiting access to other parts of Sarasota County. It's closing North Siesta Key bridges to anyone who's not a resident or business owner. You're going to be asked to show your ID to get on the island, according to the Sheriff's Office. Rescues are being handled right now, and people who do not need to be there are being asked not to be there. A lot of these roads still unpassable as of this afternoon.
Yeah. Checking those notes that you just shared along with more that we received right here, and it's much of the same. Every town and major city in the area pretty much sharing the same message. They need you to stay out the way so they can do what they can do. because as we talked about those fires, crews couldn't even get to some of those structure fires.
That's right. We do have some more video we want to get to for our friends in Clearwater Beach. Here's a look at what we've been seeing out of Clearwater today. All right, here's a look at the beach. It's a nice start to the day right now.
Yeah, it looks like a postcard, right? But it did not look like that as the storm was passing through earlier. But we do see some of those white caps. So that means that some of the bands of the storm and this whole system still moving through. And Bobby Deskin's telling us when you see that type of disruption in the water on the surface, at least, that means that you've got wind blowing in different directions there.
And the reason why you don't see anybody out on Clearwater Beach right now is because Clearwater Police Department putting out this alert saying that Clearwater Beach access remains suspended this morning in the wake of Hurricane Helene. The Courtney Campbell Causeway, we're monitoring it as well. We know that several bridges have now been at least partially reopened. If you're headed from Tampa into Pinellas County, access is now available to you if you're going to be driving over the Howard Franklin Bridge and both the Gandy Bridge. We're keeping our eyes on the Sunshine Skyway and the Courtney Campbell Causeway.
Always keeping watch of those roads out there. Want to make sure you can navigate around if in fact you have to get out and about. Remember to call your people up, make sure everybody is doing well, and then call beyond the people that you know immediately within the area, because everybody doesn't have somebody.
Yeah, and a lot of people are still dealing without power, and crews are working. TECO crews, Duke Energy crews, even in Hernando County with Lacucci, they're all working to restore power. We do want to get to Pasco County,
Sure.
which is where our Angelicia Bruton is.
Several crews have been working around the clock here in Pasco County with cleanup and recovery efforts. A lot of them are stationed here in this parking lot. You can see the National Guard is right here behind me, and the National Guard was out helping in communities like the Gulf Harbor area where there are a lot of water rescues. The county says they've had over 200 water rescue calls today. Senator Rick Scott also came out to view those areas as well and to tour the damage, and he says his heart goes out to those families.
You feel sorry for people. It's going to cost them a lot of money. You see all these homes, people are already taking their stuff out there, they're going to have to throw away. It's going to be a lot of damage. Property insurance is already expensive in the state.
Senator Scott says this is just one of many stops on his tour. He says after this, he's going to move south to talk to more families. In Newport Richey, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
You're hearing Senator Rick Scott saying he feels sorry for the folks out there. A lot of people feel the same way, right? So first you feel for people, and that moves you to feel compelled to do something for someone. A lot of volunteers out there as well.
And we're seeing a lot of damage along west of US 19 for Pasco. So all those areas in our viewing area that are along US 19, we're talking about Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus counties. If you live to the west of 19, those are the areas along the water that are seeing a lot of the damage. And we're still seeing flooding. I was watching video earlier, and you heard a lot of emergency responders along 19 just trying to still put out issues that are happening there for people who live in that area.
Yeah, shout out to those folks. They have been working around the clock as well, exhausting efforts, but no doubt doing their part. I want to go back up to Crystal River. Jen Titus joining us up there live. Jen, what's this? Well, somebody actually right behind you said they want to get a jog in for the day. Yeah. Are you seeing a lot of people out and about at this hour?
I would recommend, yeah. So to say, I don't think I would recommend that, Frank, especially in this water. I can tell you from, I remember Idalia when we saw like the dumpsters and the tires, picking up one of those tires. I didn't want to tell you what was inside that tire. So walking in this stuff, it's something you want to try not to do if you don't have to do. And we have seen some of the emergency trucks make it through. The good news, guys, take a look at that. Something we haven't seen in quite some time here in Crystal River is yellow lines on the roads in downtown Crystal River area. That's showing you that the water is receding, not by much, but it is. The mayor telling us that there was about 7 feet of water, and about 4 feet of water has receded in the downtown area, but that means there's still 2 to 3 feet of water now in the downtown. Take a look at this video. I think we have this drone video for you guys. I hope you're seeing. That is some video we took on our drone 10 to kind of just give you a look at how much water this area is dealing with here in Crystal River, here in Citrus County. We spoke for days about this projected storm surge at that 10 to 15 foot mark, and the sheriff telling us earlier today that they haven't seen water this high in this area for 103 years, he was telling us. They had hundreds of people rescued, hundreds of emergency calls come in just a 12 hour time. You can see the video also showing a lineman make its way through that flooded water. So they are down there. They are trying their best, doing what they can, guys, to get the power back on. But they're asking anybody that does not have to be out there to stay home, let that water recede, let crews move the debris, anything that Helene storm surge wash onto shore until they give you the okay. But the good news, Frank and Sarah, we are noticing that water recede just a little bit here.
So speaking of that water, Jen, the sheriff there has been giving an update about saying in the next 20 minutes we do expect to get the second high tide. So any idea on how that could impact the flooded streets that are already dealing with being covered?
As I understand it, they'll get the high tide, but it'll be nothing from what that we had seen. So it might come up a little bit, but it's not going to come up to as high as it was, as he was telling me. So that's why they're still asking people to stay off the roads, because like you just mentioned, we have that high tide. I know people are very eager to see how much damage they are going to have to deal with. And that's why we went and shot that drone video, because so many people have come up to us asking us, do you know this? Do you know that? I'm like, I haven't. I can't get back there. We can't get a vehicle back there. And they've done so many water rescues that we've kind of let the crews do that on the airboats, to not take a seat on one of those airboats, let those crews do those rescues. And so we haven't really had a chance yet to get back there to see the damage ourselves. So we put the drone up, and it really gave us an eye-opening view at the amount of water that is still on the road, guys, here in Crystal River.
Just pulled it up there, Jen. Citrus County Sheriff's Office telling us 85 rescues, and I imagine and counting.
Yeah, so something we're going to be keeping our eyes on. Thank you,
Oh,
Jen.
it's counting, because that was like, okay, yep, you're good.
Okay, we're going to check in with Jen again throughout the rest of this newscast. We're also looking at some of the damage that we're seeing in Citrus County as well, and keeping you updated on what we're seeing out of there. Several roads throughout Citrus County are also closed. US 19 from Emerald Oaks to Venable Street for all traffic. US 19 northbound and southbound traffic is open from that Hernando Citrus County line. Westbound traffic closed from 486 44 intersections to Highway 19, and the Turkey Oak Drive there for my friends there in Citrus County remains closed from US 19 to State Road 44. I mean, and this is just what the sheriff's office knows of.
Yeah, that's just what they know at this hour. Those numbers obviously subject to change. We heard from officials earlier telling us everything is fluid.
Right, and the National Guard is out there helping as well. So just heed the warnings, stay inside your house, try not to get out on the roadways or, run in the street, and stay out of those flood waters.
Yeah, most importantly, stay out the way. We'll be right back.